Welcome, everyone. We are having a hearing, a joint hearing, the Assembly and Senate on the MTA and what we know is a fiscal crisis. I'm going to take first, I'm the chair, Amy Paulin of the Corporations Committee, and I'm first going to introduce the other members of the Assembly who are here today in no particular order. Assembly Member Charles Ball, Assembly Member David Buckwald, Assembly Member Neely Rosick, Assembly Member Phil Polisano, Phil, Assembly Member Ron Kim, Assembly Member Sandy Galiff, Assembly Member Stacey Pfeffer Amato, Assembly Member Steve Otis, Assembly Member Vivian Cook, and Assembly Member Ken Blankenbush. I am going to take a minute to just give some opening remarks and then turn it over to my Senate colleagues. So many New Yorkers have relied on a combination of Metro North, LIRR, the subway and buses to get to their jobs each day. Many have taken advantage of the cultural megas, the economic opportunities, and the personal connections they have in New York City. Since I moved to Westchester in 1980, I've been using Metro North. Having grown up in Brooklyn, I've been using the subways even longer. Our transit system is the key reason our community is as robust as it is. These past few months, this health pandemic has put this vital resource in jeopardy. The MTA's fiscal situation is dire, not only in its need for capital investments to stabilize and modernize, but now for the very operating dollars to keep the trains running. I fear what will happen if the federal government doesn't come through for New York. Sustainable funding is not possible without it. Today, we're here to listen and understand the depth of the problem. Today, we're here to listen and understand the options before us. I know there are no silver bullets, that most of the options available will be difficult and painful for someone to bear. As the chair of the Assembly Committee on Corporations, Authorities, and Commissions, I've had the opportunity to work closely with the administration, the advocates, and the hardworking men and women who operate the system. I've come to appreciate the expertise, the talent, and the dedication of the frontline employees and operators of our mass transit system who work hard every day and who have put their own lives on the line during this crisis. I thank all of you here that are about to share your thoughts. It will truly help me to do a better job as together we work to save our transportation system, our communities, and our state. Thank you. I'd like to turn it over to the Senate.
Well, thank you so much, Assemblywoman Paulin, and thank you for your leadership as chair and for co-chairing today's event. I want to also recognize my colleague in the Senate and the chairman of Authorities and Corporations, and that is Senator Leroy Comrie, who's also co-chairing this event with us today. I'm Senator Tim Kennedy. I'm the chair of Transportation. I want to recognize our colleagues in the Senate that are here with us today as well. Senator Ramos, Senator Gounardes, Senator Kaminsky, Senator Kaplan, Senator Rivera, and I think that's it. If I missed anybody, my apologies. And I know there will be many more coming, and I expect this. Oh, Senator Tom O'Mara as well joined us. So I just want to take this opportunity to thank everybody for joining us on this very important conversation that we'll have today. We recognize that this pandemic has upended our entire global economy, and it has hit us here in the United States particularly hard, and here in the state of New York, the hardest. And it hit us the hardest because it hit us first. We had to react to it first, and we have done a tremendous job of beating back the curve, but we have to continue to stay vigilant, keep our eyes open, continue to practice our proper precautions, and take this seriously so we don't see a resurgence in the virus. That being said, as it's upended our economy, it has certainly upended transportation as we know it, and the economic impact that transportation, particularly public transportation, plays on our economy locally, statewide, and nationally. The MTA is a critical component, the most critical component to our economy, not only in the downstate region that serves millions of people each and every day, but across this great state, as we know that it supports thousands upon thousands upon thousands of jobs, as well as our national economy. And so it's so critical that we get to the bottom of how the MTA reacted to the pandemic, where we have come from, where we are today, and where we are headed into the future. I am inspired by the work of those that make the system run each and every day. I want to recognize the laborers, the workforce, those that operate the system, those that maintain the system, those that clean the system, those that prepare the system for functioning each and every day, and those that eat, sleep, and breathe the MTA system so that others can utilize it to function in their own lives. I'm proud to be a part of this today. And before I pass it over to my colleague and great co-chair of this event, Senator Leroy Comrie, I'd like us just to recognize and honor all of those workers who have sacrificed so much each and every day, particularly through this pandemic, and especially those that have lost their lives due to this pandemic because they chose to go to work to make this system run. And the thousands of people that were infected and have had to alter their entirety of their lives to deal with the health implications. We are all eternally grateful and indebted to your service. To our respective communities across this state and nation, thank you for your work and thank you for your sacrifice. Now over to Chairman Leroy Comrie.
Thank you, Chairman Kennedy. Thank you, our co-chair Paulin. I want to thank all my colleagues that have joined. I see that we were joined by Senator Louis Sepulveda, Senator Jessica Ramos, I think was mentioned, and all my assembly colleagues as well. I want to thank the MTA for being here and their leadership team, Chair Foy, and also to the advocates, the riders, and the concerned citizens. But especially the members of the MTA, just to echo what Senator Kennedy said, the essential workers that never stop working, where they've lost many members of the MTA due to COVID-19 because they insisted on trying to maintain the system even throughout the heart of the pandemic when nobody knew how it was spreading or where it was spreading. Workers came out and did what they had to do. So I agree with Senator Kennedy. We cannot thank them enough for their stalwartness and their diligence in trying to maintain the system. Our hearing today is at a critical time in our state and an interesting time in our world to find out what the MTA has been working on over the past few months to meet the challenges of this pandemic, what they have been doing to make sure that the system is operating properly. As we know right now, the system is not operating 24 hours a day, or even though for the last 100 years it has. We are concerned about the what is the process and what are the plans to see the system come back to 24-hour service. But we're also primarily concerned with what will be the plans to try to maintain the service in spite of the fact that we are not sure what's going to happen on a federal level. The changes that have been impacting the system and creating a concern for both the employees and the advocates and the ridership are some things that we look forward to hear about how the MTA is going to take on those challenges. We know that everything that the average strap hanger has to endure and how quickly we can get back to a world-class system is important to people throughout the tri-state area. And we need to understand the MTA's position on how to handle that, both on the state and federal level. With that, we also are very concerned about what the MTA can do with the existing capital plan, what the MTA will be doing to ensure ridership, and what MTA will be able to do to address safety in this particular time. We have many concerns throughout, and I look forward to hearing from my colleagues today and also the unions and all of the other folks that advocates that are interested in where we are with the MTA so that we can be able to do everything we can as a community to try to make changes, improvements, and opportunities so that we can get back to a system that can operate safely and adequately for all. And with that, I'll turn it over. We will hear now from the MTA, who is here, I believe, and Chairman Foy is, I believe, here and ready to give us a statement. And I believe our leadership team is here as well. We'll wait for them to bring them online so that they can start their testimony. Again, thank you all, my colleagues, for being here. I look forward to a robust hearing today.
Thank you. Senator Comrie, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, good morning. I want to acknowledge and thank Senator Comrie, Chair Kennedy, and Chair Portland, and your colleagues for your leadership during these challenging times. I'm joined by my colleagues today, Sarah Feinberg, the interim president of New York City Transit, Bob Foran to my right, who is Chief Financial Officer of the MTA, and to his right, Jan Lieber, who's the president of MTA Construction and Development. I'd like to start with two opening points. First, the very survival of the MTA and the existence of millions of jobs lies squarely in the hands of the federal government. Continued federal indifference and inertia on a relief bill will exact a heavy toll on the MTA, our heroic workforce, and millions of hardworking New Yorkers, our customers in the New York region, and people all over the state of New York working on MTA projects, rail cars, buses, signaling, and more. Second opening point I'd like to make is a word about the Great Depression. We measure financial and social calamity in the United States against the Great Depression. Millions thrown out of work and out of their homes. You may be surprised to know that the effect of the COVID-19 pandemic, exacerbated by federal inaction, has exacted a far greater toll on MTA subway ridership. There was no MTA back then, of course, which at its worst was down 95% this spring, and today is down approximately 75%. Subway ridership after the October 1929 stock market crash peaked in 1930 at slightly over 2 million riders and declined modestly, about 12% by 1933 in the following years. We have never, New York has never, even during the Great Depression of the 1930s, seen ridership declines as severe and as sustained as those we are experiencing right now. And we have never, New York has never, even during the Great Depression, seen revenue losses like today's. Last time we appeared before you in January, the MTA was doing remarkably well. We reported 6 straight months of on-time performance above 80%, the highest ridership since 2017. We projected a surplus for this year of about $81 million. The historic $51.5 billion MTA capital program had just been approved by the CPRB. MTA transportation revenue bonds were rated AA or AA-, depending on the agency. Now the MTA is facing an unprecedented crisis brought on by COVID-19 pandemic, which has devastated our agency. It's affected our heroic workforce. We mourn and grieve the loss of every one of our 131 colleagues who has tragically succumbed to the virus. We will never forget them. It's also obliterated MTA finances. We are facing $16 billion of aggregate deficits through 2024. We urgently need $12 billion from the federal government to get us through the remainder of 2020 and 2021. Our top priority remains safety, first and foremost, of our customers and our employees. I'm proud to say that the MTA led transportation agencies nationwide for aggressive response and continue to set the example for agencies across the country. We've adapted in real time as researchers and scientists have learned more about the virus. We're running service to move New York City through the peak. MTA operating personnel were heroes moving heroes, carrying essential workers such as first responders, healthcare workers, fellow transit workers, those working in grocery stores, pharmacies, police officers, firefighters, etc. Now, as we run near normal service, ridership is depressed. As of last week, Subway, about 1.3 million riders daily, down 75%. On buses, 1.2 million riders, down 40%. Long Island Railroad ridership down 76%, Metro North down 83%. Revenues have also declined dramatically. We're focused on protecting customers and employees. There's no evidence to date that public transportation any place in the nation or around the world has contributed to any virus clusters, whether here in New York, around the nation, or around the world. We've worked closely throughout the entire pandemic with federal, state, and local health officials and taken their guidance. We've instituted comprehensive cleaning and disinfecting programs which have been implemented system-wide. In the beginning, we started with high-touch surfaces in each station once a day and every single train car. Bus and transit and paratransit vehicle at least once every 72 hours. Shortly after that, we increased to disinfecting each station at least twice a day, with rolling stock disinfected at least once a day, but often more. Surveys of our customers show that 70% of customers say the subway system, stations, and subway cars are cleaner than ever. And we've gone above and beyond to keep mass transit safe. We implemented on May 6th the first overnight closure in the subway's 116-year history. We did that to allow every subway station and car to be disinfected on the regime that I just described. To serve those traveling during these periods, we've added bus routes and added more bus routes. We've been piloting with our Chief Innovation Officer innovative new technology and cleaning materials, from ultraviolet sea light to antimicrobials to electrostatic sprayers, and are now doing a proof of concept on far ultraviolet light. Mask, mask, mask. The most important thing that our customers can do to protect themselves and protect their fellow commuters and our employees is to wear a mask. Wearing a mask is the law of the state of New York as a result of Governor Cuomo's executive order. It's the right thing to do also to protect yourself, fellow commuters, and our employees. And no one is welcome on public transit without a mask. We've been going beyond that. We're offering free masks, hand sanitizers in stations. We've installed dozens of PPE, personal protective equipment vending machines in subway stations, Long Island Railroad stations, and Metro North. We've installed dozens of, in addition, we're piloting mask dispenser boxes on buses. We have a mask force, volunteers who've gone out in the system. I've done it myself on the 7 line, E, 4, 5, and 6, and bus lines in Queens, to hand out masks to those few who don't have them, and to give them to other customers who may need them tomorrow or for the next trip. And we've been robustly communicating through PSAs and messaging in stations, on subway cars, on buses, on commuter rails, etc. The Long Island Railroad developed a new app, and we're piloting on buses to share real-time crowding information about crowding conditions to help riders make informed choices. We're looking to expand that. In terms of protecting our heroic employees, since March 1st, we distributed over 6.4 million masks, 8.4 million pairs of gloves, nearly 60,000 gallons of hand sanitizer, about 5.6 million sanitizing wipes, and nearly 160,000 gallons of cleaning solution. We created the first in the nation temperature brigade to check employees as they arrive to work. We implemented rear door boarding in cooperation with our unions on buses on March 20th to protect operators. We plan on resuming fare collection on August 31st with new protections in place to minimize health risks to bus operators. We've installed plexiglass and vinyl barriers on buses, vans, share rides, and Access-a-Ride, and required new training for Access-a-Ride drivers and operators. We established a first in the nation generous family benefit programs for the families of fallen transit workers, a $500,000 payment to the family members, and up to 3 years in health benefits. To date, payments to 14 families have been processed, working with others to make sure they get what they need. Sarah Feinberg has appointed ambassadors to work with each of the families. We've extended special line of duty pension benefits to the survivors of fallen employees in accordance with the law passed by the legislature earlier this year. Let me talk briefly about the budget impact. The impact of the COVID-19 pandemic is worse than any crisis we've faced in the past. Worse than the financial situation in the 70s and early 80s, worse than the aftermath of 9/11, worse than Hurricane Sandy, and the Great Recession of 2008, 2009. There was no MTA back then, but worse too than the Great Depression. We project aggregate budget deficits of $16 billion through 2024. 2020 losses are greater than that of 37 of 39 states surveyed in a recent survey for 2020, and 35 of 39 surveyed states in 2021. Today, the MTA is losing about $200 million a week in revenues from losses in fares, tolls, subsidies, and COVID-related expenses. Our sole focus now is on survival, how to reduce costs, maintain service, and minimize reductions in force while protecting the capital program. We're doing everything we can to cut down on non-essential spending. We are on track to achieve annual recurring savings of $3.5 billion by 2020. And we've renewed the need for transformation. We're already started streamlining operations through consolidation and reduction of primarily 1,000 administrative positions, mostly through attrition. Outside of federal funding, none of our options are good. We'll be discussing the following options with our board tomorrow, as we have in the past 2 months. No resolution will be tabled tomorrow, nor will any vote be taken. Fiscal calamity may force us to take draconian actions in the following areas. First, wage freezes. Second, fare and toll hikes above those planned. Third, reductions in service and reductions in workforce as a last resort. The capital plan, as most of you know, is already on pause. Gutting it completely might provide short-term relief, but with a devastating long-term impact, perpetuating cycles of disinvestment and inequity in communities not served by the existing system. We would be forced to sacrifice, if we don't get federal funding, projects large and small that each of you has advocated on behalf of your constituents. That includes resignaling subways, ADA accessibility projects, vital state of good repair work, and mega projects like 2nd Avenue Subway Phase 2, which would extend the 2nd Avenue Subway into 125th Street in Harlem, and Penn Station Access, which would include the building of 4 new stations in the Bronx. The impact of gutting the capital plan would be felt not only in the New York City region, but statewide. As you all know, and I know this is important to each of you, including Senator Kennedy, Chairman Kennedy, the MTA works with vendors all over the state. Kawasaki in Yonkers, Provost in Plattsburgh, Cubic in Buffalo, J-Track in Senator Comrie's district in Queens. Borrowing to pay operating expenses might keep the lights on at a high cost, but brings no tangible benefit. As you know, our credit rating has been downgraded 4 times since the pandemic, making it more expensive to borrow. Last week, the MTA sold $450 million in notes to the Federal Reserve, through the Federal Reserve, only the second public entity to do so after the state of Illinois. The MTA accessed the municipal liquidity facility when public market demanded substantially higher rate of interest. Let me conclude by underlining the desperate need for federal assistance. The U.S. Senate must act now and allocate an additional $12 billion to the MTA immediately for operating expenses this year, the remainder of 2020, and next year. The latest Republican proposal shamefully ignored the needs of mass transit nationwide. CARES Act funding for the MTA was exhausted on July 24th. And frankly, we can't wait any longer for additional help. You all know that the MTA is the lifeblood in New York. No economic recovery and job recovery without a strong MTA is possible. The next round of COVID relief bill must include $12 billion for the MTA to help us get through the remainder of this year and 2021. I'll end where I began. The survival of public transportation in New York and millions of jobs is squarely in the hands of the federal government. Continued federal indifference and inertia will exact a heavy toll in human terms. The decline in ridership on subways and beyond caused by COVID-19 dwarfs the damage done by the Great Depression. It is past time for the federal government to act on an emergency basis to keep the subways, buses, paratransit vehicles, commuter rails, and bridges and tunnels running. Thank you, and we welcome your questions.
You're muted, Assemblywoman.
Got it. Yeah. Thank you very much. It's certainly sounds as worse as we had anticipated. Or I have several questions, but I know there's two senators and me. So why don't we, do a? Why don't I turn it back over to the Senate for their questions, and then I'll go since I went first. Each chair has 5 minutes for their questions, and then members have 3 minutes each for those members who were not on the pre-call. I know that since I made the first announcement, Rebecca Seawright and Bobby Carroll have joined us. So with that, Senator Kennedy, Senator Comrie, who wants to go first?
I traditionally wait till after the members ask questions to ask mine. I was going to say that we've been joined by Senator Louis Sepulveda, and I believe that was it that just joined us. So I will defer to the members to ask their questions first. Or Senator Kennedy, do you want to ask questions first?
Sure, I'll get the conversation started here. I want to talk a little bit about, and first of all, thank you, Chairman Foy and your team for being here today, for participating, and for your leadership throughout this entire crisis and beyond. Overnight subway service was suspended from 1 a.m. to 5 a.m. for system cleaning. That seems to be a major point of contention among the ridership. Can you talk a little bit about your process moving forward? I know some of my colleagues even have legislation to rectify that timing to make sure that the system continues to function into the future for 24/7 as it always has. If you could speak to that, please.
Chairman Kennedy, happy to do that. I don't accept the premise of the advocates actually for a couple of reasons, right? We're carrying on the subways 1.3 million, 1.4 million riders a day. The number, and every customer is important and deserves first-class service. The number of customers carried in the 1 a.m. to 5 a.m. period is about 1% of that number. It varies in a 10 to 15,000 number, but approximately 1% of our riders. And we're inconveniencing those riders, we recognize, but we have dramatically increased the bus service available to those customers. The reason we are inconveniencing those customers is really twofold. One is, in order for New York City Transit teams led by Sarah Feinberg to be able to disinfect every station and every subway car multiple times a day. And that is a public health essential action. It also reassures our customers, and I reported the statistics in my brief opening remarks, that 70% of those customers have reported that they've never seen the subways or subway stations or cars as clean as they are today. That is important. And obviously going forward, given our financial situation, we're focused on the financial side. So I don't accept the premise of the riders, and I think the 1 a.m. to 5 a.m. closure by enabling New York City Transit teams and TWU personnel to disinfect the stations benefits every customer.
Thank you. Do you expect that overnight service to return? And if so, when?
Chair Kennedy, as we've said many times, we will continue disinfecting while the pandemic continues. I'll also say that we are preparing and have been for some months for a second wave that we hope does not come, and we're rooting for an early end to the pandemic, and we'll rely on public health officials for that determination.
Thank you. We've heard some concerns about, particularly from the Metro North employees, about the level of service being a little over 60%, which has caused a decrease in the ability for them to properly social distance. Can you speak to that and what equation is used for that service, and what we can do to make sure that, number one, the proper service is provided, number two, those that do use the service are able to maintain social distancing and other precautions?
So Senator Kennedy, Chair Kennedy, I'm going to disagree with the premise again, with all due respect, and I realize it's a question coming from Metro North union officials, and we're respectful of that. The thing we have to take into account is Metro North is carrying 17% of pre-pandemic passenger volumes. At 65%, one could argue that we're providing more service than is necessary, A, and B, more service than we can provide. As I mentioned, one of the alternatives that, and it's not just the commuter rails, but we're going to have to look at the entire agency if we don't get the federal funding, $12 billion for the remainder of the year, 2020 and through 2021, we're going to have to look at service reductions and reductions in workforce. That is not something that we want to do. Those are last resort actions. But I think given the ridership on Metro North, which has been stubbornly stuck at 17% for days and weeks now, I think we're providing sufficient service. The other thing I will say is President Kathy Rinaldi, the president of Metro North, has been vigilant in looking for overcrowding situations. The service has been tweaked in cases, but given 17% ridership levels, compared to pre-pandemic levels, we believe we're providing sufficient service on both the Long Island Railroad and Metro North. I ride the Long Island Railroad daily, and I can report, as Kathy and her team have reported with respect to Metro North, there is, I haven't seen, frankly, crowding on any Long Island Railroad train. I don't ride every branch. I ride the Port Washington branch, as I did this morning, took the 645 out of Port Washington, and I believe we're providing an appropriate level of service.
Thank you, Chairman. I see my time is up. I just want to two things. One, clarify that was a concern from the Metro North employees, not LIRR. But aside from that, I also want to reiterate what you said at the top of your comments. And again, thank you and your team for your leadership, but the federal government has to come through and help us here. And without that, we're going to be in a world of pain that none of us want to see. And we just have to keep our eye on the ball and continue to focus and pressure the federal government to do the right thing by the people of New York and, quite frankly, the nation. Again, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. I think I will follow the lead of my fellow Corps chair and let the members speak first, and then I'll speak at the end of that on the Assembly side. The first Assembly speaker is Bobby Carroll.
Thank you, Chair Paulin, and good morning, Chair Foy. We've been waiting a long time for the federal government. We've been playing this game since March, asking desperately for the federal government to help New York in all of its dire financial needs. And there have been some successes early on, but very few recently. Are there any other avenues that you've discussed with the MTA board or others about raising the requisite revenue so that we do not have an operating death spiral? My fear is that, if we are trying to revive New York's economy or get people back to school, if suddenly the MTA again reduces service further on subway or bus lines, like you suggested, it will become so much harder to pull ourselves out of this rut.
So, Assembly Member, the COVID-19 pandemic is an international issue. It's a national issue. It requires a national solution. The federal government, as you suggested, did provide $3.9 billion in the CARES Act. That was important funding. We exhausted that in the middle of July. We were the first public transit agency in the country to exhaust its funding because our revenue declines, tolls and fares and subsidy payments have been so depressed. Given the financial situation of the state, and I will defer to all of you as legislators and policymakers at the state level, but given the financial situation of the state and the city, both of which are appropriately asking for help from the federal government it would be, first, we welcome any revenue from any source. But it would be inappropriate, and I believe under the circumstances, to expect the state or the city to come to the MTA's rescue. And the only level of government that has the capacity to do that is the federal government, as it did on the first round of CARES funding. And it is absolutely essential that we get $12 billion of funding. I want to also just briefly echo Chair Kennedy's remark, which is that the reason to do this is obviously to save the New York City, to save the MTA, but it's also in the national interest to do this, given so much of the nation's gross domestic product is generated here in the region, nearly quite 10% of that.
Before my time runs out, Chair Foy, I want to make the point that, there is a federal election happening in November. There may be big changes in DC come January, but that's a long time for New Yorkers who are holding on to their businesses, their homes, their schools to be waiting. What can we do now? Either by looking at the capital budget, looking at new revenue sources so that we can get ourselves past this period. Because I don't think you're going to see any political changes or choices being made between August 25th and November 4th. And that's a long time.
Thank you.
So, Assembly Member, here's what I'd suggest. First, you all are in a better position to predict the national election than I, and I defer to you on that. Here's what the MTA is doing. First, the capital plan, regrettably, the new capital plan, $51.5 billion, is on pause. We're not happy about that. The capital plan includes projects that every one of you advocated for on behalf of your constituents. And if you're outside the MTA region, it includes projects that will benefit manufacturing and fabrication plants literally in every region of the state. What the MTA is doing is reducing cost. In 2021, our financial plan includes a reduction of $800 million. Working with the agency presidents, we've identified well over $500 million of non-personnel, non-service reduction costs in 2021. And that's thanks to Sarah Feinberg and Phil Eng and Kathy Rinaldi and Danny Druconsenzo and Craig Cipriani. I believe there's more to come, but there's a limit to how much expense we can take out. And the only way that we can bridge this gap is with $12 billion of aid from the federal government, period.
Thank you. Senate?
We've been joined by Senator Brad Hoylman and Senator Shelley Ramos. I believe the first questioner on the list, Stanley. Take it away, please.
Senator Todd Kaminsky for 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you so much, chairs, and thank you so much, Chairman Foy. Can you please tell us how we are doing on the timetables for the for East Side Access and the Belmont Station?
Sure. Let me call on my colleague, Janno Lieber, Senator.
Hi, John.
Hi, Senator Kaminsky. We are on schedule for both projects. And we're on schedule for a third track, which is, I know, something that you've been involved with over the years, the Long Island Railroad Expansion Project. Yesterday, we opened the grade crossing at New Hyde Park Road. So we continue to remain on schedule for all of those major projects at this time.
Okay, thank you. Chairman Foy, I hear anecdotally from my constituents that they've had some unpleasant experiences at rush hour, taking the train back and forth with non-mask compliance, and it's made them not want to take the train again. Could you talk about any stepped up efforts you have to make sure that people are wearing masks and that it's properly enforced?
Senator, a great issue. As I mentioned before, the single most important thing that any of us can do is wearing a mask. And that's especially true on public transit. It's the law of the state of New York. Here's what we've been doing. We've been handing out masks on subways, buses, Long Island Railroad, and Metro North. We're going to continue to do that. Long Island Railroad personnel and MTA police have masks and will hand them out. We are going to do everything we can. And Senator, I will tell you, as I mentioned before, I'm writing in my case, the Port Washington branch every day. And I will report, and this is not scientific, but every Long Island Railroad employee I encounter has got a mask on without exception. And my anecdotal count is about 95% of the customers that I see riding the Port Washington line in the morning and the evening have masks. Our goal is universal mask compliance. That's the law because of the executive order that the governor required. We've also, Senator, as you know, been robustly and systematically and repetitively communicating the importance of wearing a mask on Long Island Railroad cars. There's an announcement on every train. There's signage in Penn Station. There's signage at Jamaica. There's signage at Atlantic Terminal. We're gonna keep it up and try to get mask compliance to a universal level, which I realize is probably unrealistic, but I think we're at a very high level and we want to continue that.
All right, thank you. And I'll just end by saying that I don't have any illusions as to the financial predicament that your agency's in, but I think raising the fares on hardworking Long Islanders who already find it very unaffordable to live here will have the opposite impact in terms of driving up ridership. So I just want to leave you with that and thank you for all the work you've done and your agency has done.
Thank you, Senator. And I will say no one wants to raise fares on anybody. We may not have a choice, and we're acutely aware that many of our customers are experiencing real financial challenges and difficulties, and no one looks forward to that. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. On the Assembly side, Assembly Member Steve Otis.
Chairman Foy, thank you, and thank you for your team and your hard work in this crisis. In your opening testimony, you rightly said that the survival of mass transit in New York State is at stake here, but I think survival of mass transit around the country is also at stake. And I'm curious as to what information you have from your colleagues in this industry running public systems around the country are having, and how are they communicating with their representatives in Washington to try and get us to a mass transit solution out of the federal government and that funding that we so desperately need?
So Assembly Member Otis, that's an excellent question. We've been in regular contact with our colleagues across the country. As a matter of fact, we organized 2 or 3 webinars with colleagues from East and West and North and South, red states and blue states. We did one of those webinars together with Senator Schumer and John Samuelson from the International President of the TWU. We organized others with leaders from Los Angeles, New Orleans, Philadelphia, Austin, agencies all over the country, again, red states and blue states. We work with APTA, which is the American Public Transit Association, the trade association, if you will. And we have been comparing notes with our colleagues across the country in terms of the latest in cleaning and disinfecting, customer behavior, et cetera. And that input, I think, has been helpful to us. And without being institutionally modest, I think that the MTA has led the way on cleaning and disinfecting and, frankly, advocacy. And I think each of us around the table here, the MTA senior team has been involved in that advocacy and working with our colleagues all over the country. We've also enlisted the help of the business community here in New York, the real estate community here in New York, obviously our labor partners, chambers of commerce of each of the five boroughs, and done calls, webinars, et cetera, with business groups throughout the state.
Well, thank you. And, everyone in state government and legislature, the governor, we're all pushing as well. We need to get that federal money. There really is no other solution.
Amen.
Senate?
Senator Anna Kaplan for 3 minutes.
Good morning, Chairman, and good morning, Chairman Ford. Thank you so much for coming in today and testifying. I'm sure you've seen the Citizens Budget Commission report and yesterday's Newsday cover story that was very critical of the MTA's plan to add 776 positions and 50 million in overtime during what is perhaps the worst fiscal crisis in the agency's history, as you have mentioned this morning. I share the same sentiment concerning about the increase of payroll costs at a time when we need to be delivering more for less. I'm certainly also very cautious and very concerned about supporting any increase in spending right now if it means we need to raise fares on Long Island commuters. That is simply not something we can bear right now. We need to exhaust every alternative path before resorting to fare hikes. So my question is, can you explain to me why this is a good decision right now? And can you explain to me the net impact of the management headcount and the labor headcount at the MTA as a result of this hiring?
Yeah, the short answer, Senator, is that the newspaper report was wrong. We are not planning to hire that number of people. There's a hiring freeze in effect. The MTA headcount is over 2,000 people fewer than it was a year or so ago. We're engaged in an effort right now to eliminate 1,000 primarily management positions. With respect to the Long Island Railroad, we have deferred hiring for East Side Access. We had in the financial plan and in the Long Island Railroad budget, there were hires in 2020 and 2021. We have delayed those. So the report of the CBC and the newspaper report were inaccurate, and we are very focused on reducing headcount further. With respect to a fare increase, I agree with you. Obviously, Port Washington and the area as well as I do. A lot of our neighbors and friends in that area, including the rest of Long Island and the rest of the MTA region, are suffering financially. A fare increase is the last thing they need. It's also the last thing that we want to do.
Thank you. I also share the same sentiment that Senator Kaminsky talked about. I've been still receiving a lot of emails and calls from my constituents who take the ride and are telling me that they feel very uncomfortable because there are people who are in the trains and not wearing masks and no one is telling them anything.
Senator, I understand our goal is to get to 100% mask compliance. We're clearly not there. As someone who rides the Long Island Railroad every weekday, and I'm in Penn Station in the morning and in the evening, mask compliance is high. It is not universal, and we're going to do everything we can on the Long Island Railroad, Metro North, and subways and buses to get it as high as we can. And that is an ongoing effort. But right now we're at a very high level. Public health officials report that at a 50 or 60% mask compliance level, and we're way above that on every one of our agencies. There are substantial public health benefits, and the mask message is one that we're going to continue to drive forward.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next Assembly Speaker is Ron Kim.
Thank you, Chairwoman Pauline. And thank you, Chair Foy and your team for your testimony today. How many MTA workers died from COVID-19?
131.
131. And do you know how many workers were infected from COVID?
Assembly member, give me a second and I'll come back to you with that. I just don't have it at my fingertips.
That's fine. Even a rough ballpark of infection rate among the workers would be helpful. Did the MTA conduct any kind of contact tracing for those workers at the time?
Well, the answer is we're not a public health agency or a hospital. Our Office of Health Services worked with hospitals and the city of New York on contact tracing. Where clusters were identified, employees were directed to go home, to see their physician, and to call into OHS. And that was the practice from the earliest days of the pandemic.
Understood. And do we have a better sense of what what caused the spread and the infection rate? And ultimate question is, are we in a better place to provide PPE and prevent the spread among the workers?
Well, Assembly Member, we never had a shortage of PPE. I recited the numbers in terms of millions of masks, millions of pairs of gloves, and hundreds of thousands of gallons of disinfectant and hand sanitizer. We are hoping there isn't a second wave, but if there is a second wave, we have sufficient inventories of PPE for the present and for going forward, and orders from reputable suppliers for all of the PPE that we need, including being able to provide it to customers. I ought to note that the city and the state of New York have donated a couple of million masks to the MTA, both the city and the state.
Thank you.
For distribution to customers.
Thank you. Just to transition into the finances briefly.
Sure.
I appreciate the external pressures that you're putting on the federal government, and rightfully, you should be doing that until we get every cent that we deserve from the federal government. Have your team looked into the borrowing from the Federal Reserve directly? And have you interacted or had any discussion with the New York Federal Reserve in exploring the municipal liquidity facility, which was created for the first time this year for localities and states to engage directly with the Fed?
So, Assembly Member, that's an excellent question, and I'm going to ask our CFO to tell you what we did last week.
Yes, last week we borrowed $451 million from the Municipal Liquidity Facility at the Federal Reserve. We received an attractive rate for a 3-year obligation of 1.92%. We did this in conjunction with a competitive offering to the bond market. Rates there came in significantly higher, and as we had arranged ahead of time with the bidders and with the Federal Reserve, we reserved the right to reject higher bids and go directly to the Federal Reserve. So again, we did borrow last week a 3-year obligation at 1.92% and saved 85 basis points, which over the 3-year life translates into almost $12 million of lower debt service.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Assembly Member, I'll report that 4,224 MTA employees across the agency tested positive, and more than 10,500 who were out in quarantine have returned to work, which is great news.
Thank you very much. Senate?
Senator Tom O'Mara for 3 minutes.
There we go. Good morning, Mr. Foy. Thank you for testifying here with us today. I do also want to commend you on keeping the train on the track, so to speak, during this pandemic, and the amazing efforts that have gone into making that happen, from the disinfecting the cars and providing PPE to everybody. I do applaud your efforts, and I certainly, as an upstate member of the legislature, fully understand the importance of the MTA to the New York City metropolitan region, as well as the economy of New York State as a whole. in addition to the great jobs that we generate from MTA contracts. And so, I am supportive of it and urging the federal Congress to come together and provide needed relief. I think we all need to keep in mind that this money is not just sitting there in the bank, that any money that's going to come is borrowed money. It adds to our debt, our national debt, and we need to move forward as wisely as we can. But I fully understand the need for assistance to the New York City MTA, as well as I'm sure every metropolitan transportation organization throughout the country. With regards to the capital plan, and specifically the upstate manufacturers that provide equipment services to the MTA, there has been a pending MTA contract entitled R262 for more rail cars, of which manufacturers in my district are in play for, namely Alstom in Hornell, who does great work. But also we have a small Bombardier plant in Steuben County and CAF in Chemung County. So these provide tremendous jobs for these contracts. Can you just tell me where your priorities are in the capital plan right now as it's on pause? What your priorities will be when you're able to come out of the pause, and where R262 stands in that process?
So, Senator, let me start, and then I'll turn it over to Jano Lieber in a second. First, thank you on behalf of the MTA workforce for your kind words about the work being done during the pandemic. We are very aware of the importance of the MTA capital plan to the entire state of New York, especially upstate, including Senator, your district and Senator Kennedy's district, and obviously the North Country, et cetera. And we're very aware of the concentration of rail car manufacturing or fabrication in your district in particular. Obviously, we're not going to talk about any pending procurement, but given that the fact that the $51.5 billion capital plan is on pause right now, that is not good for any manufacturer in the state of New York or that does business for the MTA, and is another critical reason why the federal funding that I described before is essential. Jano.
Just briefly, in response, the capital program, the 2024 program, which includes those rail cars, is on pause right now because of all the financial issues you've been hearing about. That represents the model that you referred to is about half of the rail car procurement projected for subway car procurement projected for the 2020 to 24 capital program. So if we are able to resume it sometime, and it all depends on federal funding, as we have said, again and again, but obviously that would be a significant consideration if the capital program is able ever to resume, if the problems are worked out. In the meantime, we are meeting with Alstom to get a sense of their plans for all of their manufacturing facilities and their manufacturing capacity, both the Alstom plants you referred to, but also the Bombardier plants that they're taking over as part of their absorption of the Bombardier rail operation. So we're using the time to try to become more educated on that partnership, sir.
Thank you.
Senate?
Assembly.
Oh, Assembly, sorry. The next speaker on the Assembly side is Phil Palmisano.
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. And Senator O'Mara actually covered some of the things that I might have talked about, given we're from the same region in upstate New York and the background we have with our upstate rail manufacturers. I had a couple questions on a different area, though, if I could. One that was more specific, if I could just ask this question, just out of curiosity. I know on August 18th, the MTA announced that they're going to be resuming front door entry to the buses after 5 months of only having a rear entry. And I know you touched on this a little bit, but how are you going to keep the bus drivers safe once you start charging the fare and the passengers who are currently entering in the back will be entering in the front, and where they don't have the interaction with the passengers, what steps are going to be taken in place to make sure those bus drivers are safe?
I'm going to ask my colleague, Sarah Feinberg, President of New York City Transit.
Good morning. Thank you for the question. So to answer your question, I'm actually very proud of the New York City Transit bus team. They have come up with an innovative barrier that is being installed on our buses now. It is a hard plastic barrier that basically separates the operator from riders who will be boarding in the front of the bus. And obviously those barriers take some time to install. And so in the meantime, we also have temporary barriers that are in place between the operator and the riders. And we've also taken a couple of additional steps. We've moved the white line that you may be familiar with that separates riders from the operator back a bit as well. And obviously continuing our disinfection program.
Okay, thank you. I have one other question I wanted to ask. Does the MTA currently have an emergency preparedness plan for natural disasters, pandemics right now? Are you required to have one, and do you have, or do you have one in place?
Short answer, yes.
And as far as the protocols that went on with this pandemic, so those plans that you implemented and followed throughout this situation?
I would say we followed, implemented, and supplemented them and changed and ramped up as we went forward, especially as the science changed. But there was a pandemic plan that was done in 2017, if I recall correctly. The other thing that we are doing, as the infection rate has declined in New York State, we're taking advantage of the situation to put in place a plan for a second wave, which we hope and pray does not happen here in New York. But the answer is yes, we have detailed plans on each of those scenarios.
Okay, thank you. And then one quick question, if I may. I know in the capital plan.
I'm sorry, Assembly Member, your time is up. Senate?
Senator John Liu for 3 minutes.
Senator Liu, we can't hear you.
I think you can hear me, right? All right. Thank you very much to our co-chairs for holding this hearing. Pat, thank you and your team for the work that you guys have been doing. It certainly has not been easy. And we face severe deficits in city government and state government, and certainly looking for the federal government to step up. Now, Pat, I'm just trying to, I understand that the MTA needs help. We all need the federal government to understand that this pandemic is a national emergency that requires a national response, as you stated. But I'm trying to understand what you're asking for, right? You've already gotten $4 billion, not you, the MTA's already gotten $4 billion, $3.9 billion from the federal government in the first act, the CARES Act. And you're saying that the MTA needs another $12 billion on top of that? I mean, the entire state of New York is facing a revenue shortfall of $14 billion. The city of New York, depending on who you're asking, when you're asking, it ranges anywhere from $3 to $9 billion. But the MTA needs another $12 billion?
Senator, the short answer is yes. To be clear, that's for the remainder of 2020 and for the remainder of 21. And for the full year 21, the decline in tolls and fares, which is about 50% of our revenue, and the decline in subsidies that the legislature has put in place over a period of years have been so dramatic and so precipitous, but that's the amount that we need. And Bob, would you add anything?
It's just that again, because we're so heavily dependent here at the MTA on fares and tolls, more so than any other transit property, when you have such a precipitous drop in ridership, it hits it hard.
So the $12 billion is basically a 2-year shortfall, is what you're saying?
That's
You're saying
right. And
for the rest of 20 and 21.
that's correct, sir. And
So
as
are you saying that we're not going to get back to normal before December 2021 or January 2022?
the
I mean,
projection,
that's what the $12 billion will be based on.
the projections that we have, and these are based on studies that were done by McKinsey in the springtime, updated in June, that we are continuing to monitor because, again, nobody knows what the projections really will be. But they are projecting that toll revenues will not get back to close to pre-pandemic until the end of 22, and that fares will not get back to close to pre-pandemic levels until beyond the first quarter of 2023. And it's projecting, and we're looking at it, that the subsidies, dedicated taxes and such will still be weak and below current level or prior levels going into 23 and 24. This is just an extended period.
Well, I mean, I don't know if McKinsey.
Sorry, Senator, your
talked
time
about
is
the
up.
Pentagon also, but the MTA's estimates seem a
Senator,
little.
I'm sorry, your question time is up.
Thank you, Ashley.
You're welcome.
So I just want to also announce that we've been joined by Yulene New, and we have no other assembly speakers, so I will take the liberty to ask my questions. The first question I have is the payroll mobility tax obligation resolution to establish a new bond credit for the PMT was submitted to the CPRB earlier this year and subsequently withdrawn. Would approval of this resolution be helpful? How much money are we talking about?
The payroll mobility tax resolution, we believe, will be a high quality credit in the marketplace, a AA, perhaps a very strong AA, versus the transportation revenue bond that we have now, which has been the workhorse for years. It's what we call the fare box bonds. That is what has been downgraded recently now to the BBB+ level. Having a high quality credit would be helpful for us and would reduce cost significantly. We believe that, it would easily save us well over, 1.5 percentage points.
Thank you. The capital projects, I know we've spent some time talking about them. Is there any anticipation of moving some of the 2024 capital projects into the earlier plan and moving the others out as we saw, which we did see for cars to LIRR, just for projects that are safety oriented?
Well, right now, what we are doing is we have the all the projects that are ongoing right now are moving forward. And I just want to convey to the committees that we kept 500 projects going right through COVID, and many of them have been able to be delivered early because of the additional access to track and outages and so on. So we took advantage of the time. We had a very low infection rate of our workforce. So that is a success story that we can build on. But right now, what we're doing is we're moving forward the existing projects, and the only projects, Chair, that are going forward in the 20 to 24 program is in-house work and federally funded work, use it or lose it money that comes from the feds. Otherwise, we're stopped. The evaluation of of how to rejigger things and what might be capital program amendments awaits the resolution of our urgent ask for $12 billion. That's really what we need to know before we start to evaluate how we're going to delay or adjust or retime projects. But the emphasis that we're starting to focus on is making sure we always maintain state of good repair and safety, to your original point.
Thank you. Next question. The MTA's July financial plan doesn't assume any reduction in subsidies from New York City. How much revenue do we get from New York City, and what's our risk there?
We received, what we have in the financial plan is $1.465 billion, so almost $1.5 billion coming from the city. About $560 million of that is subsidies for MTA bus, CERTOA, and then also station maintenance. We received a little over 500 million in 18B money, the new internet marketplace sales tax, and paratransit subsidies. We receive about $385 million of urban tax. And then there's, the school aid and things like that, elderly subsidies. Right now, we have no indication that the city is not going to be providing the funds that we are looking for.
Did we anticipate the lower estimate from some of the tax-based revenue?
Yes, we went through and looked at our taxes. And so both taxes coming from the state and taxes coming from the city were part of our reduction through the McKinsey report in lower revenues coming in.
And I do have one last question. Judy Griffin, who could not be at the hearing, asked me to ask a question on her behalf. So I'm going to do that. She has two, and I will, the first question that I won't ask pertains to the 2012, or as you say now, the 2017 former pandemic plans. I wonder if we could just get a copy of that so she can see what that looks like. Her question relates to workers acting as a guide to less populated cars. As some of the other members indicate, I'm sure this is true on the subways too. I'm more familiar with Metro North, but the LIR, Metro North, clearly from this hearing and from my own experience, we have a lot of riders very concerned with masks and also populated cars. So could there be an effort on the part of the workers to help riders to move and indicate where they might move to less populated and perhaps more obliging mask-wearing ridership?
So, Chair Pollan, we will get that document that your colleague requested. The answer to her question is yes, and there's actually an app that's been developed by the Long Island Railroad, which indicates how crowded train cars are. It works effectively. I check it most mornings. Metro North is working to develop one as well. And Sarah, do you want to talk about buses for a second, please?
Sure. We are. We have an app that and I'm blanking on the name of the tool right now, but it applies to about 40% of our buses. And for those riders who are standing at a bus stop, waiting for a bus and trying to make a determination about which bus to choose, we're providing information about how busy and how many riders are on that bus, at what capacity it's functioning at. So it's not everywhere yet. We would love for it to be everywhere, and I think it will be in the coming years if we can get the money and if the capital program can get restarted. But eventually that will give riders all of the information they need about the capacity of the all of the approaching buses.
Thank you.
Chair Pollan, for your colleague from Long Island, from the South Shore of Long Island, the Long Island Railroad app is called Long Island Railroad Train Time, developed by Phil Lang and his talented team at Long Island Railroad, and that should be helpful to her and her constituents.
Thank you. I now turn it back over to the Senate for the remainder of their questioners.
Senator,
if I could interrupt, this Senator O'Mara, if I could interrupt for one moment. My understanding is that Senator Mike Ranzenhofer is in the waiting room trying to get in for some time now as the ranker on corporations. I'd like some effort to be made to get him into our group, please.
Yes, Senator O'Mara, our tech team is working with him now. Thank you. Senator Sepulveda for 3 minutes.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, Senator.
Oh, I'm sorry about the virtual background. I am on my way to do a PPE and food drive, so forgive me for not being in a better location. But I have two questions, and firstly, thank you, Commissioner, and all your staff that are participating in today's hearing. Two questions. I have one of the busiest train stations in the entire city of New York, the Parkchester train station. I believe it's the second busiest station after Yankee Stadium. I have a large disabled population. And my first question is, I know we have some disability funding and elevators and so forth making the system more ADA accessible for a plan that goes up to 2034. But I want to make sure whether that plan is going to continue what we're doing today for people that are disabled to get access and be able to enjoy the system. And then my second question is, what are the metrics established to restart service after 1 o'clock in the morning for the city?
Jana Liebert of MTA Construction and Development, Senator. The 2020 to 24 program, which was approved at the beginning of the year, contains a historic commitment to make 70 stations ADA accessible. And with $5 billion for that purpose, it's literally double all the money that has been spent to create ADA accessibility in the MTA system since the ADA was passed. So it was a huge commitment. But unfortunately, like everything we're talking about in the new capital program, it's being paused because of the uncertainty about federal funding, the need for $12 billion in federal funding to help solve our fiscal crisis. That said, we have advanced aggressively ADA projects wherever possible. I've opened 4 new stations just in the last month, completing work there. We have 10 ADA stations in our acceleration program. So we're really prioritizing ADA within the constraints created by this incredible fiscal crisis.
Senator, with respect to the 1 a.m. to 5 a.m. Closures, those were put in place on May 6th. The closure was put in place on May 6th to allow every subway station and subway car to be disinfected. It has the closure has played a key role in achieving those goals, and as long as the pandemic continues, the closure will continue as well. And I believe you're all aware that we've added a substantial, New York City Transit has added a substantial amount of additional bus service, new routes included to serve customers during that time period.
All right, thank you so much.
Senator Brad Hoylman for 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good to see you, Chairman, and your colleagues. I completely appreciate the enormous deficit that you're grappling with. I did want to ask about should we have a change in a federal administration in January, how quickly will congestion pricing be online to help alleviate some of that deficit? And how does that change your forecast? I don't know if your $16 billion deficit includes a plan for congestion pricing.
So, Senator, that's an excellent question. I have to start with the following observation, right, which is that under state law, the proceeds of central business district tolling are dedicated to the capital plan. Not only are they dedicated to the capital plan, they comprise 30% of the funding in the $51.5 billion capital plan. With respect to the question as to how quickly could central business district tolling be liberated from the hold in Washington, I believe that could happen in a fairly short period of time. The paradoxical observation I would make is that congestion pricing is being held up purportedly for reasons having to do with an environmental review process. And the reason it's paradoxical to me is central business district tolling, congestion pricing, whichever term you like, is a massive environmental good, right? It funds mass transit, it reduces congestion, it improves air quality, and it achieves goals that I think it's fair to say everybody on this hearing today believes in.
So could it be in place next year?
I think next year is a possibility, but certainly the hold that has existed, Senator, since April of 2019, when the legislature passed it. We had our first meeting, some of you are aware, 10 or 14 days later, us being me and a team from the MTA and Commissioner Trottenberg and a team from New York City DOT, and certainly a new look at it would, I believe, accelerate the process greatly.
Second quick question, which is your deep cleaning that happens in your off hours. Are you changing your strategy given CDC guidance or perhaps your own epidemiologists who are saying that transmission on surfaces is less of a concern than, as you say, folks wearing masks? And will there be a cost savings if you actually did not engage in deep cleaning every night?
Hi, Senator. It's Sarah Feinberg. Good to see you.
Nice to see you.
So to answer your question, we have taken an all of the above approach to cleaning. So we've certainly, focused on disinfecting the cars and stations multiple times a day. But we've also, for months now, taken this approach that we should be focused on anything that could spread the virus. And so we've been doing work with a pilot program with UV technology that kills the virus. We've made sure that we're focused on our air filtration systems and our air filters. So, I am slightly hesitant to suddenly take the CDC's word on, the fact that the virus is spread by aerosol as opposed to touch points, because there's just a lack of trust at the moment. But that's why we've focused on all of the above. So we want to make sure that regardless of however the advice and the science changes in the coming weeks and months, we've been on it in every way that we possibly can be.
Thank you.
Senator Jessica Ramos for 3 minutes.
Hi, good morning.
Morning, Senator.
So I have several questions. The first being, I filed a FOIL request on May 7th about the contracts awarded to private contractors who are hiring more younger immigrant workers to clean the MTA subways late at night. Is the information available as to who these private contracts are and what their contracts look like?
So, Senator, I wasn't aware you had filed a FOIL. I don't think there's any reason that we couldn't come back to you promptly with the names of the contractors. I don't have them at my fingertips, and I don't think anybody here in the room does.
Okay, thank you. Bridge and tunnel workers, I understand that over 150 of them were reassigned to offer masks and escort people off the subway for not wearing masks. Are they being used? How is that working out?
Yeah, Senator, bridge and tunnel officers have been redeployed to the subways to help with this distribution of masks. I'm not aware that bridge and tunnels officers have been escorting anybody off the subway, and they have been supplementing Sarah.
I didn't mean to interrupt. I'm sorry. I just meant I'll go next. They're actually on our buses. I think they have been in our subway system, but they're on our buses as well.
Have any NYPD officers been instructed to carry out the same task?
Well, we don't instruct NYPD officers, so I would have to send you to the city for
any
that.
other law enforcement?
Well, we have MTA police who are in the system, and we also have security contractors who are in the system. They're generally offering masks to anyone who doesn't have a mask available, and suggesting that they go to a booth or take a mask from the mask dispenser that's on the bus.
Thank you. Jano, the last time we saw each other, you said you'd take some steps to get rid of the premiums on contracts. And like the most troublesome we've heard from contractors being the one-sided conflict resolutions. Have you taken any steps to remedy this issue?
Yes, actually, the conflict resolution provision that you are referring to has actually been changed, and the standard forms of contract have a third-party resolution process that doesn't make the MTA the sole decision maker, which is something that created both frustration and also cost escalation for contracts. And we're doing a lot of things that I have talked about to improve competition.
All right, I need to stop you right there because I have only a few seconds and I have a question for Ms. Feinberg, which is what are you doing to fix the broken machines to refill the MTA cards? Are we going to fix them or are we just going to ask people to walk to the next station forever?
So if you're referring to the system-wide outage that we had, I think it was 2 weekends ago now, we've continued to investigate why that happened. It seemed to have happened after we did a software update and the MVM machines across the system were out. More typically, we have an outage because we have, a machine that's been vandalized. That happens dozens of times every day, but that's a one-off. Sometimes we have a machine that's down. Again, that's a one-off because it's a mechanical failure. So this is a constant issue that we're dealing with.
Yeah, thank you.
We had Senator Gernardus. Does he still wish to be recognized? Please raise your hand. Next is Senator John Liu for 3 minutes.
We're not allowing second rounds.
Yes, we are. Yes, we are. And Senator Rasenhofer, did he have any questions? He's a ranker. Did he get in?
Yes, he is in, Senator.
Okay, well, let's if he wants to ask a question, he can ask. Senator Rasenhofer, are you there? No? All right, Senator Liu.
I'm here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, Rasenhofer, okay. You there? If you have any questions, Senator?
I do.
All right, you can go ahead now, sir.
Okay, well, thank you. Mr. Foy, listening to your testimony and writing from Port Washington, you talk about the rate of compliance with masks. I'm very far away from the MTA system, but do talk to quite a few people that live down there. And the constant complaint that I have, as was talked about by Senator Kaminsky, is people that you want to ride the mass transit system are simply not doing it because they don't feel that the mass compliance is adequate. And they're just not going to put themselves at risk. So unless something is done along those lines, you're going to continue to have the problems that you have now. And that is that people who want to ride the system or willing to ride the system are simply not going to do it because you're very lax in the way that the enforcement of the mask policy is taking place.
So, Senator, empirically, the Long Island Railroad team reports that mask compliance among employees is universal, and mask compliance among customers is very high. Having said that, because masks are so important, all public health officials agree on that. A, and B, because it's the law of the state of New York as a result of Governor Cuomo's executive order, we are very focused on increasing mask compliance. On the Long Island Railroad, as at the other agencies, masks are being distributed. There are PPE vending machines in Penn Station, for instance. And the Long Island Railroad crews have masks available to customers that don't have them. And not empirically, but anecdotally, my experience on the Long Island Railroad, talking to friends and colleagues, but more importantly, talking to Phil Eng and his team at Long Island Railroad, is that mask compliance, as it is on subways and buses, is very high. We're robustly and systematically and repetitively messaging that on train announcements, materials in stations, materials on Long Island Railroad trains, and our goal is to drive already high mask compliance to even higher levels.
I understand that, but simply trying to do it and then successfully doing it are two different things. I mean, we also know that you're not allowed to have large gatherings, and you hear reports from time to time of young people especially getting together in groups of 100, 200, 300. The law of the state of New York is that you're not allowed to do it. You're not allowed to have mass gatherings. You have to be wearing masks, and people don't. The same applies to the mass transit system, simply because it's the law. And the issue is really not with employees. The issue is with fellow passengers just not abiding by it, and it makes people uncomfortable. So until you solve that problem, notwithstanding the fact that you may have a high compliance rate, until it's better, you're not going to increase the number of people that feel comfortable riding your system.
Well, Senator, our goal is to drive it to 100%. I would suggest that when you talk to your friends and colleagues on Long Island, one thing you may want to refer them to is the Long Island Train Time app, which does provide information on the number of passengers on a particular car, which I think may be useful information. And obviously, there's a degree of self-help that can be exercised here, which is if you see a passenger with a mask on the first train car, it's possible to move to the second, and the Long Island Railroad Train app gives our customers the data and the power to do that.
Nope, I understand that, and the people that I do talk to are using that, and they're moving, and they're moving again, and they're moving again, and they're moving again, and they don't like it. But just reporting an observation of what I'm seeing, and hopefully you'll take that under advisement and hope to improve it even more than where you are right now. So thank you very much.
Senator, thank you for the comments. I can assure you that mask compliance is a focus at every one of the agencies, including the Long Island Railroad. They are already high. We want to drive it higher, and I thank you for the comments.
Thank you.
Senator Gustavo Rivera for 3 minutes.
Can you go to Lou and O'Mara first? Rivera's on a call.
Yes, Senator. Senator John Liu.
Yeah, I'm trying to get on.
We can hear you.
3 minutes.
All right. Oh, there we go. All right. Just continuing on my questioning from the first round, this $12 billion request from the federal government. That, again, that's on top of the $4 billion that the MTA has already gotten. Still trying to understand where that number comes from. There's been sites of 16 billion, of 12 billion, and also where the $2.7 billion in extraordinary expenditures have gone to.
Well, first, in terms of the $16 billion deficits that the chairman mentioned, this year we're still projecting a $3.2 billion deficit. Next year, it's a $5.2 billion deficit. It's a $3.8 billion deficit in 2022. The projection is $1.8 billion deficit in 2023 and $2 billion deficit in 2024. So that is over the period between 20 and 2024. You see,
and that's and Bob, that's after the $3.9 billion have covered a lot of the current short.
That's it. The $3.2 billion deficit this year, Senator, is after we got the $3.9 billion from the CARES Act. So the $12 billion that we've now made the request for, that is the loss that we suffered from, the COVID pandemic from 2020 to 2021. And it also includes the $1 billion that we have not received that we expected to receive in 2021 from congestion pricing. Remember, that was supposed to go into effect beginning of 2021, and we are not receiving that because of the inaction of Washington in approving it.
Look, I mean, I want the MTA to get the federal funding. I think we all do. We also need the federal government, again, for city and state funding. But we also have to be realistic about the MTA's numbers here, right? You're basically saying that after the MTA has already gotten $3.9 billion and is expecting another $3.5 billion of deficit on top of that just in 2020. Now, that's almost $8 billion of deficit, $7.5 billion of deficit. And it's largely because people have stopped riding the subways and buses. They haven't been paying fares for months now. But the total fare revenue for the entire year is only about a little more than $6 billion. So I'm just not sure where the MTA is coming up with these numbers. You also state that there hasn't been a whole lot of hiring on top of the current workforce. There has been overtime, but the overtime is in the tens of millions of dollars, not hundreds or even billions. So where do you get the numbers from? And we need that. And ultimately, the federal government needs to be able to believe those numbers as well.
The numbers are the numbers. They are in our financial
plan. The numbers
plan.
don't seem to be the numbers.
Well, I'm sorry, Senator, but the numbers are the numbers. And again, we've been disclosing.
How does the MTA get into a $7.5 billion operating deficit just for this year when the total payroll cost, I'm sorry, the total fare revenue is only $6 billion. Even if you lost all of the revenue for this year, which you haven't, it still doesn't add up to $7.5 billion.
The amount of money that we lost in terms of fares and tolls from the pandemic, $5.3 billion in 2020. That is the projected loss this year. The subsidies that we are projecting to lose this year are $1.7 billion. An additional $750 million of cost we were projecting. That's a total this year of $7.8 billion. 45% of our budget that we had in February has either been lost or increased cost. So that is striking. The $4 billion that we received, 3.9 plus a little bit of change that came in from another source, still left us with a $3.8 billion hole created by the pandemic for this year. We found some other money that we think can reduce our deficit this year down to 3.2. But when you look at next year, we are still projecting $3.9 billion in fare and toll losses, almost $2 billion in subsidies, again, high operating costs because of the pandemic, so about $6.6 billion because of the pandemic. So if you take the total losses caused by this pandemic over just the 2 years, it was $14.3 billion. That is 41% of the combined 2-year budget. That's staggering. So even with the $3.94 billion that we received from CARES, we're still in the hole because of this pandemic, $10.3 billion between 20 and 21. And that is just for these 2 years. It doesn't include the losses projected going out. So yes, they are staggering numbers.
Thank you. No one questions that.
Senator Tom
Your time is
O'Mara
up. Next, Senator O'Mara, I believe, is next.
for the final round. This is the last senator.
Senator O'Mara and then Senator Rivera.
Yeah, just turning on. Thank you. Again, just following up on Senator Liu's questioning, because that does raise a lot of issues with me. I was under the impression that the 12 billion was for this year, but you're saying that goes out through 2021. Is the numbers and the years you're talking about, is that based on a calendar year or is your fiscal year?
Senator, calendar year. We're a calendar year company.
Okay. With the pending presidential election and what could come with significant changes, both in the presidency, but also in Congress, wouldn't it be making more sense to making a request to get you through January of 2021? And what would that number be?
We are losing about $200 million a week, okay? So we've got 17 weeks left in this year. That roughly is about $3.4 billion that we would need just to get us to the end of this year. We don't have unlimited reserves. We cannot, continue to spend money unless we have assurance that we're going to receive this federal support. So that is why we were asking for the $12 billion for this year and for next year, so that we don't run off a cliff beginning in January.
Senator, additionally, our board has to act at the November board meeting with respect to the November financial plan, which is in effect the budget for 2021 and beyond. Our board is going to have to make decisions based on the data available to them at the time, would be point one. Point two, given the size and scale of the MTA and the fact that we're losing $200 million a week, doing this on a month-by-month basis, I believe is unwise and would put a critical state agency at risk. I have no visibility into the outcome of the Washington elections at a national level or on a state-by-state level, but that is not a risk, it seems to me, is prudent for the MTA to take.
Well, I would, we haven't really seen anything from the federal government that's been more than 3 or 4 months at maximum. So I think it's unrealistic to be thinking you're going to get a figure that's going to get you all the way through 2021. Certainly with a lot of unknowns. We just simply don't know. We're working on projections. And as we've all seen, projections around this pandemic have varied widely and changed frequently. So, I think we should be making more reasonable requests of the federal government since, again, I'll say all this funding is going to be added debt to the federal government. They're not pulling it out of their pocket, just as New York State doesn't have the resources. The only benefit the federal government has is, frankly, they can print money. But that doesn't do our nation any good in the long run. But I would just ask you to be a little more finite in the requests you have for what we're looking for, maybe a little more realistic on what we can hope to get. Thank you.
Senator, I would just make 2 comments in response. One is, you're right, the pandemic has been unpredictable and has surprised the nation and the world. I would note that most of those unpredictable outcomes have been negative, and the virus is a unpredictable enemy. The other thing is being candid with state legislators and policymakers such as yourselves, with elected officials, with our customers in the federal government. We believe the right thing to do is to ask for $12 billion to get us through the remainder of the year and into 2021. I'm not aware of any state or other agency that is making an ask on a month-by-month basis. And I don't think it would be wise. I think it would be unwise for the MTA to do that. But thank you for your comments.
Does the Senate have any other questioners?
Senator Gustavo Rivera for 3 minutes.
Thank you. It'll be much quicker. It'll be much quicker than that. This is actually from Ms. Feinberg. Thank you all for your testimony today. I just have 2 quick questions. First, what is the name of the app that is being used to track how many people are on buses? Could you tell us that again, please?
It's the bus time tool in our app.
Bus time tool. And as far as the Bronx is concerned, were there particular bus routes where that were assigned to particular, are there routes where this was assigned specifically for in the Bronx? Or how does it work exactly as far as routes?
It's actually bus by bus, not route by route, but happy to share relevant information with you for your district.
Gotcha. So you don't have them right now? So buses can go from route to route?
So the way we track this information is through APTs, which are on about 40% of our buses. And so I can't tell you off the top of my head which buses they're on,
Gotcha.
but we're happy to share it with you, and we're trying to put them on more buses at all times.
Okay. Just hoping that it's for high traffic areas like Fordham Road, places like that have a lot of people in them, but obviously would be most useful in those areas. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Feinberg.
That concludes the
That's
list.
it. Thank you so much. I see no other hands raised for testifying today. We really appreciate your.
Chairman, I haven't asked my question yet.
Sorry, Senator. Yeah.
Okay. I appreciate that, but I do want to thank the MTA for being here today, and I appreciate you taking the questions from the members, and we still have a lot of other questions to ask you. Number one, just following up on the question that Senator Kaplan asked regarding the hiring, can you explain how they got it wrong, since in the July plan, that was the July financial plan, it still says that you're hiring 776 people, and can you break that down and explain to us exactly what that means?
Yeah, Senator, the July financial plan won't be formally amended until November, and we have hired fewer people than we're budgeted for. And we are down 2,000 people compared to beginning of the year.
So in other words, you're saying that the hiring is not going to happen, and you don't need to fill any positions at all at this particular time?
No, I'm not saying that, Senator. There, Chairman, there are certain, for instance, positions for bus operators that need to be filled. But we have a hiring freeze in effect, except with respect to operating positions or positions involving safety or public health. And one of the disciplines that we have put in place is to be very rigorous in not hiring unless absolutely necessary. And that's why the number of actual people on the payroll was down 2,000, and that discipline is going to continue. And for instance, the assumption was that we'd be hiring for East Side Access, which will be completed in 2020, and we have deferred that hiring and will continue to defer it. To be clear, these are not construction positions. These are Long Island Railroad positions that would be staffing the East Side Access terminal when it opens.
Okay, thank you. And I just want to continue to highlight the hiring and the transparency piece. I want to congratulate Sarah Feinberg on her realization that there was not enough transparency as far as who is and working at the MTA. And can you kind of expound on where we are with that? Have you been able to discern and get the transparency to understand who is actually working there?
Good morning, Senator. We are well into our project of trying to develop a tool that allows us to see all employees and all of their contact information and their reporting structure in real time. And the focus for this, I think, is as we head into what could potentially be another surge or a second wave of the pandemic, the most important thing in my mind is making sure that I can reach employees at, whether it's their cell phone or their home, to let them know that they've been quarantined or possibly exposed, or be able to reach their family members or ask them to get, suggest that they get tested as quickly as possible. So we're well into that.
Thank you. I was bringing that actually around to the point of what your total staff is and whether there can be redundancies that are eliminated. You talk about saving 3.5 billion in internal savings. Can you go into detail as to what that would be and where you think that $3.5 billion will be coming from?
I'm happy to take the question. I think you may also want to hear from Chairman Foy, but I'm happy to start.
Yes, just to everybody. I'm sorry.
Okay, got it. I don't know how many savings we will be able to realize just from the process of compiling all the employee information, but undoubtedly there'll be some savings there, I'm sure. But inevitably, the savings that we've compiled and our efforts to, bring savings to the table, as every agency president or as every agency has done, it mostly involves, where can we make internal cuts? What are there, places where, we were getting by with something and we're just going to have to get by on less. So overtime certainly is something that we're looking at. Real estate is something that we're looking at, office space. Obviously the last thing that we want to do is get to a point where we are impacting service or impacting our workforce. And so, of the 3.5 billion in internal cuts, I'm sure we're willing to share more, but it's basically, as you can imagine, cutting everywhere that you possibly can before you get to layoffs, furloughs, and service cuts.
Well, we'd like to see the details on that as soon as possible. I'm gonna just be respectful of time and ask a few other questions in a bundle. I do want to get the list of all of the emergency contracts that have been put out with COVID. As the earlier senator had asked, Senator Ramos, we wanted to find out how these contracts were let and who they were let to. I wanted to get an understanding on if there's been an update on the debarment issue that a lot of contractors were concerned about as well. The issues of dealing with and how we ask the federal government for money. Senator Lieu and Senator O'Mara brought up salient points about what we actually need and how we can be most effective in getting that money. We would really need to want to help you on that, but we need to be clearer on that. It did not come out. It was very muddy today as to trying to figure that out. But my final question is, and we have other questions that we have to send you. The capital plan, what did the current capital plan that you're in now, what are the, what's going to, you talked about making sure that third track and other work is being done. Can you give us a status of where you are with your current capital plan that has already been funded, and do you have all the money to complete that plan?
The projects that are underway, the projects that are underway where there are contracts that have been committed to and projects that have been committed to are continuing with no slowdown or hiccup. So the key is if there is and the vast majority of the 15 to 19 program was committed to and was underway before COVID hit. But there are some 15 to 19 capital plan projects were not committed to before the COVID crisis hit, and we have placed those predominantly on pause, as well as the 20 to 24 program. The exception, as I said earlier, is in-house work where we use our own forces and we have to pay them one way or the other, so we should move that work forward, and federally funded projects, which are we call use it or lose it funds. Otherwise, everything is on hold that hasn't been committed to.
Thank you. And then just employee question. We've gotten complaints from employees that they haven't been able to get masks or PPE when they've asked for it. Is there a process in place to ensure that every person across the MTA system can get PPE when they need it? And
Yeah, Senator, as I mentioned earlier, we have distributed since March 1st millions and millions of masks, 8.1 or well over 8 million pairs of gloves, disinfectant, hand sanitizer.
I heard that part, but the question is, if a person shows up to work and they don't have the equipment, can they get equipment that day? Or is there a limit to how much equipment a person can get each week, or how's that breaking down?
Senator, I can take the question as it pertains to transit. I mean, we have directed and asked of our employees, anytime that you show up at work and you feel like you do not have adequate PPE, raise your hand, tell your manager, and you will get it.
Will that work for the Metro North and Long Island Railroad too? Because we've gotten complaints from members. I'm looking at this letters and testimony from Metro North and Long Island Railroad. Is that the same policy?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, thank you. I know I'm over time. I want to thank you all. We have plenty of other questions that we want to submit. We hope to hear more from you. I know that you have a special hearing tomorrow before your board. Can you give us some kind of idea what you're going to talk about tomorrow?
Yeah, Senator, I expect we'll explore a lot of issues of these same issues. As I mentioned, no resolution will be put to the board for action. No vote will be taken. It's a further discussion of the desperate need for federal funding, $12 billion to cover losses through the remainder of 2020 and the full year 2021, and actions that may have to be taken, which I outlined earlier. No decision will be made. And we'll be reporting, as Bob did today, on the financial situation of the MTA.
Okay, thank you. To the members, anybody watching, my cell phone died, so if you're trying to text me right now, you can't get through. But I just want to thank the MTA and for being here. And you know, we still have a lot of questions. I do have some concerns and some disagreements with some of the statements regarding the accessibility, and you know, I hope that we can get all of those resolved. As far as we have constituents that are complaining from the Long Island Railroad and the Metro North that the sanitizer is not available at the stations, and when you hit the machine a lot. I understand there's a lot of challenges to making all this happen, and I hope that we can all work together in a spirit of cooperation and outreach to make that happen. I want to thank my co-chairs for this. We do have other folks to hear from today, but I'm going to just close out my end of the MTA, and I look forward to working with you to try to get whatever we can from the federal government. Hopefully there will be a federal government that's more favorable next year, but we still have to fight this year to get whatever we can because the need is just that real. Thank you very much, and I'll turn it over to my co-chairs for final statements on the MTA. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman Comrie. And again, thank you to you, Chairman Foy, and to Bob Ferran, Jana Lieber, and of course, Sarah Feinberg. We appreciate you being here and answering these questions extensively. We look forward to our continued work together. We all have a lot of work to do, so we are just warming up. Thank you.
Thank you all very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. Our next panel.
You muted yourself.
Yeah, I know. Our next panel, oops, that's why I did it. Our next panel is panel 2. We have Anthony Utano, Robert Kelly, Anthony Simon, Jose DeJesus, Mark Henry, and Ed Valente. And do they have an order of preference?
Huh? Yeah.
I understand that Mark Henry had a family emergency. We hope he's okay. So he will not be participating.
I guess I'll go first. They're all muted, so I guess I get first shot. It doesn't matter.
Go ahead, Tony.
We're good?
Go ahead, Tony.
Good morning.
Good morning. Different screen here now. Can I start? You guys can hear me okay?
We sure can.
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. You look great. Go for it.
Yes.
Okay. So my name is Tony Utano. I'm the president of Transport Workers Union Local 100, the union that moves New York. We represent more than 46,000 workers in the transportation section. Nearly 40,000 of these workers operate, maintain, and clean the city's subway and bus systems for the MTA. We also represent workers at private bus companies, including Liberty Line Transit in Westchester County, also at New York Waterway, the school bus and tour bus industries. I want to thank the members of these important committees for bringing the workers' perspective to the issue at hand, the impact of the pandemic on the MTA, including its workforce, infrastructures, and finances. Before I go any further, I would also like to thank the members of these committees for enacting the accidental death benefit legislation for the beneficiaries of the essential public sector's workers who lost their lives to COVID-19. This sent a powerful message to those who are carrying the fight against this disease that you have their backs. As I stated in official announcement of this hearing at this time, as I state, 131 MTA workers have died of the virus. The majority of them were members of TW Local 100. The remainder were members of Amalgamated Transit Union and other unions. No one at New York City Transit was immune. But these are just numbers, and they don't tell the story of who these wonderful people were, the vital jobs they did in the fight against this pandemic, and of course, the important lives they lived outside of their jobs as transit workers. Some were relatively new to the job, and some had more than 35 years of service. They were from every department in transit: buses, subway, stations, car equipment, bus maintenance, cleaners, track workers, single structures, and power. Almost all were loving parents and heads of household. One was an immigrant from the Dominican Republic who served his adopted country in the United States Army. He was just 41 years old and left a grieving wife and young son. Another was an immigrant from Egypt who had worked in the oil fields of Saudi Arabia. After his expenses, he sent every dime he made back to his wife and 3 children in Egypt. It was his dream to bring them all to America. One was an author of a popular fast-paced fiction novels. Another was a deep-sea diver. Another, a beloved pastor of a AME church in Brooklyn. And yet another was so beloved by his passengers in the Bronx that some burst into tears when they were told that they lost their favorite bus operator had died of coronavirus. 3 of our lost brothers were elected officers of Local 100 who got sick while representing their co-workers in the subways. Many other union officers got sick as well, but were lucky enough to survive. One of them is here with me today. He's elected chair of a major division within Local 100. He's Robert Kelly, the chair of Station Division, which represents thousands of station agents, collectors, railroad stock workers, wayfinders, and cleaners. I would ask that he be given the opportunity to say a few words after I'm done with this testimony. It is truly hard to describe the loss felt by the families and by the co-workers left behind in the depots, in the shops, in the barns, and in the crew quarters. Yet transit workers did their jobs every day, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week during the darkest hours of the pandemic. They continue to do it today as the dangers have subsided, but still remain ever present. There is much blame to go around for what has happened to us here in New York and across the country. We see the blame game playing out every day in the media. It is the central debate of the presidential race. It is my opinion that no one was ready for this crisis. Not Washington, not Albany, not City Hall, and certainly not the MTA. The MTA's response in the first days of the crisis was to dust off an 8-year-old pandemic operating plan written after the Ebola scare of 2012. And by the way, I just want to make a note that I've now just learned that they have a 2017 pandemic plan that I have never seen and was never involved in putting together. However, the fact that this union had to threaten service unless bus operators and conductors who wanted to wear their own mask were allowed to do so reveals the depth of the lack of understanding of what was happening in our country. We fought for every change possible in operating safety to mitigate transmission of the disease in those first critical weeks, including indefinite suspension of the Kronos fingerprint timekeeping system, rear door boarding and restricting rider areas for buses, cashless transactions in stations, daily disinfection of work areas and rolling stock, sufficient supplies of mask and hand sanitizer and optional face masks for conductors, a system-wide policy that riders be required to wear masks to get on a bus or train. We also fought hard for the surviving family members. We were successful in negotiating benefits for the families of our fallen heroes. This is a $500,000 benefit. It will not bring back their loved ones, but hopefully it will allow them to rebuild their shattered lives. I believe that our efforts in the media outreach forced the MTA and the city and state to take notice of the crisis of the homeless and mentally ill inhabiting the subways on the overnights, making it difficult to do our jobs and increasing the risk of assaults and virus transmissions. When the MTA ends its temporary suspension of overnight subway service for cleaning, strong enforcement is needed to prevent the homeless from squatting in the system again. The threat to transit workers and passengers from the pandemic is far from over. A second outbreak is a serious risk as schools are set to reopen and the city continues to expand its reopening plans. We want the MTA and the state legislation to commit to the following: no layoffs, Regardless of the financial concerns, layoffs of frontline workers cannot be tolerated. Transit workers are essential workforce. We face the dangers and pay dearly in death and illness for that responsibility. To now be told that our jobs may be expendable because of a financial shortfall is unacceptable. And quite frankly, a break in a vital trust that keeps us coming back to work no matter what the risks. There is no talk of police layoffs, firefighter, or healthcare. We ask this committee to adopt a statement underscoring our position on this matter. No layoffs, no matter what. Enforcement of mask policy. The MTA police, and the transit police must strictly enforce the mask requirement policy. This issue has led to disputes on buses and trains and has caused new concerns of assaults on the workforce and passengers. The MTA claims the mask requirement is being honored by as many as 90% of the riders. However, our Local 100 safety teams have monitored a number of bus routes in Brooklyn and Manhattan, where as much as 40% of the passengers boarded without masks. This is unacceptable. The MTA needs to expand its pilot program of mask dispensing machines to buses and stations across the system. We want the MTA to produce regular reports on the mask mandate, including the effectiveness or the lack of effectiveness of their enforcement policy. Workers and riders must feel the system is safe. Everyone wearing a mask is a vital part of that equation. Bus shields and safe space in subway. Bus operators, train operators, and conductors are the most vulnerable of the transit workforce. Their exposure to the public is constant. Bus operators encounter hundreds of riders every day. The subway, a single train, is capable of holding more than 1,000 passengers. On the buses, the shower curtains are unpopular among operators and viewed as ineffective. We are seeking the full compartment approach for the operators that some agencies in Europe and in a few American cities have already adopted. A permanent solution of the bus shield issue must be accelerated. In the subway, we want a free space or no entry zone established around the crew cabs to improve social distancing for our train operators and conductors. Testing. We ask for regular and rolling testing of percentage of workforce to weed out infected workers without symptoms, to quarantine for the proper time. The military academies, including West Point, Air Force Academy, are testing students like this. We are at war against this disease. We must use every weapon at our disposal.
Mr. Utano, can you please wrap up? Your time has passed.
Okay, I'm almost done. The depth of the loss among the workforce demands that the MTA adopt the strictest and most comprehensive testing measures to avoid a second pandemic. Research. Local 100 has entered into a partnership with the New York University School of Public Health in a comprehensive study on why transit workforce was the hardest hit segment of all essential workers. We launched the study earlier this month. We ask that these committees go on the record in support of this study and to urge the MTA to cooperate fully with all New York NYU requests, including medical records. I'm almost done. One more. Hazard pay. Local 100 and the ATU have launched a multi-tier campaign to win hazard pay for transit workers. Maybe you have heard one of our radio commercials. We believe that essential workers have earned this pay. We believe that in the event of a second outbreak, workers will be far less ready to risk their health and families' health without an incentive like hazard pay. We seek commitment from the MTA that when they receive new funding from federal government, a portion of that money be set aside for the workers in the form of hazard pay. Thank you. I now would ask if Robert Kelly could be given an opportunity to speak, and then we'll be available for questions.
Thank you, President O'Connell. Thank you very much. Thank you, senators. Thank you, assemblymen, assemblywomen, and all others. My name is Robert Kelly. I'm the division chairman for Stations Department. Quite frankly, I'm mad as hell, and I have to express.
Sir,
that.
we can't hear you, and we're gonna have to ask you to stay to 1 minute. So you gotta get closer to the mic. We can't hear you, but you're already on overtime. So can you get straight to the point?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, good. Our members was misinformed about wearing masks, refused PPE prior to the many deaths. To sit up here today and to listen to Chairman Foy say that all along we've had this PPE in storage somewhere and not afford us the opportunity to use them, well, quite frankly, it's appalling, to say the very least. I myself was plagued with this virus. I spent 3 weeks in the hospital. I was out there on the front line trying to make sure that I could secure the safety of my members. In doing so, I took ill. While I was on my bed with 2 feet in the mud, thank God for family and friends and my brothers and sisters from the union that gave me that will to continue to fight and fight through it. I was one of the few that's survived in that respect, that was in my condition. But I'm here today to testify and to make clear that we have a clear, concise understanding that the MTA cannot continue to act in the manner which they did in the past and to try to sweep things under the rug like it doesn't matter. We was definitely not treated fairly. Going forward, I hope and pray that you guys see what's been happening to us and why we had so many losses that could have been prevented had the MTA did their due diligence, was to keep their workforce safe, and they failed to do so. In reference to the shutdown from 1 to 5, we have more than adequate enough cleaners that can fulfill the obligation. We do it on a daily basis. We clean high pressure hoses all day long around the ridership, and we do it very well. We've been doing it for years, so we can continue to do that. So the 1 to 5 shutdown is ridiculous. We're losing money there. We need to get money. As far as our booths go, we can't assist the ridership because we don't have money in the booth. Now, we know we want to safeguard our members, and that is the first thing of all. First of all, I want safety first. But there are ways and methods that we can use to bring money back into the booth. We understand the Omni is coming, but it's not here yet. We do have an agreement that we are supposed to continue to act with the way we've been in the past so that we can move forward with the Omni. The Omni is coming before its time, and I feel like it's being forced upon us, and I feel like it's doing the terrible injustice to the ridership and especially our pockets. We're losing millions of dollars by not having money in these booths.
Thank you so much. The next speaker is Anthony Simon.
Thank you. Can everybody hear me?
Yep.
Thank you. My name is Anthony Simon. I'm the chairman of SMART Transportation Division on the Long Island Railroad. Thank you, Senator Kennedy, Senator Comrie, and Assemblywoman Paulin, and the entire delegation for planning and participating in this hearing. This COVID-19 pandemic has posed challenges and risks that are clearly unprecedented. I would like to pay my deepest respects to the hundreds of MTA families who have lost loved ones to this vicious virus and convey my sincere appreciation to the thousands of frontline workers who came to work and continue to work each and every day, putting themselves and their families at risk of contracting COVID-19. I would like to start by saying that I am not attempting to place any blame, but I am obligated to raise issues where there were inconsistencies and flawed practices that continued throughout the pandemic and in some cases remain today. For example, there were inconsistencies with using masks and the ability to stock and issue PPE and the proper sanitizing cleaners and wipes was a tremendous challenge, which inevitably caused tremendous trust issues for our frontline workers. The agency would publicly announce the issuance of PPE and cleaning supplies when these products were not making it to our employees till days or weeks after the announcements. That should never have happened. MTA leadership repeatedly referred to our workforce as heroes moving heroes, but I am not sure those words will cut it as we continue to battle this virus and attempt to rebound from the financial burdens we face. Our workforce has been challenged, but they have answered the call by delivering on essential service and projects while prioritizing the safety of our riders. I would like to speak about our organization's would like to speak about what our organization perceived to be a disconnect between the MTA headquarters and the agencies. As you should know, I represent Long Island Railroad workers and can only speak on our experiences. The safety and occupational health services policies and procedures made at headquarters were not properly and consistently communicated to management connected to the workforce on the Long Island. Blanket procedures in dealing with COVID did not address all of the individual crafts properly. Creating policy for office workers in shared spaces and trying to put it to use for frontline field workers created constant confusion and impossible distancing scenarios for our unions to navigate. Precautions and procedures need to be craft specific. Additionally, those who create the policies need to be much more aware of what the craft positions do if they want realistic measures to be taken. The unions need to be much more involved. Next, I would like to recognize the efforts of the medical and HR staff on the Long Island Railroad who assisted in dealing with the tracking and quarantining of our employees. Unfortunately, to no clear fault of these individuals, there were mistakes and inconsistencies. Workers were calling to ask if they should go to work or not due to potential exposure, only to be told someone would get back to them in a day or so. People came to work that should not have. It was difficult to navigate with limited resources, that I know, but we need to do better. Workers' pay statuses relative to quarantine and how revised rules required additional paperwork were and remain difficult to navigate. Medical clearance requirements and follow-up testing locations varied and changed throughout the last several months. The bottom line is nothing seemed to be clear to provide the needed support to our frontline workers and constantly changed. Again, messages from headquarters were not in sync with consistent with the company. It just seemed that everything was generated from the headquarters, yet the Long Island Railroad was either unaware or unable to communicate where the challenges were. There needs to be more controls implemented within the individual agencies and more awareness of what is happening on the property, and that will lead to my next concern. Managers cannot be aware of what our employees need on the front lines if they are not there. Every member of our organization was a true essential worker, and I added the word true in front of the essential worker for a reason. They were mandated to come to work and physically were on the property to perform their services. They moved trains, they cleaned, they sanitized, repaired, built infrastructure, and more, while on the property and at risk each and every day. This is true essential work. The large amount of management positions, however, were and still working from home, remotely, or working alternating days in safe distance locations. I understand the principles behind this decision, but in my opinion, more managers should be out supporting our rank and file workers in the field, not at home. They should have been out supporting our workers, issuing PPE and checking on worker wellness. At a time when the MTA have some very difficult decisions ahead of them to reduce expenses, I can assure you that I and other union leaders will take great exception to any true essential worker positions being cut. They were needed and put to risk throughout this entire pandemic and should be secure into the future. By establishing remote working, alternating days, and varying safe options for the managers, it has clearly identified where the future savings can be found. Labor is advocating for funding as well. We know how much we need the financial support, but the money needs to be prioritized properly and spent on essential workers. We cannot spend federal money on consultants, studies, and unnecessary senior management positions. In closing, I would like to say I appreciate the efforts of every MTA employee through this COVID crisis while prioritizing a well-deserved appreciation to the true essential workers on the front lines. We have all learned a great deal and need to work together at doing better. I thank this committee and for all those who will take active steps in improving on the challenges we have and are facing. I wish nothing but good health and progress to all of us in a society that has certainly been through a great deal. Thank you for this opportunity, and I will await any questions.
Thank you. Our next speaker. I think Jose.
Hello, can you hear me?
Sure, Ed, go.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no, it's fine. You're unmuted and we want to hear from both of you, so sure.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chairs Kennedy, Comrie, and Paulin, and distinguished members of the New York State Senate Standing Committee on Transportation, the Senate Standing Committee on Corporations, Authorities, and Commissions, and the Assembly Standing Committee on Corporations, Authorities, and Commissions. I am Edward Valenti, and as General Chairman, I'm here today on behalf of the approximately 1,600 members of the Association of Commuter Rail Employees. Created in January 2000, ACRE represents essential operating craft employees at the MTA Metro-North Railroad, uniting conductors, engineers, power directors, rail traffic controllers, signalmen, yardmasters, and station masters under one labor organization. ACRE works with the MTA and Metro-North management to build and operate what is universally recognized as the premier commuter railroad in America. Our members are essential workers. Throughout even the worst weeks of the pandemic, ACRE members continued to heed the call at great personal risk in order to ensure that first responders and healthcare professionals had the transportation required to fight back against the pandemic. We thank your committees for the opportunity to testify at this important hearing on the impacts of COVID-19 in our work. ACRE is highly concerned for the safety of both our members and passengers who are facing increased exposure to COVID-19 in correlation to an increase in Metro-North ridership as the regional economy moves further and further into reopening. And despite similar claims from Metro-North, the railroad has taken few measures to match their words. To that end, it is our priority that Metro-North restores full service as already implemented at New York City Transit and the LIRR. This is the only way to provide the right balance of services to allow passengers and workers alike to socially distance, and failure to do so can arguably result in greater difficulty for passengers to socially spread. Despite the fact that it is no longer possible to socially distance once a train's cars start filling up, while Metro-North is increasing peak hour service commencing August 31st, the agency has consistently refused to acknowledge the need to go to a full service schedule for off-peak and weekends. And within individual trains themselves, more steps should be taken to mitigate the risk factors that contribute to the spread of the virus. For example, Long Island Railroad has introduced a smartphone app that indicates to passengers which cars have more available space to spread out. Metro-North has not. And Metro-North has yet to make hand sanitizer widely available on trains. What sanitizer stations are available are rarely filled, and what sanitizer is available in the bathrooms isn't alcohol-based, making it a much less effective disinfectant. While having worked hard and sacrificed to overcome the spread of COVID-19, our region can ultimately only control the virus so much. By not providing an adequate environment for passengers to socially distance, risks will remain exacerbated and potential passengers will opt not to ride on Metro-North. Thus, it is critical that Metro-North cease with the distractions and accept its responsibility to create the best safety scenario possible to protect workers and passengers alike. On August 1st, a female conductor was brutally assaulted by a male passenger while working her train. She was punched approximately 30 times and suffered a concussion, bruised jaw, lacerations inside of her mouth, bruises on her head, arms, shoulders, swollen eye that may include further damage, and extensive emotional trauma. Such violence against ACRE members is both alarming and now unsurprising. There is almost no police on Metro-North trains. In addition to exposure to COVID-19, many of our members remain persistently at risk of assault by members of the public while on the job. On this front, ACRE has engaged with Metro-North for months in pursuit of securing a proper police presence on the trains and adequate benefits for victims of on-duty assaults. Now, to make matters worse, our members are at a heightened risk of assault for simply trying to enforce social distancing and mask-wearing requirements on the trains during this pandemic. Metro-North needs to maintain a regular police presence on our trains. It will deter violent crime, as well as verbal abuse, fare evasion, terrorist activity, and theft. A police officer is better situated, unlike our conductors, to enforce compliance with the mask requirement. With such a force, we are confident that passengers and crew members will feel greater security in their commute, as criminals will think twice before engaging in violence or theft. In addition, Metro-North must adequately compensate workers who are the victims of these on-duty assaults. As it stands, the railroad requires to use their own accrued sick leave to recover from on-duty assaults. Rather than penalizing the worker for the railroad's lack of security, Metro-North should be liable for the medical cost and leave that is attributable to the on-duty assault. ACRE strongly supports legislation introduced by Chairman Comrie, which would codify such an obligation into statute. Finally, it is important to mention the lack of accommodations for pregnancy at the MTA in Metro North. In addition to the immediate viral threats of the COVID-19 pandemic, the duties of ACRE members are strenuous, carrying heavy equipment, climbing up and down equipment, throwing hand switches, locking down pantographs, and all while these workers are constantly on their feet. New York has long recognized disability caused by or in connection with the pregnancy for purposes of receiving workman's comp. Though we do not participate in workman's compensation, as a matter of principle, pregnant workers need to be treated fairly on the railroad too. Anything short is discrimination. The MTA Metro North must implement a functional system where an expecting Metro North worker is not forced to risk life or injury to themselves or their baby as a condition of employment. This includes providing adequate PPE and enforcing social distancing and mask requirements to the best of the railroad's abilities, as well as accommodations like duty or time off if determined medically necessary by the worker's doctor. The MTA announced the task force in July to review poor accommodations for pregnant New York City transit workers after a tragic and entirely avoidable miscarriage. There have been no updates since. ACRE requests that the committees here today use your oversight authority to ensure that the MTA does not let this important obligation to its workers fall by the wayside. ACRE is committed to protecting the rights of all its members working in their respective crafts. Each craft maintains its own identity while working together for the common good. Together, we continue to strive and fight to improve both working conditions and the quality of service our members provide to a growing number of riders. We believe that in this time of need, the future of public commuter rail transportation requires an alliance between elected officials, employees, and the public we serve. With your assistance and oversight, we are committed to working with all railway stakeholders to continue to improve the safe, efficient service the taxpayers and riding public expect and deserve. I thank you for your time and consideration, and I look forward to answering any questions the panel may have.
And our final speaker on this panel, Jose.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Chairman Comrie, Kennedy, and Pauline for the opportunity to present on behalf of Amalgamated Transit Union Local 1179. I am Jose De Jesus, President and Business Agent of the local. While these hearings focus on the MTA, what I highlight applies to all transit workers on the front lines fighting against COVID-19. This includes the members of ATU Local 1179 in Queens, Local 726 in Staten Island, Local 1056 in Queens, and also Local 1181 in Brooklyn, and the riding public. Local 1179 members operate and maintain MTA bus routes serving Queens, some routes extending into Brooklyn and Manhattan. ATU members are working on their expired contract that the MTA refuses to update. The MTA already settled a new contract, including new wages for the workers represented by TW Local 100. This creates two classes of workers paid differently to perform the same work. Many of the legislators present today and others flag this inequity to the MTA, and we thank you. The MTA recognizes, the ATU recognizes, as do most experts, that without a fully functioning transit system, we cannot expect New York City and thus our state and national economy to fully recover and achieve growth beyond. That includes threatening all workers fairly and equitably, and all perform the same work must receive the same pay and not be treated as part of some caste. ATU workers deserve a contract for the same work as the MTA already settled and refuses to discuss with ATU. Our members are classified as essential employees and continue to work in order to make sure our essential workers, including doctors, nurses, police, grocery store clerks, and others, can get to their jobs and return home to their families. The work of our members has put them at increased risk of exposure of the coronavirus. This exposure has not been without consequences. In New York, ATU has lost 33 of our brothers and sisters to the COVID. They put their lives on the line in essential workers during this crisis, and our membership performed their jobs in an exemplary manner, despite the MTA treating them as a second-class worker, without the same compensation afforded to our brothers and sisters at Local 100, working at the MTA under a new contract. Transit workers are unable to shelter in place. We require their workplace and provide the minimum at-home shelter or better shelter at the workplace. Transit workers are exposed to all dangers and still have shown great
resiliency and mentally and physically under certain conditions, despite the MTA treating them as a second-class worker, without the same compensation afforded to our brothers and sisters at Local 100 and working at the MTA on the new contract. The priority of the ATU has been to protect the health and safety of our members who are essential workers on the front lines of this crisis. And at the start of this crisis, our members were put in harm's way. Without the proper protection, our workers are not given the personal protection equipment, PPE, such as masks, gloves, and cleaning supplies necessary to prevent transmission of this virus. It was their union that supplied those basic mandatory items, while other members have better but limited access to PPE now. Delay in getting the equipment was too sufficient. We must ensure that the MTA has access to supplies and PPE equipment to its workers on the front lines. We must also ensure that the MTA sets mandatory standards for PPE for transit workers and for the cleaning of buses and transit stations. These standards need not to only apply to the situation today, but also apply going forward, so we are not ill-prepared for the situation like this in the future. Our members continue to put themselves at risk while the MTA treats them as a second-class worker without the same compensation afforded to our brothers and sisters at Local 100, working at the MTA on the new contract. In addition to the PPE, the MTA must put in place protections to guarantee the safety of our members. The MTA needs to equip buses with functional sheeting or plexiglass barriers to reflect the spread of the virus. It must assure proper ventilation on its equipment, including buses and all workspaces. We need the highest available MERV filters. We need protections from our drivers, explore off-site fare boxes to minimize drivers' contact with passengers and speed up the timeline on implementing the Omni system. Our depots, some built in the early 1900s, need upgrading, including HVAC systems to improve the social distancing, explore a remote clock-in and clock-out system for our workers as they report to work. We must also closely explore the airflow on buses and adjust design of current upcoming fleets needed. Air in buses recycles in the cabin and then flows to the front, potentially carrying bacteria and viruses with it. We must work to ensure update ventilation and air control system on our buses that meet the appropriate airflow standards to ensure the health and safety of our drivers and passengers. Our transit workers suffer pulmonary diseases at a rate of 70% or higher than the general public. This remains all the more important as fare collections of all MTA buses resumes next week on the 31st. And the MTA still refuses to treat our members as anything but second-class workers without the same compensation affordable to other brothers and sisters at Local 100, working under the MTA new contract. Cleaning protocols are needed. Your ATU supports a recently mandated 24-hour cleaning schedule of all transit equipment and the overnight subway closures. MTA and the authority already enjoy shuttle bus replacements with parts of the system has shut down and should rely solely on the MTA bus operators and replace public employee operators with non-union drivers. ATU supports the cessation of private operators doing the overnight hours and better employ of buses to serve workers in the wee hours while subways remain closed for cleaning. And still the MTA refuses to negotiate an end to the treatment of our members as a second-class citizen without the same compensation afforded to our brothers and sisters at Local 100. Our members continue to show up to work despite these real threats to their health and safety. We believe that our members should be compensated for their work through the implementation of hazard pay, which would be 1.5 times their normal wage rate. Funding provided from the general government should be allocated to the membership. The hardworking men and women came to work and ensured that other essential workers could get to where they need to go. Their dedication and hard work must be recognized and never marginalized. The MTA requires our members to work as second-class public servants without the same compensation afforded to our brothers and sisters at Local 100, working under MTA's under a new contract. We know all of these initiatives require more funding, and we know financial situation facing the state right now is dire. Though ATU International, we strongly support the inclusion of $32 billion in emergency operating aid for the public transportation in the next round of federal virus relief funding. These funds will be used maintaining essential service, avoid layoffs, and provide PPE to keep our members safe. We're also supporting funding for the state and because in addition to the emergency aid, we need to fund and needed to shore up the support to receive from state and the city. They must avert simple devastating cuts to public transportation being complicated absence additional funding. We cannot cut public transportation services through an epidemic, the economic turndown or this epidemic. Too many
Will you
people
please
rely
wrap
on
up? Your
service.
time is past.
I'm almost done, thank you.
Okay.
I lost my place, I'm sorry. Too many people rely on a service to get in from work and from doctor's appointments, the grocery store, and other essential workers. COVID-19 has shown all economic pitfalls, advice, impacts, and cost-cutting passed over the years on programs that never should have been reduced or eliminated in the cities this size. But it does not shine attention to public servants delivering public transit as a second-class worker at the same compensation afforded. The lack of financial support from the federal government also impacts the ability to finalize a contract for our members with the MTA. For decades, pattern bargaining at the MTA resulted in the members of ATU receiving the same benefits negotiated between TW100 and the MTA. This year, the MTA refuses to honor this pattern bargaining. Selling our contracts collectively involves very little impact on the MTA overall operating budget. We need to ensure the MTA receives adequate funding so we can honor this and contractual obligations. I'm happy to serve and answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you to you, President DeJesus, to Chairman Valenti, to Chairman Simon, to President Utano, and to Chairman Kelly. We thank each and every one of you for being here, for your testimony, for your service, and for your leadership. And I mentioned it in my opening remarks earlier, but I want to mention it again. Our hearts go out to the families that have lost loved ones during this very difficult time. Chairman Foy mentioned earlier today that 131 individuals have lost their lives across the system. Those are individuals that sacrificed everything for the betterment of our community. And we can never forget them, and we have to honor them in their sacrifice, a real sacrifice, by getting up and going to work every day to make sure that the system functions, so that, as many of you testified today, the essential workers on the front lines that are fighting back this horrific virus can get to their places of employment, and so that our communities can function. So once again, thank you to each and every one of you. I can take pieces of each of your testimonies and tie them up because they were consistent, that there's been concern about having enough PPE, enough sanitizer, enough safety materials, the concern about security and enforcement of the precautions and the requirements of wearing a mask, simply wearing a mask. 90%, the 90% number, I think, Tony, you brought that up. Chairman Foy said 95% earlier, although, he was just putting a number out there. Anytime it's not universal, we're putting people at risk. And because of that, it's essential that we have the enforcement mechanism in place. Each of you testified to this effect. I'd like to ask Chairman Simon a little bit about this. The enforcement mechanisms that are in place. Can you talk about what's happening? I know that there's been attacks and some aggressive acts against conductors and other members of your workforce in harassment. Can you talk about the policing of the requirements that are in place and the need for more, as well as the essential workforce, the potential for cuts and what that could possibly do as well?
Thank you, Senator, for that question. I can absolutely talk about how the assaults and the harassment on frontline conductors has gone up so much, and we've been begging for more police. It seems like the commuter rails are being shortchanged for policing on the trains, and we need more of that. To try to ask somebody to put a mask on is a very difficult situation for a frontline conductor. He or she either gets spit on, harassed, threatened. As you might have seen, there's a wanted poster now out for somebody pulling out a knife on a conductor and then jumping out the window before he can get caught, kicking out the emergency window. Our members continue to come in and face this every day, yet we are begging for more police on the trains. We shouldn't have to be begging. It should be something that should be done automatically. The funds that they use for safety and security, we should have all the safety and security experts at the MTA saying to our organization, to the TWU, to ACRE, to all of us, what can we do to better protect your members? They delivered during the pandemic. They continue to deliver, but that's not happening. We have phone calls, we have messages, and we just keep getting pushed to the side. That has to stop. If you care about us, then show it with your actions, not with words. And that is what's so frustrating. When we talk about reduction of forces, how could you discuss reducing or laying off, like my brothers have said, any essential worker when we came in and some gave their lives? It's just mind-blowing that you could even talk about that. They talked about their hiring is not happening. If you just look at their posts, they're posting for $200,000 a year jobs. How could you do that? How could you hire? I ran out of abbreviations for who they hire: COO, CEO, CFO, CWO, CRO. It's just gotten out of control. And I'm not trying to be disrespectful to the senior management, but enough is enough. Stop looking to cut on the backs of the people who delivered. When we were here, you were home. When the transformation team sat at home the whole time, the 2,000 people that they talked about that they cut, that was before the transformation team. Yes, we're spending millions of dollars on a transformation team. We know how to do it. We have been doing it as labor leaders. We're not standing here as pigs saying we want all the money. We're working with them. When are they going to work with us? When we talked about Brother Utano and the TWU, they all deserve that money. They all deserve raises. So do all of us. But we are being put back when in the height of this pandemic, they gave out millions of dollars, millions in contract, and they deserve it. So, you know, I've spoken to all the brothers and sisters over at the TWU and ACRE and alike in ATU. They deserve it, senators. They deserve it. But please don't slap us in the face on the commuter rails. Don't tell us now, I'm sorry, we're broke, but we're going to hire a $250,000 a year senior management. That's being done. If you notice, Mr. Foy's statement was not, no, we're not going to. He basically said when asked, well, I can't say we're not going to. We're going to look at those places. We're going to look to cut essential workers. I just cannot see how you can do that. We have to stop and really consider. Why not every senior management that makes over $200,000? Why don't they take a cut? Why don't they take a cut in their salary? That would be a good way to show leadership, but that's not happening. So thank you, Senator, for your question.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Simon. And again, thank you for your leadership. Recognizing I'm short on time here, I want to ask one other question. And again, President Utano, you alluded to this in your testimony about the pandemic response plan. Obviously, this virus upended everything as we know it, both here in our country and across the globe, and took everyone by surprise. That being said, there was a pandemic response plan. Can you talk about the implementation of that? Obviously, you were not pleased with how it was implemented, but can you talk about recommendations on moving forward and what we can do better in preparing for the future? Look, we are not out of the woods yet with this first wave. We may see a second wave coming this fall. We need to be prepared. What can we do in your mind to get ahead of it at this moment?
So right now in my mind, I just learned that they updated a 2012 pandemic plan to 2017. And what they do is they update these policies. They don't include us. We need to be included. We need to be able to tell them what went wrong, because we were all on the front line. We were there with the members. We know what went wrong. They weren't getting the PPE out in the beginning as quickly as we needed it. You know, they were following CDC guidelines. We told them they were wrong. And they said, and that pandemic that they talked about in 2012, they never even mentioned it. It was like they found it, they dusted off, and that pandemic plan says they're supposed to store masks in case of a pandemic. So what I'm concerned about, and I guess what everybody should be concerned about, is a second wave coming. If a second wave coming, we cannot operate the same way that this first wave came here. We can't. We have to have a mask. If we don't have masks, then we're not going to work. Because look, we got families too. We have families. You know, we go home and we're going to get exposed to this, and we're going to expose our family to this. We need the PPE. That's that's one of the biggest pieces of the pandemic plan that was not implemented. They had some masks. They said, well, these masks were for PPE, for when you do your job. Yeah, but you're supposed to have masks in case this happens. When Ebola happened, they had a plan. Apparently, I don't know where those masks went. Maybe they had a budget cut and they stopped buying masks and were using the masks that they had. But you can't just keep putting pandemic plans in place without including all the unions.
Yeah,
We are the voice of the people. We know what went wrong out there.
Thank you, President Utano. And I'll tell you, you hit the nail on the head, and that's something I think that we will all advocate for. We know we're in the middle of this pandemic. We know we're not out of the woods. We need labor at the table. We need the people that are on the front lines that are understanding the implications at the very grassroots level. And so we will advocate for that.
Thank you.
Without further ado, I'll yield over to Assemblywoman Paulin. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Our first speaker is Bobby Carroll.
Thank you, Chair Paulin. And gentlemen, thank you so much for testifying today. And, you know, the words above and beyond don't explain the kind of work that all of your members did over the last 5 months. My grandfather was a TWU Local 100 mechanic in the Coney Island yards. The work all your members do is so essential to making New York run and work. So I would love to get some insight from all of you about 24/7 service in the New York City subways, especially President Utano. Is it possible? Is it safe? Should we do it? Because I know it's very concerning for many of my constituents that feel we've lost an aspect of city life and we may not get it back.
Beginning of that question, I'm sorry.
24-hour service of the subways. Is it possible to get back? Is it safe to get back to doing that? Because I know lots of my constituents want to see 24-hour service of the subways continue or be reinstated.
I believe that if we could sit down with a plan together, we can do it. We have lots of people working here. We have lots of cleaners able to do it. We don't need to bring the private contractors in and spend money. We need to start using the resources that we have in-house. We can't keep going outside, getting consultants and getting everybody to tell us what to do. I think we could sit at the table and I think we could come up with a plan. Yes.
And can you tell me more about those private contractors? Because I've heard of that. I've heard that the MTA is using them. How many are they using? And why are they not using your members to clean subway stations?
Okay. They are using our members to clean. When the pandemic first hit and they changed the regulations to clean every 24 hours, it was a little difficult because of a lot of our members were sick from the virus. Okay, so they brought the contractors in because we didn't have the manpower. But now we're in pretty much full force. We know now what we need to do to protect ourselves. We know we need to wear masks. We need to know we have to social distance. We know the rules. And if we sit down, I think we can come up with a plan. I think together we can come up with a plan to clean the trains. They have other stuff that they're investigating right now, right? They're doing the UV lights. They're doing the spraying. I believe they're purchasing these sprayers. Our cleaners can go in and spray the trains just as quickly instead of standing there wiping it down. You can get those sprayers and spray them. And there are other things that they're looking at that can expedite the process.
President Utano or anyone else, because goes the same for the commuter rails. What, in your opinion, how much capacity could the system handle as more people maybe go back to work or school? How many more trains do we need to run? How safe is it for folks to be on subway cars or in buses, and at what capacity? Because that's obviously the thing that so many folks are grappling with is, are kids going to start going back to school, more people going back to work, people moving around? What do we need to do to make sure that your members are safe, but that also commuters are safe, and that we have the capacity in the system to make sure they stay safe?
Yeah, I'll touch on that. For Metro North, it's mask adherence. So a conductor can only do so much. Tell a passenger, hey, please wear your mask. The conductor walks away, same issue, 5 minutes later or 10 minutes later. So a police presence on the trains is really needed. They could definitely, do things we can't. We've asked for it in numerous letters. It's been kind of pretty much ignored by the officials at Metro North, even at the MTA. They don't address it. And the other thing we can do, since mask adherence is difficult, and the MTA seems not to want to put the MTA police on the trains, is run the most service that you can. And that's something that ACRE has been pushing for. And I know the other commuter rail Long Island, I'm sure, would like the same. And I'm sure the TW would also. If you can't put police on the trains to make people and oversee them wearing masks, spread people out as much as you can.
Problem being is that the even though with social distancing, like Ed said about masks, wearing masks, and the areas that my operators, my membership work and drive their bus, a lot of people will fight you on the mask. And the problem being is the social distancing is hard to keep on a bus, and we're losing part of that bus. And when they start opening that front door, our greatest concern that the operators will start getting sick again. Because when they have that divider, numbers started going down. The pandemic with us started going down, and less operators was getting sick. But the thing about it is they came up with this flimsy things and the last thing, use a curtain. We can't move the curtain. You can't see driving at night. But they all these provisions they're making, and like Tony said, there's other companies, other bus companies that run in Vegas and they're completely closed off from the public, and it protects the operator altogether. So we have to invest in new equipment, but they're trying all these stuff to change something, but you're not going after the real problem. The problem is that the operator will close that curtain when they're loading and unloading, but what happens when a passenger comes and asks a question and coughs or whatever? There's no time, there's no reaction time. There's no way to keep the operator safe. And the thing is about masks. And then the MTA tell you, well, we're trying to have people out there police it. We don't know how. We can't enforce it. We really can't tell them how. And when the comments Floyd said that we have people wearing masks, I don't think that's fully truthful. Not all communities wear their mask, really.
Thank you.
And when school starts, these buses are getting more crowded, really are.
It has to be enforced. It has to be enforced by the police, not our members, because our members are always the target. We don't carry guns. We transport people to where they got to go safely to get to their job. We become the targets. They have TBTA people, they have police, MTA cops, they have transit cops. They need to do some kind of hit and continuous hit to show people that sporadically they're gonna pop on buses, they're gonna pop on the trains, and then people are gonna say, I better wear my mask, and they gotta enforce it, and maybe give a person a ticket for not wearing a mask. You know what? Give them $100 ticket. And I know it's hard for people to pay the ticket, but you know what? It's a lot harder to go to a funeral for somebody who passed away because you didn't wear your mask.
Thank you. Thank you all. Does the Senate have anybody who wants to ask questions?
Senator John Liu for 5 minutes.
All right. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I want to thank Tony and Jose, Mark. I know he's taking care of other matters. and all the other leaders for the work, your advocacy, not only for your members, but for the riding public, and for warning that transit workers were being infected at very high rates, much higher than the rest of the population early on in the pandemic. And I'm very glad that the MTA finally came to providing unfortunately, the death benefits for the large number of transit workers who have succumbed. When we get the MTA leadership or management in front of these hearings, I often ask them about financial matters, just because over the years, it's not always easy to believe what they say when it comes to operating matters, because you ask them operating questions, they tell you one thing, and then we get the people who actually do the work in the tunnels and on the streets, which is all of you guys, and we get a totally different answer. And so I just want to be clear that what I'm hearing in your initial responses and in your response to some of these questions so far is that you think the system can go back to a 24-hour system. Is that my understanding correct, or there's some provisos to that?
I think, I mean, you guys want to answer, or but I'll answer. I believe, yeah, we could and we should go back to a 24-hour system and figure out a plan to disinfect those trains. We have the cleaners, we have the people, and disinfect those trains and buses.
Because the MTA is basically say that they can't go back to 24 hours because they need time to clean the system. And meanwhile, your members are doing the cleaning and the maintenance. I hear it's kind of relatively new to me that they're hiring a lot of outside people to come in to do the cleaning, but operationally, you think it can be done with CWU and the current workforce?
Think about it, Senator. We're not asking to reinvent the wheel. And that's what MTA keeps trying to do, is try to reinvent the wheel. Meantime, there's a workforce between Local 100 and all the other unions that they have guys there. If they do the proper training, they can do the job, and they do the job wholeheartedly because they know what's at risk. And that's the difference. That MTA is looking outside, looking beyond what is sitting right in front of them, with these union workers that are willing to do the work. And that's our biggest fight with them. You have it sitting in front of you. The farm system is right in front of you. Use them.
Okay.
I agree.
That's very helpful.
Senator, I agree with that. We're fully prepared as a union, as a membership. My organization represents conductors as well as cleaners, and we're fully prepared. But you've got to utilize us and talk to us about what you think is best and get our opinions. The easy thing for them to do, and it seems like the MTA is always easy to just shoot a phone call out to a consultant. That's just easier instead of getting us in a room and figuring it out. We have full service right now. We're prepared. Let us do our jobs that we do best, we've been doing all along, instead of just taking the easy course and going to consultants. It's at this point now where they're throwing away money. And I think in that report that came out where Ms. Feinberg from the transit talked about how there are so many consultants here that we don't even know where they are. Well, you know where our members are. You're very easy to be found. We're working.
Senator Lou, Robert Kelly, sir. I'm in stations. The cleaners fall under me. Our cleaners been operating with the ridership from the beginning of time with high pressure hoses and doing a phenomenal job. We don't work on GOs with some from time to time, but when the contractors came on, the authority gave them GOs to work with so that they can prove that they was better than us. They failed. They straight up failed. Our workers are the best in the business, sir. We clean every day with crowded platforms. We rope things off. We're professionals. We do this every day. We certainly can. This system needs to open up 24 hours. This is the moral fiber of what New York City is built on. Bottom line, we can handle it.
Thank you. One last quick question, which is the MTA says they need all this money. I hope that they get all this money from the federal government, but again, it's important to know what the numbers really are. Out of the $12 billion that Pat Boy is asking for now, that includes $2.7 billion of expense, basically over expenditures over the next 4 years, about $2 billion of which is within that $12 billion. So my question to you, Tony, and the other leaders, have you all gotten a huge pay increase? Because the MTA seems to be spending $2 billion more in operating costs.
No, but I wanted to let you know that Anthony said they were putting jobs out for 200,000. It's more like 300,000. They hired this transformation officer, McCord. I don't even know where he is. What are they paying him for? What does he do?
So what do you think these $2 billion?
We ain't getting that money. You know, we ain't getting that money. They said these gentlemen don't have the contract. I have a contract, and they should get a contract, right? But what do we ask for? 2% raises?
I think what I'm hearing from you is that they're actually, it's not they are contracts, not labor contracts, but contracts with these outside companies that are being brought in to do work that we already have a workforce at the MTA ready, willing, and able to do.
Yep, absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you very much for all the work that your members do.
Why not thank the workers?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next assembly speaker is Phil Palmisano.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, thank you. First, I wanted to say thank you, gentlemen, to you and your members on the front line for what you all did, what you continue to do, and what you sacrificed to keep things running and moving during this COVID pandemic. So thank you again to you and your members. I did want to have it's not so much a question, I just wanted some more input from you gentlemen, if I could. First, I want to direct it to Mr. Simon. You guys may have covered some of this in your testimony, but I just think it's important to kind of go back over it and hear it. I wanted to see, Mr. Simon, maybe you and others afterward, if you could talk about what SMART and your broad-based membership you represent has done during the COVID pandemic as essential workers, maybe describe some of your efforts and actions, and of course the challenges you encountered while trying to keep moving forward and keeping things running. And probably most importantly, as Chairman Kennedy mentioned, what recommendations would you offer to all of us, the MTA, for improvements, help, and to make things better as we continue to move forward during this situation for everybody?
Thank you, Assemblyman, for that question. You know, our organization from day one, we were 24/7. What I did as the leader of the organization, I made accessible every single union official who worked around the clock at what we put together on the Long Island Railroad as a command center. That command center was manned 24/7. We helped with the management side to facilitate either people coming to work or not coming to work because we weren't getting enough information as far as who's healthy and who's not healthy. So the union stepped up with our smaller resources that we have because all of the managers were home, working remotely. And what we did was we facilitated the crew management book. We facilitated getting people the proper rest they needed. We actually did the job of crew dispatching for managers, what managers do, because we wanted to keep our members safe. What I recommend to the agency, and that this panel holds them accountable to, is start tapping into the resources of the labor organizations who have 30 plus years experience. I know I have 30 plus, I know Tony has 30 plus, the other gentleman. I mean, we have the experience to show you how it's done. We're not looking to hurt anybody. We're not always having our hand out. If I remember correctly, they came to us, the pandemic, they weren't prepared, and it was the unions who made it work. It was us that made it work. It was us that stepped up. It was our members who stepped up. And at the end of the day, we went 3 months trying to figure out how to keep our members safe and how to get PPE to our members. I mean, on the Long Island Railroad, at some point, we were making our own sanitizer. We were making it with getting liquid. They were giving us cloth to fill in a bottle and mix it with cloth. It was absolutely out of control. Mask compliance was a problem. First we needed them, then we didn't. But you didn't see us running to the newspapers. You didn't see us beating them up. What we did was we worked with them. Mr. Ang and I were in constant communication, and I was in communication with Foy, but there was a disconnect. There was a disconnect. They should tap into us instead of running to a consultant. You can negotiate a contract with a consultant, but the people that are putting their lives on the line for you, you cannot negotiate with. That makes no sense whatsoever. That is actually throwing money out the window. And I think at this point, what they can do is start listening to the organizations who have been there for them since day one. Thank you.
Well, I remember back in February, we were having meetings at Trubel Way about the PPE and the mask. And they sat there and told us, no, it was not possible. It's not receivable. We have enough masks for them to work, for the guys to work on the brakes and work on the buses and work in the transit system they need for that. In the meantime, we argued just to give it to them, to give them a sort of comfort. And in the long run, what happened was when they didn't have it, ATU unions got together with 726 was able to get us masks, get masks from different suppliers, and we gave it to our members. Gave masks as many as they needed, gloves as many as they needed, get as much hand sanitizers as we could. And we begged and borrowed and did what we needed to take care of our members. And when MTA came to us with different proposals, we did not, like Anthony said, we didn't argue with them. We made it work. We listened to what they had to say and we made it work. And we took it to our members, and some did it rightfully and some did it willingly, but they did their jobs because they knew they needed to move New York. They needed to get people from place A to work and back home to their families. And the thing about it that gets me is like Anthony said, we're not always looking for the handout. We're looking for the greater good. And our members are loyal to the city and are loyal. They just want their fair share. They want to get a day's wage for a day's work. That's all they're looking for. And don't treat them any differently than our sister unions and try to divide us among each other when we're all for the common purpose. Is for making the system run and doing our jobs.
Thank you, gentlemen, and thank you to you again and all your members for all you do for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Senate?
Senate recognizes Senator Shelley Mayer for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you to my friends, Tony, nice to see you, and Ed, and to our other union leadership. I want to echo what Senator Kennedy said. I mean, we really have to step back and thank your members who stood up and took enormous risks and really paid such great consequences across the board, especially I know the TWU local members and all of you. And I have one question first for Tony. Is there any current format where you or your leadership from TWU is meeting with the management of the MTA about how to deal with these operational programs or challenges? Are you meeting with them? Are you in a regular conversation about that? I mean, these issues of having the trains be 24 hours, how many, no layoffs, what are the staffing needs?
I have not been called to have a meeting, no.
Not a single meeting? With Chairman Foy?
Not in the past, I haven't met with them in, I don't know, maybe past 2 months.
You have not met with Chairman Foy in the past 2 months?
No.
Is that true for the other union leaders who are here?
My ATUs have been meeting for impact bargaining and has turned away from impact bargaining to basically griping on needs that we need to do for our members and different things that we need. And we always get the same runaround answer from week to week and never an answer. And it never goes anywhere. And we got to the point from the last meeting to say, give us somebody who could give it an answer, please, because this is ridiculous. We're chasing our own tail.
I understand.
Oh, so just so I'm clear, right? When we're talking about operation, like just stuff that's going on every day, not related to the pandemic, but related to the pandemic, layoffs, or any stuff or anything around that area? No, I have not met with them.
No, I'm not talking about your usual HR kind of issues. I'm talking about the big issues we are talking about here that you set out, Tony, at the beginning: enforcement of the mask policy, testing, these kinds of issues about how this major economic engine for our city and our region is going to continue to work.
We sent them a 10-point plan in the very beginning that we had, and we didn't get a response. But some of the stuff on the 10-point plan has been implemented and some not. The latest is the NYU study that we sent, that we wanted to do a joint study. They didn't respond. So we went to NYU and said, we want to do a study. We want to know what happened here. Okay, it's the same group that did the study for the 9/11.
Right.
And now they're trying to get into the study, and we welcome them into the study. We want to see what happened here. We're not trying to, make this a big a movie here. We're trying to find out what happened because we want to prevent it from happening again.
Absolutely.
And in the very beginning, when they said they didn't need masks, I was at that meeting that Jose was at, and I directly told them, we were told once before that we didn't need masks. Remember when the Trade Center went down and they said the air was good? Well, today, 3,000 transit workers showed up to that pile. And today, we have people dying from that because somebody in the EPA said you didn't need a mask. So we said, we want to wear a mask. And they said it wasn't part of the uniform. And then they came off of it. But every single thing we had to do was always a fight. It wasn't always like, okay, you guys are right. It was always a fight. But we haven't met, and I don't know about these gentlemen, but I haven't sat down with them.
Well, I was interested in yours. And Ed, I have a question for you. Is there a markedly diminished presence of the Metro North Police on these trains, on your trains?
Yeah. Unfortunately, there's zero police presence on the trains, unless they're called because of an incident. They're actually not. They don't ride trains in their daily routine. They stay at stations, and something we've been pushing for since January, due to an assault and a pattern of assaults over the years, was police officers that are solely responsible in their duties to ride the trains. And it doesn't take that many to create a presence on the trains. You
Right.
take two police officers, start one in the front, start one in the back, and they walk to meet, right? And the passengers realize, oh wait, there's police on the trains.
Right.
And that's something we've been pushing for, and even more so now with the issues with the masks. It's really very difficult for our conductors to enforce that. It's impossible without police enforcement supporting Metro North, the Long Island Railroad, the subways, the buses, because we're not police officers. Like President Utano said, we don't carry a gun. We don't have that authority. And I've asked in multiple letters to President Rinaldi and Chairman Foy, for police on the trains for this purpose, and I've been ignored. So it's disheartening, to say the least.
Yes.
Thank
Thank
you.
you for your comment on the pregnancy. As you know, I will intend to follow up with Metro North about that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next assembly speaker is Assembly Member Steve Otis.
Thank you, gentlemen, and thank you for what your members have been doing and are going to continue to be asked to do. And as ridership increases, we all understand that the exposure to people that may be carrying the virus is going to be out there. And so your members are very brave. I have a question just back to the mask issue as it relates to customers. And for New York City Transit, subway and bus, for Long Island Railroad, and for Metro North, for each of these units, what is the hard and fast rule? And is there signage on buses or on cars that say you can only ride with a mask? And what is the stated policy? And it may vary between conveyance here. So I'd like you to go down the four that I listed and let us know what is being done right now.
Well, on the buses, there is signage. There is a message said every 15 to 20 minutes by Rosie Perez in a bilingual to wear a mask. But as for the enforcement part, there's really no enforcement that a bus operator can enforce that unless he calls the command center, and the command center is going to tell him, keep the bus moving, basically. And then what the problem is that it puts the operator in a certain predicament because the riding public is going to look to the operator to do something. So now we got a confrontational issue. And our drivers are not having too many operators assaulted, spat on, verbally assaulted, and called, especially our female operators. And the thing about it is they don't come to work to drive a bus for that reason. They want to get people to where they need to go, but they're subject to that. and MTA is leaving that door open and not closing it or trying to close it and use the people around them, especially in all the transit hubs, the main transit hubs, and show a police presence. That we can't get. We can't get them to promise that.
And what about the subways?
Go ahead, Tony.
So on the subways, they are starting to put some stickers around the cabs and social distancing stickers, and our conductors are making announcements to wear the masks. But again, if there's no enforcement, I mean, we can make all the announcements we want. I'm not advising any of my members to go out and say you got to wear a mask. We need some police presence. We need somebody on the train to walk around and say, you need to put your mask on or you need to leave. You know, you don't want to give the ticket, then you need to leave. You need to leave. If you're not going to follow the rules, I go into a 99-cent store. If I don't have a mask, I get thrown out of that store. So why should it be any different in the subway? You go in a subway, you don't want to respect, and you know what? You don't even have to wear a mask. You could wear a face piece. Right? They've downgraded it that you can just put a face piece around you. So there's no excuse where people say they can't get a mask. They could wear a face piece. You know, it's just about enforcement. That's the problem.
I mean, in a store, people can be in and out of a store in 2 minutes. You're on a conveyance, it's an extended period of time. So it heightens the risk. How about the commuter rails?
As far as the Long Island Railroad, I think public affairs and public relations, in my opinion, have been doing a good job getting the message out there, and the conductors putting the message out there. But it still goes back to what Tony and everybody says. Compliance, we get into confrontations. You can't put our frontline employees in that predicament. You just can't put them. Safety is supposed to be the #1 concern. And at this point, as Ed said, and we've all been echoing, they have what they, years ago, they used to have train patrols. They have none now for police. Train patrols with police. We're begging them to put train patrols back on. Like Ed had said, they start from the front, they start in the front and the back, and they work their way to the middle. When you see a police officer, I remember back in the day when we had state troopers on our trains. Well, nobody did anything. State trooper walked through that train, just the presence of that state trooper. All we want is the MTA police to start focusing on the commuter rails and start putting train patrols back on the trains so that we can feel safe again. So as far as the information, it's going out there, but we can't force them to do it. Like Tony said, we can't say, oh, by the way, we all have heard horror stories about somebody telling somebody to put a mask on and it becomes violent. So get the train patrols back on the trains where they should be with the MTA police, and maybe that would help.
Metro North?
Yeah, I mean, Anthony said it perfectly. So did Tony. I mean, that's the issues we have. We do have signs. The conductors make the announcement, but we can't enforce it. I actually asked if this was enforceable by law enforcement beginning early on, and I didn't get a response. So there's really no clear-cut policy from the railroad on what's enforceable, what the police will do, and zero police presence on the train is a recipe for what disaster. So,
thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Senate?
Chair Leroy Comrie for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I want to thank all of you, union presidents, for speaking up today and talking during the hearing, listening to the MTA and giving us the feedback. I just wanted to follow up on the line of question that Shelley Mayer started regarding how much consultation have you been getting from or talking to the MTA about the pandemic work and your challenges of working with the pandemic? So I think all of you said that you haven't had any real feedback or opportunity for consultation with them in the last 3 months or so. Is that correct?
I can speak on behalf of Long Island Railroad. The only thing we're getting is this: they're letting us know how broke they are and how bad it is, and we can't sit down at the table with you. You know, that's again another slap in the face. And going back to the relationships that all these unions have built, that in itself, we have built relationships with not only the Senate and Congress, you know, and they've asked us to help with the funding, and we've done that. So why are you not talking to us yet? You want us out speaking to Congress and Senate for the funding, which we think is proper, but yet you're not having a conversation with the union leaders about what our members are worth. what they deserve and the safety of them. I mean, at this point, we're getting tired of hearing how broke you are when you're not cutting from the fat at the top, and you're talking and you're sending messages out to our employees who were here for the pandemic. The messages you're sending to them, oh, by the way, we might have to lay you off. That's an absolute disgrace. And I think that they should be ashamed of themselves for even saying that, or even thinking on the lines of looking at essential workers to be furloughed or laid off. It just doesn't make any sense. When Tony and I both said it, 200,000, 300,000, I was being generous. If one of those jobs you want to look for, they're online. They're $200,000-$300,000 jobs. It's insane.
No, I brought it up, as you know, from the hearings that we first had, that the issue of all of the jobs that are on the books but off the books at the MTA. Sarah Feinberg mentioned it, but from her sounding today, they already got to her, so she's already spun what her original focus was. I was very sorry to hear her reaction. I didn't want to call her on it at the time because I was short, but clearly she's starting to drink the water, unfortunately. So, we need to do everything we can to work with you, all of the unions. And I know that while we can't do direct contract negotiation, there needs to be an understanding that the essential workers need to be maintained ahead of the management. And I did ask her for whether or not she would get a real chart on and a real update on what their employee status is and who is there at the MTA. They've never provided that type of transparency as to all of those people that are working in management there. And to hear that management was too chicken to even come out during the pandemic to, support you guys out in the front lines, and they were doing it from their offices, was very disappointing also. So, I want to say that, I'm just so proud of all of the work that you guys are doing. Ed, I've gotten your request regarding the assaults. I don't understand why you're getting so many assaults up there, and it has not been addressed. We will work to make sure that the MTA is making sure that they're working with PD up that way to do more. For whatever reason, your people are being assaulted, and that's just something that we should not tolerate. Anyone that's assaulting an essential worker during this time needs to be punished to the full extent of the law and allowed. So, I can't thank all of you gentlemen enough for what you're doing. Please keep in constant contact with our offices so that we can help, advocate for you so that we're not just doing it after they testify, but, before they come to the table so that they can know that it's part of the process. I hope that also tomorrow at their board meeting, you're submitting your testimony as well so that the board can know the frustration of the unions as well. They should not have to balance their budget on the backs of essential workers. While we know that this is a difficult time and an uncertain time with federal funding, there's no need to eliminate the people that are actually providing the service. You guys are the tip of the spear. You've lost a lot of people that wanted to work because you had a desire to keep the system running. That has to be commended, but it has to be respected, and it also has to be understood by the MTA that they should provide opportunities for the essential workers to keep their jobs ahead of management and consultants. So I want to thank you for your service. I want to thank you for your continued efforts to fight, and you can count on us in the legislature to back you up as much as possible. Thank you all for being here today.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
I have no more assembly speakers. I just want to also mention, like the assembly members who did speak and the senators who just spoke, we just really want to be here to support you. We want to keep you safe, your families safe. We've heard today so much about that concern above all else, as we all feel, during this horrible pandemic. And so I was wondering, I think, Tony, you mentioned you had a list of 12 items. Were they all related to safety? And wondered if you could...
10-point plan.
I'm sorry, 10-point plan?
We can send it over to you.
That would be great. I would love to see a copy of that and to know from you which ones were implemented and which ones weren't. I also wondered, along those same lines and same questioning that I've heard, has there been any conversations about cost savings or cost cutting, or for your input across the board, Metro North, LIRR, subways, transit system, because we're hearing that there could be dire consequences if there's no federal money. Has there been anything in advance so that, we and you have some sense of what might happen?
Can I just make a quick comment on that? It's kind of hard coming to the unions when they've been delivering all along and saving them even during the pandemic, showing them how to cut costs so that we can get through this pandemic. And to ask the unions to keep cutting and ask for savings through the unions while they're not showing it themselves. I mean, put yourselves in our shoes as leaders. How do we go to our members and say to them, oh, by the way, we got to cut you a little bit more. We've got to take away from this. We got to knock away your crew book. And we got to take away from the size of the crews or the amount of hours you work, when we have upper management making the astronomical salaries that they're making while sitting on a Zoom meeting at home. I can tell you, we have 11 branches on the Long Island Railroad. I traveled all 11 branches during this pandemic to check mask compliance myself personally, to talk to my crews, to talk to the men and women, what they were feeling. I have been out there to the track department. Jano Lieber mentioned about 500 projects being done. Well, who did that? Who did that? It was our members, my track workers. We were out there. They were on Zoom. They were home. And I'm sorry, but I'm passionate about the fact that I had Senator Kennedy come out and see the work that our men and women did on the track department. And he was amazed at the work that they do and at all the other unions do in the track. And yet those 500 projects that we accomplished, they cut the ribbons yesterday. Wow, that's wonderful. Wonderful ribbon cutting. Did you see anybody there? Did you see any workers there? Social distancing, I understand, but you could have social distanced and thanked the employees that were there during the pandemic. I'm upset about that. I'm upset about a lot of things that when you come down to it, you're asking us to cut. You don't want to give us a contract, which understandably, we may not have money, but you have money to pay these salaries and get these consultants in. So, and no disrespect to Tony and his great workforce, but during the heart of the pandemic, they got back pay and they got their raises. God bless you, Tony, and your membership who deserves it. But what are we? Are we second-class people that we don't deserve that? Where'd you find that money from? That's the question that should be asked. Where'd that money come from? Thank you.
No, I hear what you're saying, and you make excellent points, and there has to be more of a dialogue clearly going forward, or we're not going to get through this whole thing. So the lack of a dialogue is very concerning.
We hear what you're saying also. I put in a transparency bill to look at management at the MTA. I hope that, we can get that bill passed, because I'm sick and tired of them dodging that question about transparency in their upper management. There are a lot of people that are there that even Senator, as I said earlier, Feinberg realized she doesn't know who the hell is there and getting all this money in upper management. And it's time the MTA comes clean, especially now. So we hope to help you, and we understand clearly what you're going through, and we want to do whatever we can to call the MTA on that, so that they can be totally transparent about where they're spending their money in management and in contracting.
The thing about it, Senator, is Tony's contract in 100 wasn't done last week or last month. It was done last year before the pandemic took effect. So they understand that the pattern bargaining happens. What happened to that? What happened to that money? What happened to I just don't understand how you could be so short-sighted, and yet during these meetings, they're talking about money that happened 3 years from now. But when it comes to labor, they're very short-sighted with us.
No,
and expect to take the brunt on our backs.
And just to add one more thing, I think everyone said it really well, but during the pandemic, the essential workers showed up every day, came in, ran the trains, cleaned the trains, were there for the mechanical issues, and management was at home. So if you look at those two things, right, it just shows who's really needed. So to look at the essential workers and say, hey, you guys need to take a cut. Well, you want to sacrifice service to take a cut? That doesn't seem like the right way to go, especially when we should be spreading people out, running more service. It didn't work in the Great Recession, reducing service. That actually hurt us coming back. So it's not the right way to go about it.
No, I understand what you're saying. All right, well, thank you very much. That concludes this panel. We have,
Thank you all.
yes, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
We have our panel 3. However, my understanding is that panel 4, neither of the two people who were going to testify are able to, but one of them has a substitute. So in texting with Senator Comrie back and forth, we agreed to just merge that one speaker. Maybe she could even go first, or he, and then we could go on to panel 3.
Okay.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Hi, this is Justin Wood. Eman Ramawi from New York Lawyers for the Public Interest is unfortunately out sick today, so I am able to read her testimony, and I can go now or after the other panelists, whatever's best.
Why don't you go now?
Great, thank you very much. So this is the testimony of Eman Ramawi, who's the Access-a-Ride campaign coordinator at New York Lawyers for the Public Interest. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with you about the effects that COVID-19 has had on Access-a-Ride customers who are also New Yorkers with disabilities. Thank you to Senator Kennedy, Senator Comrie, and Assemblymember Paulin. The work you're doing in your committees is vitally important. Needless to say, we find ourselves in troubling times under COVID-19. As an Access-a-Ride user, I am grateful that the MTA has implemented several safety measures to keep its customers and drivers safe. However, communication needs to be improved. So far, it has been left up to the community to let each other know what is going on, rather than announcing these changes in the citywide MTA newsletter, which goes out monthly. To other the customers who use Access-a-Ride would be against the Americans with Disabilities Act, and it sets a dangerous precedent that discrimination of any kind against people with disabilities is okay. As a double amputee with lupus, I can tell you it's never okay. I have been a customer with Access-a-Ride for 11 years now. I've experienced everything under the sun, from accidents to screaming matches with rude drivers to sexual harassment to 6-hour rides. I've gone through it all simply because I'm disabled. Before COVID-19, I used Access-a-Ride 6 days a week. Most days I'd be out of the house around 7 a.m. and wouldn't return until 7 or 8 in the evening. Why? Because I had an extremely packed schedule with early morning meetings or classes, meetings scattered throughout the city, work to do in the office, workshops at various elected offices, and outreach all over the city in places that serviced people with disabilities. I often would say, as long as my above-knee leg was charged, I'd be good to go. I was relieved that Access-a-Ride implemented several new rules that drivers and independent contractors within the MTA should abide by. I also want to particularly thank all of you state legislators and your colleagues who co-sponsored and voted to memorialize these rules in law in the spring legislative session, despite the bill ultimately being vetoed. The rules are that all drivers must wear masks and gloves, that shared rides are discontinued to allow as much social distancing as possible within the vehicle, that all vehicles are disinfected at least daily, and the dedicated blue and white vehicles are regularly treated with antimicrobial shields, that rides have been free, which avoids having to exchange cash between drivers and riders, that recertification is automatically extended to avoid in-person assessments, many of which we viewed as onerous and inefficient even before the pandemic. And for the time being, the on-demand Access-a-Ride pilot has continued without caps on rides or fees. However, we remain deeply concerned that not enough riders have access to on-demand dispatch technology, which should be widely available, and that restrictive caps and fees may very well be implemented by the MTA in the future. And finally, extensive wait times between consecutive rides on Access-a-Ride have been eliminated or reduced. However, My experience is that Access-a-Ride is still often making customers wait an hour or more for rides, and during a pandemic, that feels particularly unsafe, as we often have to wait in lobbies, entryways to buildings, and other places where social distancing is impossible. I experienced it myself when I had several doctor's appointments in multiple boroughs last week and needed safe and fast rides to get me where I needed to go. Everything else seemed to be in place, which made for a safe, reliable, and affordable ride all day. This may surprise some people who have heard me testify at the monthly MTA board meetings, but it made a huge difference to my day to make it all work better. Because some of my appointments changed, I used a combination of broker service and on-demand service, which made it easier, faster, safer, and quicker. I wouldn't be able to do that if the MTA were to go ahead with a plan to reduce the on-demand service, especially once it's safe to start going to offices again. The Access-a-Ride program, the MTA, and the city and the state have a responsibility to make sure people with disabilities aren't forgotten or ignored during this crisis. And because of the ADA, this is also the law. The communities that are most in need, it's our job to make sure that these communities' needs are met. We also want to recognize that many elected officials, and thank you again, as well as transit riders and workers around the city, state, and country are now begging Washington literally for the federal funding needed to save transit. And we share this sense of urgency and thank all of you for your efforts to save the MTA. We know the transit agency desperately needs that money, including Access-a-Ride. For these services to be cut or discontinued would be devastating for people with disabilities who rely on accessible transit and paratransit to get to healthcare appointments, jobs, and to live our lives. I don't want to think about what would happen if people are cut off from transit. I've experienced enough death in my life, and that has ramped up during COVID-19 among my close friends. We need to take all of this seriously. Our lives depend on it, including mine. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now, going ahead with panel 3, does anyone want to go first? Rachel, Lisa, Danny, Colin, anyway. Should we pick? You want to pick? Someone unmute them. Colin is unmuted. Here, there you go.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Chair Comrie, Chair Kennedy, Chair Paulin, and members of the Senate and Assembly Committees on Transportation and Corporations, Authorities, and Commissions. I'm Colin Wright, Senior Associate at Transit Center. We're a national foundation dedicated to improving U.S. public transportation. Thank you for your service to New York State during the COVID-19 pandemic. I appreciate the opportunity to testify before you today on the unprecedented challenges facing New York's MTA. Though overall ridership is down, New York City has depended on buses and subways throughout the pandemic. Essential workers continue to rely on transit as they provide medical care, stock grocery shelves, and keep basic services like utilities running. Bus service should be distributed to meet the needs of these workers and prevent crowding on board. However, new data from Transit App shows crowding is more concentrated on bus lines in lower income and Black and brown communities where large numbers of essential workers live. The BX3 route, which travels through the Bronx and Upper Manhattan, and the B35 route between Brooklyn's Brownsville and Sunset Park neighborhoods, for instance, appear to be more crowded than lines serving more affluent areas of the city. Transit Center has urged the MTA to address the inequities of bus crowding by reallocating service from low ridership routes to high ridership routes. Members of the legislature can help by pressing the MTA to revise schedules each month and reallocate service to meet the needs of Black, brown, and low-income New Yorkers. Transit Center also has called on the MTA to set objective benchmarks that will trigger a return of late-night subway service. For instance, the number of consecutive weeks with the positivity rate below 1%. Now I'd like to discuss the MTA's 5-year capital program, a historic and hard-fought investment in our region's transit system. While New York rightly focuses on the short-term dangers posed by the virus, we must also remember the serious long-term problems plaguing our transit infrastructure. The signal system is ancient and failure-prone. Hundreds of stations lack access for people with disabilities. Subway cars that should have been retired long ago are still pressed into service. Failure to address these problems will have devastating long-term impacts on the region and will exacerbate inequities among our neighborhoods. The consequences of unreliable, inaccessible subways are felt most acutely by New Yorkers who do not have the means to live close to Manhattan. Riders with low incomes tend to lose more time to delays than affluent riders, and accessible subway stations are scarcer in neighborhoods with more affordable rents. Given the practical limits on the authority's spending due to COVID-19, the MTA must make every effort to complete maintenance work and capital upgrades at costs competitive with peer agencies. The MTA can stretch capital funds farther through the following two measures. First, tight fiscal constraints will make the need to prioritize projects within the capital program even greater. We urge the MTA and state officials to shift focus from expansion projects like the Second Avenue subway toward investments that serve the many essential workers who continue to rely on transit today. Core track and station maintenance, signal modernization, and accessibility upgrades to the existing system must be the top spending priorities. Second, the MTA should review transit capital costs from other large cities with old rail networks and use industry averages as benchmarks to assess its own progress on cost reduction. Benchmarking based on construction cost of older transit networks in cities in North America and Western Europe will help reveal which MTA practices are out of line with its peers and must be altered. Under Janno Lieber, president of MTA Construction and Development, the MTA has identified a number of project management and procurement reforms to increase efficiencies. For example, by bundling projects to take advantage of track outages. We commend these steps and believe they have the potential to reduce construction costs. Making cost control goals highly visible to the public will strengthen the MTA's case for politically challenging decisions, like shutting down segments of track continuously instead of drawn out night and weekend work. An effective model is the MTA's own practice of reporting performance targets for subway and bus service. There are no equivalent targets or metrics for MTA construction costs. Setting firm public goals for cost control is an essential step toward building trust in the MTA. Now, we understand that none of this will be possible without a federal rescue of our transit system. That's why we urge the legislature to play an active role in demanding the federal government deliver adequate resources to keep our transit system running and to move stalled congestion pricing approvals forward. If fare hikes or cuts to the capital program become necessary, we ask the legislature to work with the MTA on a robust public process and to hold a hearing next fall to assess the ongoing impact of COVID-19 on the agency's ability to maintain the system's core infrastructure. Thank you for the opportunity to testify this afternoon.
Thank you very much. Kwesi, am I saying your name right? I think you're next.
Yeah, yes, you are.
Oh,
Yes, you
good.
are. Hold on, okay. I'm gonna pull up my my testimony. Hello, good afternoon. My name is Kwesi Coggins. I'm a member of the NIPUG Stripe Hanger Campaign, and I'm an essential worker. Thank you for inviting me to testify today. I'll be sharing my experiences as an essential worker and a bus rider this year. During the pandemic, I have worked as an essential employee at a large retail store in several locations across Queens and Long Island. I have been dependent on many different bus routes, the Q44, the Q20A and B, the Q42 and 83, as well as the E-Train and the Long Island Railroad to get me to and from work as safely and timely as possible. I'm speaking today on behalf of the essential workers across the city because we deserve better service regardless, but especially now. Essential workers are the people who have kept New York City going during this difficult time. In New York, over 840,000 essential workers typically depend on transit for their commutes. I've regularly taken the Q44 every day with local hospital staff on a overcrowded bus. Working during the pandemic has been stressful and scary. But what made the experience worse was bus service. I could not depend on. During these times, these buses have been as slow and unreliable as ever. I have been late to work several times because slow and consistently buses. Additionally, as many routes were chronically overcrowded because the pandemic, with buses ridership returning faster than subway service to about 60%. My bus routes are again packed and making social distancing, and I practice the rest of my day impossible to follow during my commute. When I was working in downtown Flushing, commuting from Jamaica, it was awful to get through Flushing. I would take two buses with a transfer in between, which is trouble because a double bus transfer is a double unreliable in my trip. The first leg of my trip is into downtown Jamaica on the Q42 or the A3, local or limited. Two routes that I'm lucky not to miss them since they're functioning at three independent routes. If they all come at the same time, it can be 20 minutes or more until the next one. From downtown Jamaica, I would transfer to either the Q44 or the 20. The 44 is a select bus route that gets me to Flushing faster than 30%, faster during the worst of the pandemic. But there are times when I have waited half an hour for it to arrive. Other times I just give up and take the local. The local up to the local, the up to Garden off of the Q20. Throughout that means I am in for a long ride. Hopefully I bought a book. The commute was bad, but it was even worse to hear from management, you're late. Managers were, I work, must write you up. Employees must be for being late. More than 3 times and they fire you. In this economy, I can't afford to get fired, which means I cannot afford to be late. Sometimes I work overnight and it is difficult to get home. I had to pay many times to take Uber home from work because the bus did not show up, or I can't pay for one every day. I know that the MTA has recently cut overnight service while I take the bus to work. I know that people who work overnight shifts will face the same conversations I've had to have with my bosses. Every time I get to work late, I risk losing my job during the pandemic. With the unstable economy and all the risk I'm taking just going to work, I shouldn't have to worry about losing my job or losing my income because unreliable bus service. With a third of the New York City workforce facing unemployment, we cannot allow New Yorkers to lose jobs doing poor transit service. Service cuts and fare hikes would be devastating to those like me who continue to travel to jobs and help reopen the city each day. New York City cannot recover if essential workers cannot get where we need to go. We need the state to make sure the MTA has the money it needs to not only keep the service running, but improve it. The MTA should bring back overnight service as soon as possible, or let riders know when it plans to do so. We also asked that the state ensure the MTA does not raise fares on riders, especially when so many New Yorkers are unemployed or struggling to pay for MetroCard. And finally, the MTA should make sure they are making mask wearing an easier choice for riders by keeping mask dispensers full. Essential workers are the people who have kept New York City going during this difficult time. And I am speaking today on behalf of essential workers across the city. We deserve better service now more than ever. Thank you for your time and have a nice day.
Thank you very much. Rachel?
Good afternoon, Chairs Comrie, Kennedy, and Paulin, and other members of the Senate and Assembly Committees on Transportation and Corporations, Authorities, and Commissions. My name is Rachel Foss. I'm the Senior Research Analyst for reInvent Albany. We advocate for more transparent and accountable state government, including for authorities like the MTA. First, we would like to thank you for holding this oversight hearing on the MTA and the financial impact and operational impacts of COVID. We strongly support increased oversight by the legislature, particularly in times when state government is acting in an emergency capacity. And we ask that you hold an additional hearing this fall on the MTA, ideally in November. This oversight will be important prior to the MTA's release of a November financial plan and adoption of a 2021 budget in December, given its dire financial condition. It will also ensure there's greater public transparency and opportunity for comment on the potential fate of the 2020-24 capital program, which is currently on pause. These are difficult times for the MTA and all New Yorkers, and we are fully cognizant of the political difficulties the MTA faces in providing information about scenarios that are likely if federal funding does not fully make up for their deficit. Therefore, the state legislature has the responsibility to riders and taxpayers to ensure that the MTA and those it serves come out of this crisis as unscathed as possible. The MTA's financial crisis is of a magnitude never experienced before and comes at a time when the MTA was already on precarious financial footing. Its debt service reached record levels, nearly 20% of operating revenues before COVID hit. And the massive drop in revenue and tax receipts means now that the MTA is losing $2 million a week. Any options for addressing the MTA's deficit must learn from the past and ensure that riders in future years aren't suffering under a transit system so saddled with debt it can't maintain service or state of good repair. The only option that will not create devastating consequences for riders remains Congress providing a massive infusion of emergency aid of more than $10 billion. My written testimony has more detail on the following items, which I'll summarize for you. First, federal funding for the MTA would benefit not only the New York City region, but the nation as a whole, as MTA spending creates jobs across the United States. I encourage you to look at our report, Investing in the MTA is Investing in America. If you've not done yet, it's on our website and in my written testimony. Second, deficit borrowing is a last resort option for the MTA given its huge debt loads. It's nearly $2.8 billion in 2020 alone for debt service payments. Debt service will reach 26% of operating revenues next year. This is up from 11% in 2004, and large amounts of additional debt could cripple the system's future. Also on MTA debt, we recommend that the Federal Reserve's Municipal Liquidity Facility Program, which we had heard from MTA today that they tapped at a limited level, this could be improved further with zero or very low interest rates and longer term borrowing. This would make any small amount of borrowing by the MTA more feasible. I know Bob Fran mentioned that they saved $12 million versus what they would have on the public markets. If the program were improved further, they could save even more money. And second, the legislature should require an independent debt affordability study conducted by the state comptroller to determine the true red line for MTA debt. Third, MTA dedicated funds must be protected from raids. Part of the $12 billion deficit stated by the MTA and the governor would include $600 million in reductions by the state if federal funding does not come through for New York State as a whole. This raid, if advanced, could be rejected by the legislature through the state budget adjustment process. And we also call on the legislature to lockbox mass transportation operating assistance funds. These are for the MTA and transit systems across the state by moving them off budget and no longer subject to appropriation. This was done for the payroll mobility tax and other MTA funds in 2018 and 2019. And as you know, the congestion pricing is lockboxed as well. In moving some of these funds off budget, the division of the budget even said the following: it will remove the state's unnecessary involvement as a recipient of these funds and accelerate the availability of these funds. We think there's no reason that this should not also be applied to the MTA's largest source of dedicated funds, MTOA. And lastly, the MTA should look further at opportunities for sharing, crowding, and cleaning information as open data. This would help build greater trust with the public, as if they can see the information themselves, they'll have more confidence in making decisions about riding the subways. And lastly, I'd like to say that we support Senator Comrie's request for a full list of COVID-19 emergency contracts with the MTA. This should be released publicly as open data to not just the legislature, but the public at large, along with all MTA contracts. Thank you so much for your time. My written comments have a lot more information, so I'll leave it right there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Lisa, Danny, you choose. Lisa.
I'll go. Thank you. My name is Lisa Dagley, and I'm the Executive Director of the Permanent Citizens Advisory Committee to the MTA PCAC, created by the state legislature in 1981. Thank you for that. PCAC is the MTA's in-house rider advocacy organization representing riders on New York City subways and buses on the Long Island Railroad and Metro North Railroad. Thank you for holding this hearing today. It's been really informative. We also greatly appreciate your outreach to the New York congressional delegation in support of additional federal funds for the MTA and its millions of riders through the end of 2021. As you've heard extensively this morning, and we'll hear more this afternoon, the MTA is in the most dire fiscal situation it's ever faced. The agency is literally going broke helping move New York. Without another infusion of emergency federal funding, the MTA will be forced to make difficult choices, including deep service cuts, reduced cleaning, fare increases, harmful layoffs, and a significant reduction in the MTA's capital program. Without this critical federal funding, the transit system has the potential to downslide into a death spiral from which it could take years, even decades to come back, and riders will be the biggest losers. The pandemic and emergent work from home efforts have changed commute patterns, maybe for a year, maybe forever. A survey by Partnership for New York indicates that only 26% of employees are expected to return to the office by the end of the year. 83% of them will rely on public transit. That means there must be safe and sufficient service to get people where they need to go when they need to get there. Clearly, given the lack of federal responsiveness, it's time to look under every couch cushion to find every available dollar to spare riders and our region from a very bleak future. We have some thoughts on a mix of funding possibilities and ask for your support in exploring these avenues, more of which are detailed in a written testimony that we submitted. We understand that there may be tens of millions of dollars available through the legislature's set-aside funding, also known as CPRB money, for capital projects. While that won't fill the congestion pricing hole, it could help advance important projects. We're asking that you work with the MTA to identify key projects from a regional perspective. It's time to revisit potential dedicated operating revenue sources, as unappetizing as that may be. MTA board member and our chair, Andrew Albert, is on record in support of raising the gas tax, and our MNRCC and LARRCC chairs agree. We'd support a 15 to 20 cent per gallon gas tax increase, which could be phased out or adjusted as other funding sources come back online. Our back of the envelope tally indicates that if the gas tax is doubled from 8 cents to 16 cents, an additional $494 million a year would be raised. If it's tripled from 8 cents to 24 cents, an additional $988 million would be raised. While we know that the city and state are also hamstrung by lack of federal support, we'd like to see if there's a way that the $3 billion each in state and city funds could be moved up in the queue to allow the capital program and the economic benefits it generates to commence. The MTA could also choose the unappetizing route of going into more debt. It's generally not a good solution, and we're not sold on it now, but unfortunately it's a reality that we could soon face. Making the MTA's financial and capital project data available in usable and searchable formats would help all of us better make the case for funding now and into the future. Regular and transparent reporting to the legislature could spur the actions we've been calling for over the years. I've been back to riding for months now, and it's clear that ridership is way down but starting to come back, though people are still clearly concerned about catching the virus. The MTA is taking significant efforts to clean and disinfect trains and stations, but there's more that it can do to convince riders it's safe to return. Projects we're watching and asking about include expanding to subways and expediting on Metro North, real-time alerts on board trains and at stations to let riders know where crowding is occurring and directing them to less crowded stations. Implementing and expanding the MyMTA bus crowding pilot to all buses would also be helpful. Additional rider-friendly improvements we'll be talking to them about include creating an onboard cleaning dashboard with real-time and historical data by station, adding daily and monthly ridership by route, line, time of day, and station stops, including historical aggregated rider counts to the transit performance dashboard, establishing the capacity of each station and providing the percentage of capacity reached in real time, and making crowdsourced crowding information for subways available for real time. Thank you again for holding this hearing. We'd like to see another in the fall with updates. We'd also like to continue to echo the call that we've heard about restoration of 24/7 subway service. Thank you for your questions on that today. Essential workers have needed and continue to need service at all hours, and buses cannot replace subway service. With milestones and metrics rightly being the cornerstone of the state's reopening, we urge similar publicly disclosed metrics for restoration of overnight service. We've heard reliably that there are lines outside some subway stations waiting for service to begin again at 5 a.m. Since the majority of overnight use has historically been between 4 and 5 a.m., we'd like to see a more immediate metric-based option for rolling back closures to restart service at 4. Anything you can do to help move this forward is much appreciated. Of course, the surest and best way to get all of the funding needed for all of our transit system needs, so that all of our transit system needs can be addressed, is to spur the federal government to act and to invest in transit and its riders. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Danny?
Thank you so much for having me, chairs and committee members, and thanks so much to the MTA and labor executives and to my fellow panelists. I really appreciate everybody coming out, on such a, tough occasion for such an important purpose. And I want to second what the folks here have said. I think it's really, really important, all these different points that have been made, and they bear a lot of further discussion and examination. I would start by where Lisa left off, which is the urgent need for federal funding that can't be overstated. Really, our biggest concern, I think the biggest concern, for New York and its future should be the prospect of major fare hikes and service cuts. They must be the absolute last resort of the MTA. We desperately need federal funding to replace the funds lost to COVID. And if, by catastrophe, the funds don't come or they don't come soon enough, then every effort needs to be taken to avoid fare hikes and service cuts, because they will do the most lasting immediate damage to New Yorkers' livelihoods and lasting damage to the city and to the state and even really the national economy. And that's why, everything must be done to avert those, to keep the transit system running, to keep the millions of New Yorkers who are in transit now moving forward in transit, to make the system available to the millions more who will want to come back in the coming weeks, months, and over the next year. And really the alternative is a transit death spiral, and our city, our region really will ground to a halt. If that happens, we are uniquely dependent on transit. That is one of our struggles, being uniquely dependent on transit among American cities. But really, we are, our unparalleled vibrancy owes to the density that transit supports, and really we can't come back without it. More specifically, I guess, to hit a couple of other points, congestion pricing is something that cannot happen soon enough. We are ready for it. We are more ready for it now than before. That's why we so appreciate your consideration in the last state budget, seconding support for congestion pricing and liberalizing terms to make it applicable to MTA operations. MTA discussions with the federal government expedited in any way possible, either via administrative or legislative routes. And when it does happen, and when it does come back to New York, it's incredibly important there be no new exemptions. Congestion pricing is robust and fair as it was written to last year's state budget. It must be implemented the same way. There should not be more carve-outs. They will make it work less well, and they will undermine trust in the system and in the government that backs it. So it must go forward. It must go forward with no new exemptions. Moving forward to the capital plan, the congestion pricing will help fund, given that the capital plan is now on hold, and then a new program will have to be envisioned and put forth. We agree with the process points that my colleagues have made about how to do that in the light of day and with the participation of riders. But we also believe that at the end of the day, it must emphasize basic state of good repair, that we can't depend on subway signals from the last greatest crisis in the city's history during the Great Depression. We can't depend on subway cars that date to the 1960s. And of course, we need to afford all New Yorkers the dignity of a subway they can access. We need an accessible transit system, and that's something that can only come through the MTA's capital program, that must be prioritized in the MTA's capital program. So again, signals, subway cars, and elevators and ramps. That's what we need to bring the subway back better than ever when we are able to resume and reprioritize the capital program. And then lastly, I want to talk about the service that riders need and the support that riders need right now from the MTA, which is, of course, transit service, right? It needs to be a focus on the core of the MTA's basic operations. That starts with 24/7 service, right? Overnight commuters have punishing commutes already. That we've taken away their subway option is devastating to them. It doesn't matter if it's 1% or 2%, it's tens of thousands of New Yorkers, essential workers by and large. People we need to get to work as easily and quickly as possible. We owe them subway service. We must bring subway service back to some. We've seen from the transit app data that was reported in the Daily News that bus service is dramatically unequal across the city. The heaviest ridership buses are experiencing the worst crowding, and you have buses running empty across Central Park in the middle of the day. There must be service reallocation. It's the equitable thing to do. It is essential for racial justice in the city. We must see that happen soon. The MTA must embrace it. They will be elevated, supported, rewarded for doing that. And then finally, and I'll just touch on this very, very briefly, there is money in the MTA budget for MTA police, the police subway and bus riders. We think that money needs to be spent on service. We need as much service as possible. That's the way to keep New Yorkers safe. That's the way to build an equitable recovery. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Danny. Is that all the speakers for this panel? I believe it is.
Yes, I think so.
Let me just start by making a statement, thanking each and every one of you individually and the organizations that you represent. I think in the last, what would it be? 20 months, we have made extraordinary strides in the MTA system, and that has been system-wide from the tip of Long Island all the way up to the highest peak of Metro North, and of course in through the great city of New York. And we would not have been able to accomplish what we have without all of your input, energy, and support and advocacy, quite frankly. And we are very much reliant upon all of your work in helping to inform us on where we take it from here. This is no different. So thank you all for participating in today's public hearing. This is very important information that you've all shared. And I think each of you touched on various aspects of things that we've heard already, whether it was from the administration and questions that our colleagues had brought up to the leadership of the labor organizations representing the thousands of workers on the front lines, making the system run. You brought up some critical points. Also, the congestion pricing plan, the implementation of the congestion pricing plan, the focus on expanding the capital plan, ensuring that the system has the funding from the federal government as well, and what do we do until then? So these are all important points that you have all brought up, and I'm just very grateful for all of your efforts. So again, thank you so much. Two quick things I want to throw out there. Anybody feel free to chime in. I know, Danny, you even alluded to it, but others have as well, on the importance of restoring that 24/7 service. Right now, there is a gap in service between 1 a.m. and 5 a.m. It's to clean the cars. I brought it up earlier with the MTA leadership. They spoke to that point. I want to hear about the impact it's having on the ground with the ridership, and also regarding the Access-a-Ride and the accessibility. I know that there was the testimony that we were going to save until later on in the further panel discussion that came forward regarding Access-a-Ride. But, you know, the state legislature passed legislation extending the Access-a-Ride accessibility and eligibility, especially for the remote areas, for those appointments and whatnot. That legislation was vetoed, and it was done so based upon the information that we got from the administration, from the MTA, saying that it was redundant. So I'd like to just hear if there are any comments on that as well. I think, you know, each and every one of us has been focused on making sure that we are not only getting the system up to where it should be, where we're 30 years past due with the American with Disabilities Act, and making sure that we have that accessibility for all riders. But at the same time, what can we do with the technological advancements that are available to us today to achieve those same goals? So I'll throw those two ideas out to you. And again, thank you all for taking part in this today.
Thank you, Senator. I could start really quickly on the issue of Access-a-Ride. Just to reiterate, we really appreciate the legislature and everyone here and Senator Comrie and Assemblymember Dinowitz for initially sponsoring those bills that would have extended all of these protections, which we do acknowledge the MTA has done a good job of implementing. But we were disappointed in the veto. Obviously, we would like those protections to be extended in state law to Access-a-Ride users. We also think there's a lot of win-wins in there that we continually reach out to MTA and Access-a-Ride leadership about, with things like reducing in-person assessments. There are cost efficiencies there, as well as eliminating onerous requirements on people with disabilities. And we want to continue to look for win-wins. Things like using taxis and on-demand dispatch technology can also really be win-wins in terms of reducing the high costs of the system while making it more responsive and bringing it into the into the year 2020 in terms of the technology. So, you know, we were disappointed in the veto, but we think it was really important that the legislature passed those bills unanimously. And we got a veto statement that really reiterated a commitment to these safety measures. And so we really hope to keep working with all of you and your committees to still push for innovation and real reform in the paratransit system statewide.
Sorry, I was just going to jump in for the one part of that question. There are a number of tools that the MTA once you know, construction picks up again. There are a number of tools that the MTA could employ to bring down the cost of some of these projects. Transit Center has been out and open on the record with a few of those, including elevators that go directly from the street to the platform, a new policy that is being shopped around to local elected officials in New York City, including that would change zoning laws to take advantage of development that's happening within the city, to have developers make various concessions to the MTA in order to provide access through their buildings to subway stations that would tremendously reduce the cost of certain elevator projects within the city. So there definitely are ways that the MTA could bring down the cost of projects. And I also want to comment on your question about the effect of the late night closures on riders. And I'm sure that my colleagues will have more to say on this, but you know, I've heard personally from riders who are the people who, the 1% that Chair Foy has mentioned, the 10,000 plus people who rely on the subway system during that time. These are people who are late night shift workers who are cleaning, you know, hospitals, providing medical care late night, you know, really keeping the lights on in New York City. And without adequate subway service and adequate bus service to pick up the slack, and now with the cancellation of the MTA's overnight for-hire vehicle program, there are a lot of people who are literally stranded and unable to find adequate means of transportation, and the MTA really is leaving them to fend for themselves. So what we have called for at least is the MTA to, and Governor Cuomo, to articulate a series of objective measurements that would trigger the return of late night service. We think that, you know, gyms have objective measures that are triggering the return of gyms. We think that the same is possible for the subway as well.
Thank you very much. I'll yield back to you.
I didn't know if you had another moment. Just comment on the 24/7 service, or do we need to move on?
Absolutely. Go ahead, Lisa, and then we'll pass it back over to the Assemblywoman.
Great, thank you. You know, we have, since the announcement that in May that overnight service was going to stop, been asking for information about how long it takes to clean stations and subway cars. That's reasonable information to look at, how long it takes to get homeless from the system to the help that they need. But we have not yet received that information from the MTA. Those we think would be very helpful. That would be very helpful in determining and helping to set the metrics of what is needed for, so that it could be shrunk. or revised, or at least, looking to the future, what is going to be, how we're going to be able to restore 24/7 service from a metric-based fashion. And I think that gathering some of that information would be helpful, not just for preparing for future emergencies and looking to see what the costs and effects are going to be in terms of cleaning and homeless and getting homeless the help that they need, but looking at this restoration. And when I was out handing out masks at subway stations and on the mask mask patrol, I was told firsthand about people who wait online at 5 o'clock in the morning to get into the subways because they need to be at work by 6 or by 5:30, and there's literally no other way for them to get there, since it's too short a distance back when the essential service connector was running, and they don't have a bus near them. So looking at taking all of that information, listening to some of the anecdotals, listening to what some of the labor folks said about ways that their members could contribute to the conversation. I think gathering as much information as possible to be informed and to be cautiously appropriate in reopening or rolling back closures is really necessary. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you both. So I have a couple of questions. First, let me start out by saying thank you to everyone who testified on this panel. You have been such teachers to me in my years now as corporations chair on this issue in particular. So I really appreciate that. You more than any other group of citizens, outside of the workers and the administration, follow the transit system. That's your mission as advocates. And spam. And so I wanted to just ask you some real general questions. What do you think we should be doing? I know you're saying we should have another hearing in the fall. What else should the legislature be doing at this point? What should we be doing as the oversight committees for the MTA? Is there anything you can think of in terms of a more active role for us? Question number one. And two, what should the MTA be doing, more actively than they are? What should the unions be doing more actively than they are? From your perspective, what can we do together to make or collectively make this horrible situation a little better?
I'll start, and I know my colleagues will have more to say. And like I said at the beginning of my testimony, we really appreciate the hearings you have held, and I think they are extremely beneficial. And that's why we think another one this fall, before any decisions get made about the next year's budget, will be really, really important. There should be more clarity about the federal funding situation in the next few months, or even if there still isn't, we're getting closer to that time when the MTA is going to have to adopt a budget. And I think your role in probing and getting the right questions asked so the public has an understanding of what's happening and can weigh in is going to be really important. The second thing I referenced in my testimony, I just reiterate, is that you are the stewards of the MTA's state funds. They have a number of dedicated funds, and the legislature has been, I think, doing a great job making sure to put them in lockboxes like congestion pricing, the internet sales tax, the mansion tax, moving the PMT, payroll mobility tax off budget. I think it's time for the Mass Trans Operating Assistance Fund to also be moved off budget so that it's protected in future processes, because the legislature can reject a cut to it that might come through the state adjustment process, but it would be better to have it go directly to the MTA. It'll be more seamless, and it won't be subject to the political kind of negotiations. And I think it would be extremely beneficial. So I'd encourage you to look at legislation to that effect.
Anybody else?
Yeah, I'll jump in as well. Thank you for the question. I want to start off by saying that, I think we all commend the work that, of course, that the MTA and the unions are doing. I've firsthand have seen the MTA passing out masks. There is, I think, a very visible campaign for riders to wear masks, and the evidence seems to be that that's one of the most important factors in being able to reopen and being able to reopen as a city and also as a subway system. I'll just again reiterate in my testimony, I think that New York State, the legislature, the governor, really needs to be on the U.S. Department of Transportation to ensure that the approvals for congestion pricing move through, and do whatever you can to get the federal funding that the MTA really needs. I know that that's not a very wonky or policy-oriented question, but I think that right now, if we could all be united as leaders in calling for as much resources from the federal government as the MTA needs, I think that right now that's task number one.
Thank you. I just have one other follow-up. When it was announced that there were going to be, 500 new transit police, or whatever the number was, right? Everybody was, I think, almost unanimously as groups, you didn't like it, and, I wondered if, in light of the mask issue, that we heard today, the workers don't want to be there with people who aren't wearing masks. The riders don't want to be there. And it's perhaps causing ridership to be even worse than it might be, and might hurt increased ridership in the future. Do you think there's a role there? I'm just asking the question. I know, Danny, you spoke about, trying to redirect that money, but I'm just hearing everybody's testimony today and wondered what you thought.
I can speak for Reinvent Albany. We still believe we didn't support the expansion at the time. We thought that a reallocation and a better look at how the existing NYPD police force was deployed would be a far more cost-effective approach. There's 2,300 NYPD officers that patrol the subways. I think that.
But what about LIR and Metro North? We don't have any police who do that.
Well, I think there are 500 MTA police that are about 780 MTA police pre-hiring of the new officers who were both Bridges and Tunnels and Long Island Railroad and Metro North dedicated. So, I think that for us, the question has been about the deployment of the existing police force. And when you're looking at a, more than $10 billion deficit out through 2021, I think the pause that's been put on the hiring of additional officers, there's been 170 officers hired to date. I think given the huge deficit coming in the future, additional hiring should not be done at this time. That's our view. It's best to look at the existing numbers that they have, whether it's the MTA working closely with NYPD or looking at its current police force and figuring out how to better deploy them in Metro North and Long Island Railroad.
Thank you. Anybody else?
I just wanted to go on the record. We did not join the letters that my colleagues sent regarding the 500 MTA police officers. What and I just wanted to clarify that and why. What we called for was data-driven deployment, and data should be really the cornerstone of all of the efforts that the MTA is making, not just now, but pre-pandemic, post-pandemic, in the work that it does. And so we don't know where the police are that have been brought on. I think it was 130 have been hired. We've seen a decrease in mask compliance. It's something that's not being enforced, and that's something that's, I believe, statewide. And that was a decision that was made at many different levels of government. So if there is going to be a decision to increase or to implement mask enforcement and mask compliance, then I think that there should be a lot of conversations about how that's going to happen, not just who's going to do it, but how it will be done with the workforce that ends up doing it.
Thank you.
Yeah, and just to add to my colleague comments, the question of whether or not to hire police officers is on pause now while the MTA hiring freeze is in effect. And Transit Center agrees completely with reInvent Albany's assessment of the budgetary impacts of hiring the 500 police officers. I will say that Transit Center also has on the record given recommendations for how transit police could be better utilized on the subways and on the buses. We've called for removing police from fare compliance on buses and decriminalizing fare evasion. We think that the MTA, especially as it moves to all-door boarding on buses with Omni, should work with DAs to avoid criminalizing New Yorkers, particularly Black, brown, and low-income New Yorkers. And the MTA's current EAGLE team, which is the name of the transit police force that checks for fare evasion on the buses, we think that it should be overhauled to include anti-bias and de-escalation principles and really utilize more of a customer service approach than a criminalization approach. And to that end, Transit Center has seen a growing number of cities across the United States increase the presence of unarmed ambassadors on board to check for fare evasion and other issues on board. We think that moving toward a less punitive, less criminalizing approach is the way to go here in New York City right now.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Senate?
If I might just jump in as well, we don't have a real cost analysis in terms of the MTA to bring you today, but something New York Lawyers for the Public Interest and a whole coalition in New York City have been advocating for is crisis response teams that involve responses to mental health crises other than armed police officers, which has been a highly successful model in other cities. And of course, in the transit system, there's a high likelihood of armed police encountering people in mental health crisis, and this often leading to violent outcomes. So something we'd be really interested in working with the state legislature on in the coming year, as well as all of our colleagues in the advocacy world, is looking at how this could be specifically piloted or introduced in the transit system, among other things. And we've been working with the public advocate in New York City and other local legislators, pushing for a pilot program in starting with precincts that have a very high rate of violent encounters between police and folks in mental health crisis in New York City.
Thank you. All right, well, with that now, turning back over to the Senate. Thank you.
Thank you. We don't have anyone else that has any questions. I just want to thank the panel for your continued advocacy. And I would hope that you would keep it up, that the things that you mentioned are important that the public understands. And I would hope that you continue to engage the public, especially in the light of the fact that we need the public to weigh in heavily on the issues that are outstanding, and especially the need for the MTA to go back to 24 hours. Also, the things that you mentioned regarding revenue raising that the MTA can do and budget cutting, we need the public to actually advocate more on that as well. Honestly, I'm a little dubious that we'll get any congestion pricing money anytime soon, especially in the next 6 months. But even after that, with the state of the world that we're in right now, how much money we get from congestion pricing is going to be subject to the state of the world, and unfortunately, it's not good. So I think we need to look at raising more money internally to maintain our capital program, to readjust our capital program. So I wholeheartedly agree with you that we need to have another hearing in the fall before they come out with their capital update. And I will advocate with my chairs to make sure that that happens, because I just don't see any progress on congestion pricing between now and the end of the year, especially with this administration. That needs the things that we need to be able to do to be self-sufficient within our own state. And those are hard decisions that we're all going to have to make together. As far as the for-hire vehicle and the accessorized programs, I want to thank you for your support of the bills that you asked me to sponsor, and I'm happy to continue to advocate for them and improve them so that we can eventually get them passed. I think that the accessorized program should be a for hire vehicle type of program once they improve the technology, so that those folks that are in most need of transportation don't have to stand outside for hours or be embarrassed if they come downstairs late or come out of a doctor's appointment late. So, it's a necessary upgrade that we need to do in the for hire vehicle program that is now disappearing, was a little help for those folks that were essential workers from the 1 a.m. to 5 a.m. And that needs to be continued in some way, shape, or form. So I want to thank you all for your advocacy. I hope you're all testifying again tomorrow. I look forward to continuing to work with you, as we fight to try to make sure that our transit system is as transparent as possible. And also, and that reminds me that the questions that you raised along with myself about the transparency within the MTA is something that we continue to have to push for. It's ridiculous that this agency that is looking for billions of dollars in assistance can't be as transparent as we need to be on the legislature and everywhere else. And as transparent as they're asking their essential workers to be and their unions to be with givebacks, they have to be as transparent as well to gain the public trust. So thank you all for your continued advocacy. I look forward to working with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you. This concludes our panel. We're going to call up panel number 5. Are they all in the room? I see Nicole. I see Rachel. I saw her anyway for a minute. Well, why don't we begin with the Manhattan Institute?
Good afternoon, Assemblywoman Pollen, chairs, Senator Kennedy, Senator Comrie. Thank you for inviting me to testify this afternoon. COVID-19 is the biggest threat to the downstate region's mass transit system and thus to the city itself since the invention of the Model T. In the short term, as you heard this morning, the impact of the pandemic on the MTA's ridership and finances far surpassed the impact of previous crises. I'll give you just a couple quick examples. After September 11th, 2001, for example, the subway system lost 2% of its riders until 2002. Ridership recovered and exceeded 2001 levels after just 2 years. After the 2008 financial crisis, the subway system lost 3% of its riders because of the impact of unemployment and fewer people commuting. Ridership recovered and exceeded its 2008 levels within 3 years. Similarly, after 9/11 and after the 2008 financial crisis, the MTA lost less than 1% of its passenger fare revenue in the first instance, and fare revenue actually rose slightly after 2008. That was partly because of fare hikes in those 2 years, but it speaks to the greater capacity back then to increase fares with high ridership versus the capacity today. In fact, after 2008, the MTA's biggest problem financially was not a loss of riders or fares, but a substantial loss in real estate-related tax subsidies as the housing bubble burst. So this time is very, very different. As of last week, subway ridership remains 3/4 below normal levels. Commuter rail ridership fares even worse, with Metro North ridership now down 81%, which speaks to the fact that the white-collar workforce has not returned in any substantial numbers to Midtown Manhattan. Now, again, just reiterating what you heard this morning, the MTA has never experienced this type of substantial and prolonged drop in its ridership. Although the MTA is already planning for a fare hike for next year, no fare hike can make up for this catastrophic loss in revenue, as well as the historic loss in tax subsidy revenues that you heard about this morning. Now, that's the short-term picture. I'm not that worried that Congress won't come through with another round of rescue funding for the MTA. It is quite likely that Congress will come through with more aid either later this year or early next year. It is the longer term picture that is frankly more worrisome. Although it's impossible to know for sure, there's a real risk that the pandemic may herald long-term pattern changes in white-collar working and commuting patterns. Before the pandemic started, more than 3/4 of the nearly 4 million people who commuted to core Manhattan each day arrived on public transportation. Most of those people, more than 2 million people, came in every day on the subways. Most of the remainder came in on buses, your commuter rail, and a smaller amount on the ferries. The pandemic has revealed that most white-collar workers can perform their job duties at home, at least some of the time. And if you think back to some of the transit strikes we've seen in the past, we had a strike in 2005, strike in 1980, and a strike in 1966. White-collar workers did everything possible to get to their offices because they could not work at home. Technology has reduced the white-collar dependence on the transit system and frankly reduced the white-collar dependence on the urban environment itself. Now, that's not to say that white-collar workers will stay at home 5 days a week forever, but is it a real risk that once the pandemic is over, they come into the office 2 days a week or 3 days a week instead of 5 days a week? Yes, that's a real risk, and that itself has a big impact on MTA finances when you consider that more than half of transit riders before the pandemic bought a monthly pass. That's important revenue to the MTA. So what can we do? And in fact, this situation is more like what happened after World War II, getting back to the Model T comparison. The mass marketing of the car after World War II up until now has been the greatest threat to the transit system. And that indeed lowered transit ridership for 3 decades after World War II until the MTA started to turn this around in the late 1970s, early 1980s. So what can the state legislature, the city governments, and other levels of government do to make a difficult recovery hopefully a little bit less difficult? Yes, of course, it's a given that Congress should come through with this new money. On the operating side, each MTA transit agency should be proactively going to each of the union bargaining units, ask the unions to come up with clear, measurable cost savings through enhanced productivity. The union members know the working conditions and how to improve the workflow better than anybody else. The unions can bring these potential cost savings to the management in order to avoid a wage freeze, in order to avoid layoffs. On commuter railroads, for example, we could do cost savings by introducing some gated fare entry, not having to check every single passenger's ticket on board commuter rail. On the capital side, on all these construction projects, to get more work done per scarce dollars spent, the state legislature should consider revising the prevailing wage laws for construction jobs to allow the MTA's construction contractors to eliminate duplicative construction jobs. In terms of new revenues, I think the MTA should explain better what its strategy is to overcome these supposed environmental review delays in Washington. Is the MTA considering suing the Federal Department of Transportation, for example? Would the MTA consider going ahead with the congestion pricing work and letting itself be sued by the federal government and arguing to a judge that the federal government's delay is indeed a constructive answer, that they don't need to do an environmental review? But even if congestion pricing starts up on time, which it should, it is likely to bring in less revenue than it would have without the pandemic. In the short term, in terms of fare and toll hikes on the bridges and tunnels are preferable to fare hikes on transit. We don't want people to form a new habit of driving into the city. And also a fare hike essentially right now is a tax on essential workers. What we don't want to happen is white collar workers gingerly coming back to the transit system, saying, you know what, I'll take the railroad into the city, see what happens, and being greeted with a slower commute, delayed trains, an unpredictable commute, people not wearing masks, and then deciding, you know, I'm not going to do this anymore. I'll wait a few more months and see what happens. And finally, I'll say just a quick word about crime, although it's not in my prepared remarks because some of the previous panelists talked about crime. Crime is indeed up significantly on the subways over the past 4 months when you adjust for ridership, and also in some crime categories, just the raw numbers. We've had 4 murders on the subways this year. All 4 murders were minority men. We usually have 2 murders for an entire year on the subways, and every rider is at 5 or 6 times the risk of being robbed or assaulted compared to last year. So crime is another concern in terms of how do we get the ridership back and how do we speed this difficult recovery up. Thank you again for inviting me to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions or comments.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Denise Richardson from Citizen Budget Commission.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm Denise Richardson from the Citizens Budget Commission. In the interest of time, I will summarize my written remarks. It is clear that the MTA needs additional federal assistance. However, as CBC noted in its July report, the MTA must make its own hard choices to solve its financial problems. The choices will require shared sacrifices by all constituencies, including the MTA must work with the labor force to implement additional savings by increasing the efficiency of operations, reducing overtime, and reducing personnel costs. The MTA must forego new headcount. It simply cannot afford new hires at this time. The MTA must also rescope the capital program to focus on the projects that will preserve the system's state of good repair and reduce future maintenance expenses, especially in the key areas of track and signals. The MTA must also optimize service to match ridership patterns and support critical needs of the economy. The MTA should consider a revision of its essential service plans to ensure that service enables the ridership to maintain social distance guidelines without running trains that are essentially empty. Increasing tolls by a greater percentage than the currently planned 4% increase in 2021, given that toll traffic has returned at a faster rate than ridership, will help mitigate some of the delays from congestion pricing and also enable the MTA to address some of its operating revenue gaps. However, the MTA has been given authority to issue long-term debt to support its operations, but this should not be considered without taking all of the steps that I've mentioned above to cut spending. Debt service is paid through the MTA's fare and toll tax revenue and subsidies. In 2020, debt service represented 19% of the MTA's operating revenues and subsidies. In 2021, due to the pandemic's effects, the MTA forecasts this to grow to 26%. Thus, for every $5 of fare, toll, and tax revenue the MTA receives, it will need to spend more than $1.30 on debt service next year. With more revenue allocated to debt service, fewer resources are available to enhance service, keep trains and stations clean, maintain rolling stock, or make other ongoing repairs that are not capital eligible. Controlling debt service growth once borrowing for operating expenses is introduced will require counterproductive reductions in capital investments, risking the system's state of good repair. Financial federal assistance aside, the MTA should examine every aspect of its operations and make the hard choices that will be necessary to reduce spending and keep the system operating until ridership returns and the economic activity of the region rebounds. The MTA has come too far in recent decades to sacrifice its future to short-term decisions that will have long-term negative consequences. Thank you. I'll be happy to answer any questions and anything from my written testimony that I did not address right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Rachel Hote is our last speaker. Hope I said that right.
Thank you, Chairs Kennedy, Comrie, and Paulin for hosting this hearing on the future of the MTA in the wake of the COVID-19 crisis. A modern and efficient public transit system is essential to our city and region's economic recovery and future growth. The Partnership for New York City has actively advocated for federal funding to fill the huge revenue losses the system has experienced due to the pandemic. but so far only a quarter of what is needed has been forthcoming. Without federal action on the $12 billion the MTA says it needs to get through 2021, there is no way the agency can recover from what Chairman Foy has called a fiscal tsunami. Prior to COVID-19, New York was on the path to building a world-class transportation system after decades of decay and underinvestment. Service, including on-time performance, was dramatically improving. Capital projects were being completed faster and at lower cost, and the MTA's historic $51.5 billion capital program had just been approved. In 2018, the Partnership for New York City and the MTA established the Transit Innovation Partnership, incorporating private sector expertise and cutting-edge technology into agency operations. Through this partnership, in response to COVID-19, the MTA was quickly able to deploy new technology to measure passenger flow and reroute buses to accommodate frontline workers during the hours the subway was closed. In one example, it took just 4 days to launch a solution that could have taken years under prior procedures. We have also recently launched the COVID-19 Response Challenge to make transit safer and to safeguard the health of the MTA's heroic workforce and riders. Evaluators are currently reviewing more than 190 submissions from vendors across the globe, and this fall, those companies with the most promising ideas will be selected for pilot projects and potentially adoption. Earlier this month, the Partnership for New York City conducted a survey of private sector employers to determine when workers are likely to return to the office and what factors influence the timing. The results show substantial uncertainty about when to expect Manhattan's 1 million office workers to return. This is not because they like working remotely. The top 3 reasons for not returning to the office were concerns about the status of the pandemic and availability of a vaccine, the safety of mass transit, and safe reopening of schools and childcare facilities. As of mid-August, the survey revealed that just 8% of office workers had returned to the workplace. Only 26% were expected to return by the end of the year and 54% by July of 2021. Notably, 83% of office workers will depend on mass transit for their commute. The pandemic cost the MTA 90% of its ridership and 40% of its revenues, but the subway, bus, and commuter rail systems today are cleaner, safer, and more comfortable than ever. Yet many members of the public remain reticent to return, primarily due to lack of trust in the self-discipline of their fellow passengers, wearing masks, socially distancing, and staying home when sick. There is also a growing issue of crime throughout the city, including in and around transit stations, subways, buses, and trains. The governor's executive order requires everyone, including those using mass transit, to wear face coverings. Restoring confidence in transit may require the legislature to codify the governor's executive order into state law to require wearing masks covering mouth and nose on transit and in stations, as well as stronger enforcement through a combination of NYPD presence, real-time monitoring, and tools for reporting violations. The financial losses facing the MTA will not be covered in the short term by returning ridership. Operational and administrative reforms are also necessary. The MTA has implemented some already, like design-build projects that help speed up the pace of projects while lowering the cost. Other needed reforms are suggested in the 2018 report of the Metropolitan Transportation Sustainability Advisory Work Group. The MTA leadership and transit workers have done an exceptional job of maintaining services and responding to the COVID-19 crisis. They deserve our thanks and support during the recovery process. New Yorkers, both transit riders and transit workers, must feel safe on transit or our economic recovery will continue to lag. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Rachel, Nicole, and Denise, for that very informative testimony from each of you. You know, I mentioned this earlier on that the other panelists that came and testified before us have helped to inform us to drive the agenda. You know, you've each alluded to it over the course of the last 20 months. We have seen an extraordinary investment into the MTA. We've seen some reforms put in place by the Democratic Senate, along with our colleagues in the Assembly, signed into law by the governor. And look, we are just getting warmed up. We've got a long way to go. We got a lot of work to do. And we knew prior to COVID-19 hitting us and really undermining the economy, not only of the city and the state, but the nation and the globe, that the MTA was in need of getting the ridership back onto the trains and the buses, and to create a more robust and efficient system. So we were on the path to that. The rug was pulled out from underneath us, and we've just got to get back to where we were and better. I am definitely intrigued by everything that each of you has brought to the table and have done to help drive this agenda thus far. I'm curious to know if you've been working with the MTA, if they have been open to working with you, and what in fact you may present to us to advance forward from a financial perspective, given the dire circumstances at this point in time. Obviously, we're waiting on the federal government to move, but if the federal government fails to move, especially in the next several months here, we're going to have decisions to make. Do you have any ideas from a budgetary perspective on where we should start?
I can start with that. It's CBC's custom when we're going to issue a report about an agency, and particularly agency operations, to give a copy of the report to the agency in advance. And so typically when we're making recommendations or observations about agency operations, we will do that, and the MTA is no different. At this point, I think, given the situation with the federal government, and some of it may come out at tomorrow's board meeting and in the future, obviously the MTA is going to have to come forward with some significant changes that they need to propose. And so the question will be, I think Lisa Daglian alluded to it earlier, is with the changes that they propose, what data do they also share to show the entire community, including yourselves, how they reached these decisions? Because they are going to be difficult and people will be affected. And the issue becomes, for everybody, all riders, all constituencies, is the MTA sharing the pain broadly, equitably, equally, given that we all have a stake in the future of the MTA? We all have a stake in helping the MTA solve this problem right now. So in a lot of ways, it really is a partnership between the civic community, the MTA's unions, and the MTA itself, and you as well, because you represent all of your constituents.
Yeah, thank you, Denise. And Rachel, you presented some dire statistics. Unfortunately, these are statistics that we've all heard before. And, it calls into question the financial viability and the future of the city of New York. We have to save the city of New York, and it starts with the robust and efficient public transportation system that people trust in. And you use that word, trust. People have to trust that when they get on the train and they utilize the system, that they're going to get where they want to go efficiently, reliably, and safely. And that means including and especially their health. And so what other steps do you believe that the MTA should be taking to get people back into the trains, back into the buses, and utilizing that system again? And what opportunities that we may have to improve from where we are with this historically low ridership?
Thank you, Chair Kennedy. And yes, we work very closely with the MTA at the Transit Innovation Partnership. I'll give a few examples of where we've had direction from the MTA on where they're looking to further explore solutions related to COVID-19 response. As mentioned, we've recently announced a COVID-19 response challenge that calls for technology solutions from around the world that help to combat COVID-19 in a number of ways. And this includes both products and tools that eliminate the virus or prevent its spread, as well as tools for monitoring and getting to what you spoke about, trust, and allowing customers and riders to have even more information so that they can feel more confident about their commutes. We were very appreciative to see that there were more than 190 responses to that competition, and the areas of interest were submitted and indicated directly by our partners at the MTA. In addition to, I should note, other transit agencies within the region. We have since expanded the Transit Innovation Partnership to include other transit systems within the region as they have shared challenges. So some of those areas were indicated by Chairman Foy in his earlier remarks, including exploring technologies and tools that help to eliminate contaminated aerosols within the system. And of course, we cast a very wide net with our challenge statement, and thus we also welcome a range of different approaches, including innovations in PPE and other digital tools that can be used to understand and encourage mask usage throughout the system. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you very much. I'll yield to you, Assemblywoman.
Thank you very much. I fear that your dire predictions are all too correct. Living in the suburbs, and with Metro North at the lowest among all of the transit systems, I can tell you that I don't see my neighbors going back anytime soon into New York City. Not until, even when there's a vaccine, the comfort of home is just the comfort of home. And with Zoom and other technologies, I do think we're going to see a reduction. Whether it's going to be permanent or whether it's going to be temporarily permanent is hard to tell. When the vibrancy of the city comes back, there'll be a desire to go to the city, but I don't know if it's ever going to be exactly the same. We will just, that's probably true for Queens, Senator, and Brooklyn and Staten Island, Manhattan, you can almost walk, wherever. We're going to have a big test in front of us and an unknown in front of us. So I don't really have questions. I just want to say I appreciate your perspectives. It's what I'm thinking about as well. We are going to have to look at that road ahead very carefully and make good decisions so that we maintain the transit system as best we can. So thank you all, and I'm going to turn it over to Senator Comrie.
Thank you, Chair Paulin, Assemblymember Paulin. I want to thank the panel for testifying as well. That you gave us some clear insights into what we really know. I can tell you that talking to friends of mine that work in the banking industry, work in the fashion industry, work in the even architecture industry, their jobs are telling them that they're not coming back until maybe June of next year. And that was the latest. Some people said maybe January. We really know that people are not going to come back until there's a city again, until there's Broadway, until there are restaurants. Corporate America is not coming back until there's a vibrant city for them to come back to. And that's the reality that we all have to face one way or another. And that we have to, the challenge is for us to reunite the city, to reignite the lifeblood of the city, which is the nightlife, which is the theaters, which are the restaurants, which is why corporate America wanted to be in New York City in the first place. So that's a challenge. I hope you all submitted your testimony. I didn't get a chance to download it. If not, could you please email it to me directly? I'd love to, I hope that you all testifying tomorrow at the board hearing as well, and that you will continue to advocate for your different positions. You talked about, Denise, you talked about reducing the MTA debt service and the fact that the MTA is spending more and more money in debt service. Can you talk about how you think the MTA would, what best proposals the MTA could do to reduce debt service?
Well, the last several capital plans, it really started in the late 1990s, have been overwhelmingly funded with debt. And the 15 to 19 capital program came with about $10 billion of debt. The 20 to 24 capital program had what I'm going to call the debt that was to be supported by the dedicated revenues of the mansion tax, the internet sales tax, and congestion pricing. But it also came with over $9 billion of traditional, what I'm going to call traditional debt backed by tolls and fares. Clearly, to address the debt service issue, the MTA is going to have to look at some form of rescoping of the capital program in one form or another. One of the things that has not really been talked about that could benefit the MTA is that the federal FAST Act, the MTA gets about 25% of their capital funding through the regular ongoing federal transportation bills. The FAST Act is up for renewal. It's obviously unlikely that that will happen between now and the election. However, I'm sure that next year it will be probably front and center of the next Congress. So the MTA, aside from the immediate need for federal funding to resolve their financial problems, the MTA will find itself with a new infusion of capital funding, which comes in the form of, direct grants from the next federal transportation bill. That will help a lot. The other thing that the MTA really has to avoid doing, as I mentioned, is to avoid at all costs borrowing for operating expenses, because that will put way too much pressure on their debt service obligation. It is a little bit concerning that their debt cap in the last budget was raised from, the 55 billion cap to $90 billion. But if you make the analogy to a credit card, you have a limit on your credit card. That doesn't mean you spend it up to the limit. So I think what the MTA really has to do is look at how to maximize their operating efficiencies so that they don't start down the path of borrowing for operating expenses, and looking at how they manage the capital program to keep that debt service level and to keep that debt service reasonable. And that may mean stretching out the schedule for some projects, which at this stage, every business in the country is looking at their changed financial circumstances and looking at how they need to change their own investment patterns. And the MTA needs to do that same thing.
Thank you. Rachel, you talked about the technology and the innovation of technology, and that there was a solution that you resolved with the MTA in 4 days as opposed to 4 years. Could you expound on what that was and how that was helpful?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chair Comrie. The Transit Tech Lab is a program that is run by the Transit Innovation Partnership in collaboration with the MTA, and it provides an opportunity for the MTA to rapidly evaluate new technologies that align with high priorities at no cost, no financial cost. One of the examples of our first Transit Tech Lab was a challenge focused on how to predict and prevent subway delays. And as part of this, a company called Axon Vibe developed an app that was able to be repurposed in a manner of 4 days to serve the Essential Connector program that was enacted when the overnight subway closures were put into place. Normally, in order to launch, develop, and integrate with data sources from the MTA, for example, this would have taken much longer. But thanks to a meaningful, deep working relationship with the MTA, this team was able to rapidly deploy this new app, helping to indicate and provide guidance to essential workers traveling overnight, the best path that they could use to make their journeys.
So this was the Essential Connector program that allowed people that were working from 1 a.m. to 5 a.m. to find alternate means of transportation?
Yes, that's correct.
Right. And that program was operational within 4 days. Do you think that's a program that needs to continue?
I would defer to the MTA on their direction for the program. The app, however, like all technology, the benefit there is that it can be repurposed to serve workers in different ways. And so thankfully, this is a tool that integrates directly with MTA data feeds. It continues to support overnight workers because it provides information on, for example, overnight bus routes that they are able to use. Right. In addition to that, in the future, it can be used to support workers in transit deserts that are perhaps further away from transit. So there is continuing value in the tool regardless.
That's why I'm interested in it. I represent Southeast Queens, which, as you know, they're one of the worst transit deserts in the city. Thank you for that feedback. I would hope that you would also convince them to develop an app so that the Access-a-Ride program could be app-based and make it a lot more technically efficient through having an app-based program so that people could not have to go through the horror show that they do now with Access-a-Ride. So hopefully that can be part of the new technology that's developed as well. And maybe as an offshoot of this Essential Connector program that you've already been working on. I hope the MTA would embrace that as quickly as possible. Thank you. Nicole, you talked about suing the federal government for the congestion pricing and taking them on and starting that. You think that's actually feasible if the MTA is actually also looking to borrow $12 billion or get another $12 billion from the state federal government? And how do you juxtapose suing when we're asking for money? Can you give me a balance on that?
Yes, thank you, Senator Comrie, for that excellent question. You know, you are obviously much better at assessing the congressional situation and in the federal election situation than I would be. But given that we don't know the outcome of the election in November, the faster we get this out of the political arena and into the legal arena, with very little downside, I think that some form of a new rescue package in Congress will pass. Realistically, that rescue package is going to need votes from both sides of the aisle, including our two New York senators, who are obviously very interested in the transit situation. But were the MTA to sue, or were they to be sued over congestion pricing, it would at least start a process where the Federal Department of Transportation, where the rest of the federal government would have to answer in court for what is the reason for these delays. You know, Robert Moses used to say, if a project is going to generate revenue, you want that project up and running as quickly as you can get it up and running, because you need to get those dollars in sooner rather than later. Even if the MTA had to spend money on an environmental review, just a couple days of congestion pricing would make up for that extra spending. Same thing with spending money on a lawsuit. So I think it's at least worth considering and worth asking the MTA, have you thought about this? Have you thought about a strategy if this continues indefinitely with this supposed federal obstacle? New York State obviously has a precedent in suing the federal government over other issues, even as it needs general aid during the pandemic. So just something to think about.
It's an interesting idea. I hope to talk about it with you some more. If you could send us the details on that as usual.
Yes.
Your three groups are always innovative and forward thinking. I want to thank you, Nicole Galinas and Rachel Holt and Denise Richardson, for your continued advocacy on behalf of the city. Hope that we can continue to work together with you. I just wanted one final question for the three of you. Do you think that full transparency of all of the jobs and positions and contracting at the MTA is necessary to develop trust within the agency and with the people that have to work with the agency? And if so, can you express why?
I'll start. I think it's very important. You know, I think the MTA has done a good job improving their capital program dashboard, but a number of these earlier speakers alluded to it earlier. They've had to do a lot of emergency contracts to deal with the pandemic, and that's right. However, the time has come now to identify what that spending was on, identify who the vendors were, and identify what they've gotten from it. Also, I think the earlier panel talked about some metrics on the cleaning, on, you know, ridership. Those are important things for people to have, particularly because if the MTA has to make the decision to make some service changes, it's always helpful to be able to go to the public and say, we're making this service change because, in fact, for whatever this service is, we have in a 4-hour period 30 riders, and here's how we can accommodate these 30 riders in some other form, to keep to keep silent when you have to make decisions that are going to affect people's lives and not affect them in a way that is convenient. I think makes it much harder to get public buy-in, and for you who are accountable to your constituents to then go back to your constituents and say, look, we all have to work together here. This is what we need to do. So I think the more information that the MTA can give in a thoughtful way that explains what they're doing will be more helpful to everybody.
Thank you.
One, I guess I'll go next. One issue where the state legislature, I would respectfully suggest might be helpful in transparency is this issue of construction contracts. Under the prevailing wage law, the wage rates are obviously set under the law, but the construction contracts between not the MTA and the contractors, but between the contractors and the construction unions, those are private contracts. We are not allowed to look at the terms of those contracts between the construction contractors and the construction unions. Transparency is always a good thing, or almost always a good thing. But changing the state law to say that any project that receives state funding, such as all of the MTA capital projects, those contracts must be public, would be a big start in improving transparency.
Actually, I have a bill to that, Nicole. We didn't get far last year. We're gonna try to do it again.
Yes, I know, and it's that just because sometimes, frankly, we are guessing when it comes to what are the efficiencies on the construction contract side, because we have very limited information.
Right. Thank you. Great. Okay.
Hi, thank you, Chair Comrie. I would echo that we support full transparency, and I would also point to the MTA taking a positive step in that, along those lines prior to the COVID pandemic, releasing the open data budgetary platform online. So
thank you. Just my colleague asked me a question. Do you think it was necessary for the MTA to engage McKinsey to do a COVID-19 impact? Don't you think they could have done it on their own, or working, with your groups to do that, and as opposed to going back to McKinsey for another costly study about what they already know on the ground? Kind of a loaded question, but I'm asking it anyway.
I spent a lot of years in government before I transitioned out. And it used to be kind of a joke among the government agency people, and it really doesn't matter which agency. I've worked in a lot of them, and it was always the same, is that there is a natural tendency, and maybe it's human, maybe it's a human nature as well, if you think about family dynamics as well, that you tend to believe the opinion of the outside expert than your own people. And so it seems to be a natural tendency in organizations to rely on the outside help. Do I personally and think that the MTA had the ability to do this analysis? Absolutely. And I do think that one of the things that people don't do often enough is recognize that the MTA is an agency of transportation professionals, and they do know what they're doing, and they run the largest mass transit agency in the country, and most days they do it pretty well. Obviously, if you're the rider on the late service, you don't think so, but the reality of it is that they do have a very experienced, knowledgeable staff who knows their finances and knows their ridership patterns inside and out. But again, it's very hard to break that tendency to go to the experts who many times just parrot back what the agency told them in the first place to say. So yes, there is an issue there.
Thank you. Thank you. With that, Nicole, did you want to answer that? Or, no, okay, thank you. So you went off mute. So, all right, well, thank you. Thank you, panelists, for your expertise and your focus on trying to save the city, and always making sure that whatever is happening within New York City, that you have a great opinion and idea on. And we can't thank you and your organizations, the Manhattan Institute, the Citizens Budget Commission, and the Partnership for the City of New York, for continuing to want to be a major part of what New York is and what New York can be, should be, and will be. So thank you for your participation today. I look forward to working with you and your groups when we agree and when we disagree on certain things, so we can make this state better. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. The next panel, panel 6, Walter, and I am not going to pronounce your last name without help, from the Associated General Contractors.
Good afternoon, Chair Paulin, Chairs Kennedy, and Chair Conley. I'm Walter Pacholzak. I'm Vice President of Government Affairs for the Associated General Contractors of New York State. We are the leading statewide trade association representing New York's construction industry, both union and open shop businesses. AGC members perform the majority of public and private transportation, building, and environmental infrastructure work in every region of New York State. Thank you for holding this important hearing to discuss the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on the MTA. Today's testimony will briefly touch on the challenges of working safely during a pandemic, the capital program for the MTA, and recommendations to improve the procurement processes for contractors, subcontractors, and material suppliers. From the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, Governor Cuomo's executive orders deemed most construction as an essential business. The members of AGC, which already had significant experience applying rigorous safety standards and utilizing PPE, developed and honed a comprehensive plan of best practices to mitigate health risks for construction workers. The construction industry, informed by that experience and driven by our abiding commitment to safety, was exceptionally well prepared to continue moving the MTA capital program forward during the pandemic. Guided by our history of safety, education, and training, AGC quickly developed recommendations for the New York Forward regional reopening plans. Our proposal, 3 main points of our proposal mandated that: 1, all employees must be trained and establish safe practices that are required to follow all measures implemented to protect the workforce from the potential exposure of the coronavirus. 2, safety plans, individual safety plans must be maintained at each construction project. And 3, both training and safety plan procedures must be continuously reevaluated and updated based on the OSHA guidelines, CDC, and New York State Department of Health guidelines. So fast forward to today, the economic devastation of the COVID-19 pandemic and a stalled federal funding recovery agreement with direct aid to public transportation has further deteriorated the MTA's current and future finances, jeopardizing critical transportation services, jobs, and the capital program. In the coming months and years, the legislature and governor will need to make many difficult decisions to restore the fiscal stability of the MTA. AGC continues to work with the MTA and our New York State congressional delegation to secure necessary funding to keep the capital plan and operations on track. To date, AGC has held 15 congressional town hall style meetings with the New York State congressional delegation, urging them to find a bipartisan compromise for direct aid to the MTA, as well as direct aid to both state and local governments. Furthermore, AGC commends the legislature for passing legislation to reform some of the procurement processes at both state agencies and authorities. In 2019, 2 bills were passed that help move that process along. The first bill, sponsored by Senator Comrie and Assemblyman Kim, requires state agencies and public authorities to require damages for delay clauses in contracts. The second bill, sponsored by Senator Breslin and Assemblyman Mike Cusick, defines substantial completion on public work. Unfortunately, both those bills were vetoed by the governor. However, on the substantial completion bill, the legislature did repass a almost identical bill this year, in which AGC and our partners in the construction world will be urging the governor to sign that bill. It's really more of we think more of an educational process by looking through the veto jacket and addressing some of the concerns and comments from some of the groups that opined on the bill. But we're hopeful that that bill gets signed into law, because each of these bills has even greater importance during the COVID-19 pandemic, as contractors, subcontractors, and material suppliers struggle with cash flow and contractual difficulties imposed by state agencies and authorities. Once again, thank you for the opportunity to share our thoughts at this important public hearing to discuss the COVID-19 impact on the MTA. AGC stands ready to continue to fight for federal funding to ease the fiscal stress caused by the pandemic. And we promise to work safely to help get the MTA and public transportation capitals back on track once again. Thank you for the opportunity, and we appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Walter. It's always great to see you. Thank you for your work, and thank you for the leadership of not only you, but all of AGC. You're always there, of course, with Mike Elmendorf as well, and in our ears when it comes to infrastructure all across the state. The MTA is no different than that. Can you talk a little bit about how the capital projects have been progressing during the pandemic, especially given the reduced ridership, the overnight shutdowns, and the revenue shortfalls?
Well, yeah, I think our earlier testimony by the MTA, I think it was by Jana Lieber, really kind of summed it up pretty well for us. A lot of the construction projects are currently on pause, awaiting those federal infrastructure dollars. Like I said, we've spoken to 15 different Congress people. We've had them on for 30 minutes at a time, which is really extraordinary when you think about the hectic schedules that the congressional representatives have. And they know our points, and they know the points of the governor, the points of both the state legislature, that, with construction projects on pause and the MTA just using the current federal cash that they have, we're very worried about this year. We're even more so worried about next year. And without that next tranche of federal dollars coming in, everything's going to be on hold, and we're going to be in, we're not going to be moving, we're not going to be progressing forward. We're just going to be trying to save what we have right now.
Thank you. And does the association have any recommendations for potential cost savings during this crisis?
Yeah, while we focused in on the federal side of things, I mean, one of the things that the industry always talks about is reforming New York scaffold law. The MTA has clear data on their liability costs, on what scaffold law costs them specifically. It's a tough decision for the legislature and the governor, but if all options are on the table, then why not scaffold law right now? It's in essence an equal protection under the law scenario where contractors should have their day in court, as should the MTA in that situation as the owner. And scaffold law reform is always something that would be important to look at in terms of our cost savings.
Well, thank you for your testimony. Again, thank you for your leadership and all of your efforts. We look forward to our continued work together.
Great job, Senator. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, both of you. Just a couple of questions. I'm just curious, are construction costs going up or down as a result of risks because of the pandemic, for example, might cause them to go up? Workers might demand more money, but the scarcity of work might mean workers are willing to take less, or construction companies. So I just wondered what your take is.
Yeah, I mean, as it relates to this conversation, we're talking about prevailing wages here. So those wages are collectively bargained. So the wages side doesn't really impact us all that directly. However, the costs of PPE, the cost of just slowing down your day. So for example, you can't pack workers into an elevator and bring them up to the 60th floor to build a building. You can't pack workers in the tight confined spaces because of social distancing requirements. So those are some of the areas where, initially that we've heard the most concerns about costs being a driver. But look, at the end of the day, construction is agile. The companies are agile, the workers are agile, and you make things work. And we make things work to deliver projects on time and on budget.
Are there some projects that are more risky in terms of safety issues because of the closeness? You have to work together to be safe while you're doing a project? Are there some things that have to be on hold? Underground projects, overground, you mentioned going up in an elevator. How did the individual projects or are any individual projects going to be impacted because of those issues?
Well, each project is really on a case-by-case basis. And from a safety assessment point of view, we have 2 trained safety professionals that provide a lot of guidance to the membership of AGC in terms of training, education, best practices. And, we make that work. Interior contractors have a little more difficult time. You're working in the tunnel at the MTA, it's a little more difficult. some of the confined spaces. Hospitals are a little tougher to work on because of different entrances and different points of egress. Those are some of the examples that we dealt with early on during the pandemic. But like I said, we're an agile industry, and we work to get the job done.
Thank you very much. I turn it over to the Senator.
Thank you, Walter, for your testimony and for your consistent advocacy with AGC, and to Mike and his team also. Thank you for everything you're doing. And we look forward to working with you as we try to figure out how to continue to revive the state. Are you able to, your contractor is able to give the MTA suggestions about efficiencies and alternate ways of doing the projects to create faster turnarounds? Is that a good dialogue that you're having with them?
Very much so, Senator. We consider the MTA, under the leadership of Pat Foy and Jano Lieber and some of the other team there. We're talking about big projects here that require that continuous dialogue, the back and forth that's required to get the job done on time. A lot of times these are complicated jobs. You're working in an very old system as far as the MTA goes specifically. And we find them very, very receptive, and we're grateful.
Yeah, thank you. I was thinking like they mentioned the issues with third track and merging old tech with new tech and old construction with new construction. So your GCs are able to have those discussions with them and not get caught up in 6-month delays if they have to. Once they get in the ground, they see something that's totally different than what's scoped. Is that you're getting that kind of good feedback from them?
Generally speaking, Senator, yes. I haven't heard to the contrary there as far as working with the MTA. They're good people to work with, and it's an important job to help resuscitate our economy. Things are tough all over here in the state and the city and in the nation. And we're there when you need us, and we're always there when you need us. And then moving forward, based on our record of safety, we'll be there in the future should we get a second wave as well.
Gotcha. Thank you. With that, we have no questions from any other members. Do you have any on your side, Assembly Member?
I don't.
I'm going to take the opportunity to wrap up, and thank you, Walter, for testifying. I want to thank everyone for testifying today. I want to thank my team that helped make this happen so that I halfway acted like I knew what I was talking about, and that's my Chief of Staff, Derek Davis, Andrew Toronto, Chris Labarge, the great Chris Higgins, the great David Frazier, the great Mobeen Bahati, Allison Bradley, who's always great, and Daniel Ranalone, who's always great from our administrative speaker's office, who helped out today. And I want to thank again my colleagues for asking questions and giving me questions, and to all of the people that testified today, thank you for participating. This is going to be a process where we all need to collaborate together to try to make sure that we resuscitate the system so that we can help bring back our city. I also want to thank my great co-chairs, my brother from Buffalo, Tim Kennedy, and my sister from where are you, Westchester? Amy Paulin for being the great chairs that you are. Amy Paulin just did a 13.5-hour hearing 2 days ago. I think it felt like 2 days ago.
It felt like yesterday.
Yeah, it felt like yesterday. So but she's truly a champion at this. So thank you for everything that you're doing to make sure that we have these hearings. And as you've heard, we need to keep the pressure on. And I look forward to working with both of you to make that happen. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Chairman Comrie, thank you for your leadership. Chairwoman Paulin, thank you for your leadership. And I echo the sentiments of Chairman Comrie and just thanking all the staff for all of your extraordinary efforts and once again making this a flawless public hearing. And let me just mention once again that this Democratic Senate, along with our colleagues in the Assembly, have done more public hearings to make sure that we are being as transparent as possible than ever before. So I would argue that there's probably a historic number of these public hearings, and I am hopeful that it's with great effect and that we can come up with some very strong solutions moving forward. It's a pleasure and honor to work with you and look forward to our continued work together. Thank you again. Chairwoman?
Yes, I'll just add my thanks to the assembly side of things, to the staff, central staff, Dallas, Kristen, and Corey, and to my personal staff, Stephanie, who worked diligently to help me get prepared. I really want to acknowledge also Ashley and Stanley, who helped put this together. And without their help and time clock abilities, we would not be where we are. So thank you all. Thank you again for everyone who testified. You really help us understand the issue so much better, and help us and guide us to making the right decisions. So thank you all. Thank you to my co-chairs on the Senate side. It's been an honor and a pleasure.
Stay safe.